Hello and a very good morning. Welcome to Birmingham, the Royal London One Day Cup on the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sports app, and for large chunks of the day today, delighted to say also on 5 Live Sports Extra. Richard Wilford, Richard Ray are your main commentators today. Myself, Kevin Howells, will chip in whenever required today, but really looking forward to whether we get a repeat of what we had yesterday at Taunton. Well, that really would be something, down to the last ball, and despite all the frustrations of the showers coming off and on and everything, was a cracking game of 50 overs cricket, and something similar today would be very nice, either here or there are other matches, and every ball of every game can be found, of course, on the BBC Sport website. An 11 o'clock start for Durham versus Gloucestershire at Scarborough. Keep up, will you? I think actually they should get a good number in there, because whenever I've walked around Scarborough, there have been lots of accents that sound as if they're just down from the northeast. So hopefully they'll get a good crowd in there at Scarborough today for that fixture. That starts like this one here in Birmingham between Warwickshire and Leicestershire in a few moments' time at 11 o'clock. And then this afternoon there's a day-night game, begins at 2 o'clock, and that's the match between Essex and Worcestershire. We're still pretty much in the early stages of the competition, but we will outline as the day goes on more about, of course, positions for all the teams. A quick reminder, if you are just catching up with the competition, that the two groups that are currently playing in the group section, the winners go through to a semi-final, then the second and third go through to the quarter-finals. The winners of that obviously play in the semi-finals, and then the final, which comes just 2 days after the semi-final, but that's another issue, at Trent Bridge on a Thursday later on in the month. But on Sports Extra, as well as coverage of the Royal London One Day Cup, there's the Women's 100 this afternoon. That's from 5 to 3. It's London Spirit versus Trent Rockets, and the Men's 100 as well, the Spirit versus the Rockets, from 6:25. So that's all coming up a little later on, but uninterrupted commentary can be found here where you're listening, if you're listening online, and we will feature definitely on this line the match between Warwickshire and Leicestershire if you are listening via the BBC Sport website. And Richard Wilford is alongside me, and Richard, it continues to be breezy as it was yesterday, which sort of makes it a little bit fresh, but quite frankly, all we want is a bit of blue sky and some nice dry weather, and that's what we've got.
Exactly. I don't think we'd have got a full game in Birmingham yesterday. Trust me, it wasn't a day for putting the washing out either. But we should do today. It is quite a gust. It's coming from the southwest, which is normally where the weather pushes up from, and it should give us a really enjoyable day's cricket. The Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes, of course, led the county select team last week up at Durham. He has won the toss and chosen to bat today. The Warwickshire side unchanged from the one that won at Derbyshire. No Ben Mike in the Leicestershire side, but we have got this really interesting battle of two teenage spinners in this match. Rehan Ahmed playing for Leicestershire, just 16 years of age, a leg spinner, and then the young man from Barbados, Jacob Bethel, who's done very well so far in this tournament for what is quite a callow bowling attack that Warwickshire are fielding, and he has been amongst the wickets and made a really good impression. So this is one of the things about this tournament this year, that we're seeing some really exciting young talent, Kevin.
As we did yesterday, as we've done pretty much throughout, and you've only really got to look at some of the 100 teams even to see just how quickly those players can be noticed and how quickly they can be promoted, if promotion is the way you like to look at it. You know, we know the importance of names for marketing and all that sort of purpose, but it takes nothing away from the thrill and the entertainment and the skill on show, certainly from the matches I've watched this season, and this will be no different today.
And the two gentlemen making their way to the crease at the moment have both got their first list A centuries in this competition this season. Ed Pollock, who did so against Derbyshire, Rob Yates, who added to his 3 championship tons so far in 2021 by taking a century off Nottinghamshire. So both of them have benefited so far from this competition. The Warwickshire lineup in full: Ed Pollock and Rob Yates opening the batting, Will Rhodes, Michael Bird, wicketkeeper, Matt Lamb, Jacob Bethel, Ethan Brooks, George Garrett, Carl Carver playing his second game, released by Yorkshire last year, taking his opportunity, Jordan Bulpitt and Manraj Johal, 2 young seam bowlers.
From the pavilion end,
Dieter Klein to bowl, just pausing because the PA is coming over quite boldly on our effects mic. For Leicestershire, Rishi Patel and George Rhodes at the top of the order, Marcus Harris, the overseas, Lewis Hill captaining the side competition, Aaron Lilly, Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper, Louis Kimber, Rehan Ahmed, Ed Barnes, Dieter Klein, and it's a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston for Chris Wright, who served so well here and put a few trophies on the mantelpiece while he was a member of the Warwickshire and Birmingham Bears side. So it's the pavilion end, and it's the left arm of Dieter Klein to bowl the first ball to Pollock, who's well forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. Aaron Lilly does the fielding, and there's no run. There's a nice sprinkling. Edgbaston always looks emptier than it is on days like this, Kevin, as you're well aware, and there'll be an awful lot of people sat in the members area at this end, but always those who seek the sun out at the far end of the ground near the old scoreboard. As Klein comes in, red shirts and black trousers for Leicestershire. Very funnily, he's bowled Ed Pollock. It's a Yorker that's gone straight through him, and I think both middle and off stump have been upended from the ground, and an immediate wicket for Leicestershire. The second ball of the innings, a centurion in the last game, Ed Pollock, but today he's gone for naught.
Wow, good ball, good ball. And you really have, in Ed's case, to have got up quite early this morning, to have been sharp enough to have dealt with that. That's a cracking delivery to get Leicestershire off to a really good start, and played all round it, but it was full. And it looks to me, I haven't got the replays up, I'm afraid, at the moment. It looks like maybe a little bit of a dip there right at the end, and it was the undoing and a reminder for Ed Pollock of the highs and lows quite close together in the game. Just a quick reminder also about the positions here, because both Leicestershire and Warwickshire, although it's still early stages and they're only 2 points off the leaders, because we've only played a couple of games so far, but from Leicestershire's point of view, they've played 2 games, they've won 1 and they've lost 1, so they've got those 2 points. For Warwickshire, they come into it with 3 games played, a victory at Derbyshire the other day and 2 defeats. So though it's the early stages, the games will come thick and fast, and you want to make sure that you don't get into the wrong sort of momentum, and you don't get into that losing streak at all. You want to be there and fighting. So from a Warwickshire point of view, obviously important to pick up on that win they got at Derbyshire. And Leicestershire, likewise, they want a win to make sure they stay up in that, well, the top 3. Got to finish in the top 3 to remain interested in the competition.
I'll have an update to do in 45 seconds or so for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Of course, also BBC Leicester involved today. Richard Ray will be with us shortly. He's doing a report for them. Will Rhodes is the new batsman, the Bears captain, and Dieter Klein comes in to bowl. He's turned off his pads by Rhodes for a single. Out into the leg side. In fact, they'll come back for 2. That was well judged by Rhodes, taking on the throw. First runs on the board, 2 for 1. And it's scoreboard's off at the moment, which I see it's flashed back into life, which is handy. Rhodes off the mark. Yates yet to face at the non-striker's end. And Klein back to his mark. And here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire have chosen to bat first against Leicestershire in their latest match in the Royal London One Day Cup, and they've lost Ed Pollock, a centurion, just 2 days ago to the second ball of the match, yorked by Dieter Klein, out for a duck. Rob Yates yet to face. Will Rhodes is there on 2. An unchanged Bears lineup for this. They're 2 for 1 in the first over. That update for local radio, but in the interim you missed very little. A ball passing outside off stump from Dieter Klein, who's in once more to bowl to Rhodes, and that's going to be off his pads and go very fine. They've got fine leg up inside the circle here, and that will squirt all the way down for 4. 6 for 1 towards the end of the over. Klein didn't quite get his line right there.
Now the game has got underway for those following the competition around the country. Durham versus Gloucestershire. Durham are batting. They've gone underway with Clark and Lees, the opening pair there. Gloucestershire winning the toss and deciding to have a bowl first. So that game is obviously starting. Durham with that amazing 400 runs they scored early on in the competition away to Kent, and they are sitting at the moment at the top of the group along with Essex.
That brought back memories for me. That was at Beckenham, wasn't it? A few years it's been there as Klein bowls on middle and off, defended out into the leg side, and there's no run. 6 for 1 at the end of the first over. A successful one for Dieter Klein. Reasonably successful one for Will Rhodes as well. He's on 6. Rob Yates is going to face for the first time. Kevin Howells will be back with us at 11:30 on Sports Extra. Richard Ray is sauntering into position. I think that's the correct verb for it. Smoothly moving in alongside on what is a bright enough day. There is a bit of cloud cover, some of it low but non-threatening, and you can see the breeze carrying it past the floodlights very quickly at the moment. And the various shades of green on the outfield are shining brightly up at us at the moment as Chris Wright prepares to come into the attack at Edgbaston. Hasn't bowled that often on this ground since he left, to be fair, because tend not to see him in the T20 blast. But we will see him today, and Richard Ray now joins me.
Wright is in, bowls outside off stump, swings back in a little bit and goes through Yates. It might just have gone past the inside edge. A little bit of early swing for, well, spectacularly so for Klein with his second delivery. And there for Wright, back on his old stamping ground. Morning, Rich. Morning, everybody.
Pleasant morning for it, isn't it? Really nice. I'm quite glad to be out of the breeze, though.
It is after yesterday, sort of afternoon stroke evening, when we had some torrential hailstorms over across in the East Midlands. Wright is in from the Birmingham end, again looking for swing, just over pitched on that occasion. Did swing a little bit back in to Robbie Yates, took the thick inside edge on the full and rather squirted out to the new boy, Rehan Ahmed. Well, not quite so new now, but an unfamiliar name, I suspect, to Warwickshire listeners now. 16-year-old leg spinner. He's only just 16 now. He's coming up to his 17th birthday, but still, it's quite young.
Yeah, especially as a spinner as well.
Wright is in and bowling outside off stump. Attempter, a no ball. He has overstepped. Well, not many excuses at all for Chris Wright. No slope, of course, at Edgbaston, a ground he knows very well.
And a free hit.
Poor stuff from Wright. A bit disappointed about that, and I never quite understand. Just a little bit of over-eagerness, I think, even on the part of a really experienced man like Wright to impress against his former county, one of his former counties.
Yeah, you'd argue the one that he served with the greatest distinction in terms of the success they had as a team when he was here, and certainly he bloomed here with Graham Welsh as his bowling coach as well.
I think he certainly looks back on it with the most affection. In he goes for the no ball, and it's sliced over point for a one bounced four. Moved across his stumps there, Yates. He followed him a little bit, Chris Wright, but he still had room to open his shoulders and to carve it away over point. So Yates with a boundary to get off the mark. He moves on 2-4. Will Rhodes has 6-12 for 1. Warwickshire recovering nicely from the shock of that second ball dismissal of Ed Pollock. Spectacular dismissal as well. Wright charges in and bowls outside off stump. Yates steps forward, lifts his bat and looks ready to drive it away on the up through the offside. Doesn't take the chance, lets it go through to wicketkeeper Harry Swindles is back. Leicestershire supporters. In the first two games, the new white ball captain Lewis Hill kept and batted as well, batted very well, because Swindles had a little bit of a rib injury. In goes Wright and bowls on off stump, just outside, leaning forward. Yates angled back, good diving stop away to his right by George Rhodes at backward point, means there's no run. But Hill was telling us on BBC Radio Leicester's cricket show and the Talking Foxes podcast that it is actually pretty tricky to captain from standing well back behind the stumps as wicketkeeper. He said you're forever making sort of semaphore hand gestures, and you can't run up and talk to the bowler at the end of each delivery. As Wright is in and bowls on off stump, just pushed out into the offside. Rhodes is going to have a throw at the stumps, misses over the top. He had to move to his left at backward point, and I suspect Rhodes had made his ground comfortably anyway. End of the second over, 13 for 1. But just to finish that point, Hill was saying how tricky it was, and I'm sure his feelings have been taken into account in bringing Swindles back into the side. Swindles batting very well as well. Hill 2, 13 for 1 after 2.
Yes, they're certainly not losing anything by having him in the side. That's for sure. He's a good performer. And it's very interesting seeing the balance and the experience that Lewis Hill gets of captaining the side is going to be very useful. Michael Burgess captained the Bears in their first game, a narrow defeat against Glamorgan. I think Mark Robinson will be pleased how competitive they've been, except the Nottinghamshire game, which was a wee bit trickier. Klein to continue. He tucks Rob Yates up a little bit, who clips it up towards mid-on. And there'll be no run. 3 left-handers at the top of the Warwickshire batting order. Klein shaven-headed. In a bit of rhythm early on. It was a peach of a delivery when you see 2 stumps upended like that with the dismissal of Ed Pollock. He wasn't trying to do anything other than defend. It was just too good. And he's in off the back foot. That's nicely punched by Yates into the offside, and he will get 4 runs for that, which tells you actually that the outfield is pretty slick after the rain of yesterday. He's just got up onto his toes and pushed it out wide of extra cover and gets his second boundary. 8 to Yates, 17 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just timing. Big man, tall man.
Give him a run short now, as he's 9, isn't he? He's 9 not out at the moment as he waits the next delivery for Klein, and he drives this towards extra cover. And it's fielded tidily there by Patel, I think it is, or is it? Oh, it's Ahmed, isn't it?
It is.
But it doesn't help that 116, there's 26. That Patel's in one of the 2 slips. He's at first slip. 17 for 1.
Yeah. His age is on his back.
Yes, brilliantly.
I wonder if that's why he chose it.
Well, it's every possibility, isn't there? Debut at 16. As this ball back of a length is guided behind point, third man will come around to do the fielding, and Yates will claim another single. He's into double figures on 10, 18 for 1 in the third over. So apart from the setback of the loss of the wicket, the Bears have started reasonably well in terms of run rate. One boundary for Will Rhodes, couple for Rob Yates, one of which was a free hit after the no ball from Chris Wright. And Klein approaches once more, left arm over the wicket, drags that one down the leg side, and that will be a wide. It carries it lower shin height through to Swindles behind the stumps. So the Bears accept that for them this is largely a development competition this year because of the age of the squad and the extraordinary number of pace bowlers that they have unavailable at the moment through injury, which will be concerned when the Championship comes back and the T20. Next delivery from Klein, back of a length, is tucked through mid-wicket for a single by Rhodes. He's to 7, 20 for 1. Just to put it into perspective at the moment, I mean, Ollie Stone would have been away anyway if he was fit. Chris Wokes would be away because of the 100, but he's got a heel injury. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is out injured. Henry Brooks, who they've seen very little of. Liam Norwell and Craig Miles are recovering from slight injuries. Ryan Sidebottom picked up an injury in last game but 1. As Klein is played off the back foot. Good diving stop there in the point area. Prevents what could well have been another boundary. 20 for 1 at the end of the third over. Warwickshire on what looks a pretty true batting surface.
It does. I just wonder whether it will turn a little bit later on, given the strengths, such as they are, of the Warwickshire attack. I take a point about the side and the development, use of the competition before development. At the same time, it applies to so many counties that there'll be everybody will look at the comp and think, yeah, we're giving people an opportunity, but listen, we can go for the quarterfinals, and then you just never know on a knockout basis, and maybe 4 wins will be enough to get through, maybe 5. Right in from the Birmingham end, bowls to the tall Yates, fullish outside off stump, leans forward and guides it neatly through the vacant gully down to third man where Ed Barnes is fielding. And that would really be good experience, talking about developing young players. If they were to get through to knockout stages of the competition and feel the pressure there and what it's all about, and who knows, get a winner's medal. Right, just got the 1 slip now as he comes in and bowls to Yates. Comes back in a little bit. Rishi Patel, ever enthusiastic at first slip, hands started to go into the air, but Yates very solidly behind it, pushing it down the wicket on the onside very firmly. Solihull born, Rob Yates, Warwick School, University of Birmingham. Made his debut 2019, first class and List A and T20. As right is in, bowls, and it's carved high over backward point, and that's going to run away to the boundary 4-4. Not afraid to go aerial, and Will Rhodes, the skipper, came down and clapped Rob Yates as he did so. Yates rather standing and admiring the shot, got plenty on it. As I say, there is a fielder at backward point. It was well wide and high of him though. No chance for George Rhodes. Using the pace of the ball, he's going forward. He's trying to give it a chance to swing. It isn't very much. He's conceded 12 from his first 9 balls. In he goes and bowls in the air. Oh, that was an edge and just wide of George Rhodes, and bounces down towards Barnes at wide third man. Went for the wide one again, Yates, and that was living a little bit dangerously. Got away with it.
Yeah, it was a bit flighty from Rob Yates. He's shown himself to be a really multi-dimensional batsman since making a breakthrough in 2019 because of injuries and retirements. Got a lot of cricket that year, got better and better, made some good runs, and 3 championship hundreds. Already got a 90 as well at Worcester. Made good runs this summer so far.
Right is in, bowls to him. He leans forward, plays it out into the covers. Louis Kimber is the fielder. No run, rare dot ball in the innings so far. 27 for 1. Warwickshire, 3.5 overs. It's all happening. Right turns, walks back towards his marker. A familiar view to him. Different adverts, of course, but familiar sight as he goes in and bowls to Yates. That one does swing back in a little bit. Straight delivery, and Yates is forward carefully. Covers up to that one on the front foot, pushing it out into the offside, and that is the end of the over. Lots of adverts and, of course, the various sort of stagings, and a literary stage as well. At one point that accompany the 100. This being one of the grounds that stages said event.
Indeed, they've got a decent crowd in for their first game here.
What do they got? Oh, the Phoenix, is it here?
Yeah, the Birmingham Phoenix. Yeah, not quite as many as they get for the big T20 Blast games. But a decent crowd. 27 for 1 after 4 overs. And it'll be Will Rhodes to face Dieter Klein once more, beginning his 3rd over, and he's driven on a leg stump line up towards mid-on. Harris stoops to pick up, and there's no run. Just continue the point about Rob Yates in that as a championship batsman, he is quite obdurate, builds an innings. If there's one criticism, it's been that he hasn't kicked on after getting to 3 figures in any of his centuries so far, but you know, that's one of those criticisms that you've got to have done quite well before anybody starts berating you for that. So that's part of what he'll be working towards as Rhodes clips the next ball off his hip. Short fine leg right will chase after it, but they've got plenty of time to get through for 2. Rhodes into double figures. He's got 10, 29 for 1. When he plays white ball cricket, T20, all this, he's very expansive. He's got those 2 sides to his game. And I think as many young players have, they've got the ability to improvise it. They learn it now at school and in club cricket, and they bring it to the party as soon as they get an opportunity to play for county first teams. This is back to a length, and again it's guided behind square on the leg side. This time it's Lilly who comes around from square leg, but once more with a big outfield, and the boundary is set deep today. They come through comfortably for 2 more, 31 for 1.
If you want to make a successful career in the modern game, I guess it's absolutely what you have to do, isn't it, really, unless you're absolutely set playing on just one form or the other. I don't imagine many young batsmen are. He's doing a good job of showing that he is, as you say, multi-dimensional.
Klein back of a length and turn behind square again. He's not a quick learner, Dieter Klein, in a way, and that he's really erred down the leg side for 3 successive deliveries. This time it's milked for just a single. Rhodes 13, 32 for 1.
I suspect many of the South Africans' coaches over the years will nod sagely at your words there.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what his problem has been with those last 3 balls. He needs to see it himself. Produced a peach second ball up this morning, though, if you're just joining us, to remove Ed Pollock. And that's a good delivery as well, and he's jabbing down on it, Yates. It's fuller, it's more of a middle and off line, and there looked to be just a hint of movement in the air. Much better line.
Yeah, having seen obviously a large part of his career, it was a regular feature when he first came to the club that he used to pick up early wickets, especially in T20 with swinging Yorkers, but all he was concentrating at those times was basically bowling as quickly as he could.
As his next delivery is onto the pads of Yates, who turns it towards mid-wicket, so it won't get past Louis Kimber, who does the fielding. End of the 5th over, 32 for 1. Entertaining start. Few more people drifting in as well as the morning progresses. So you'd say they do get lost in a 25,000-seater stadium, but people wanted to come down and watch good quality county cricket in the height of summer.
The sort of members' seats, I tend to think of the second row of this, or the second tier of this stand, this huge stand as the sort of members stand. They tend to sit there, don't they?
Yeah,
they look fairly well occupied.
There are lots of people who are out of sight. Some sitting behind glass as well in the restaurant.
Right, to continue, having conceded 14 from his first 2 overs, is in. Bowles driven firmly, but did check it slightly there. Will Rhodes, his shot didn't put his full weight into it. Meant that Hill, who's in a more comfortable position from a captaincy point of view, able to get across to his left at mid-off and make the stop. 2 men out are third man and deep backward square in this first power play, from which Warwickshire have recovered very well as Wright goes in and bowls to Rhodes, who defends on the back foot this time, slightly on the move, but looks to be a really nice pitch actually, just came on nicely. Could be a lot of runs in it. Leicestershire batsmen in form will be licking their lips. They've been deliberately preparing wickets that, well, as Wright goes in and bowls, turned off his legs this time by Rhodes, down to that man at deep backward square, has to run to his right. Aaron Lilly, single taken. The wickets have just stuck a little bit at the Upton Steel County Ground Grace Road throughout the T20 and now the RL50, deliberately so. Hasn't quite come on. That said, plenty of runs scored on them, 327 Yorkshire against Yorkshire a few days ago, which Yorkshire knocked off comfortably with 2 overs to spare, so plenty of runs to be had. Patella's moved to gully as Wright goes in and bowls to Yates, who goes for a slightly airy drive, nowhere near the pitch of the ball, and fortunate not to edge it through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps.
Yeah, he didn't really get as close to that as he should have done when he's playing a shot like that. Got a little bit of movement off the seam, but for me, just gone down the wrong line there. And Wright has probably afforded him a little bit too much width during this spell, and that's where the boundaries have come from, but induces a false shot there.
Right in bowls, and again getting forward, not getting to the pitch of the ball, might just have shaped back into him a touch, has to steer it firmly out towards Hill at mid-off. His throw to Swindles isn't the greatest, no excuse for Hill, usually on the receiving end. Such a nice chap that I can't imagine him really admonishing any of his players one way or another. Sure, there is a hard edge to him, but I haven't seen it yet. In goes Wright, and Bowles goes past the outside edge with a ball that starts to shape back in and then just leaves Rhodes. Super delivery, arguably the best of the day, other obviously than the Klein Yorker that cleaned up Pollock, second ball. But it was a super delivery from Chris Wright. A reminder to the Edgbaston faithful of his former prowess, perhaps. 33 for 1 then, after 6 overs, Warwickshire.
One other game in progress in the Royal London One Day Cup. Durham against Gloucestershire underway. Durham 30 without loss after 6 overs. You can of course listen to that ball by ball via the BBC Cricket homepage. And similarly at 2 o'clock from Chelmsford, Essex against Worcestershire. will be available. But nice to have Sport Extra listeners along with us for this. Dieter Klein continuing into his 4th over, and he's driven beautifully there, but that's a good stop at mid-off. In fact, it prevents any runs at all. Lewis Hill diving to his left. That was well timed by Will Rhodes. Hill is pretty straight at mid-off, but had a bit of ground to make, and that's a thoroughly good piece of work in the field.
Yeah, he'd have lost a lot of skin from his elbows at some grounds, but reasonably lush here, amazingly. Irrigated outfield.
Well, and plenty of rain yesterday as well. Klein in defended on off stump by Rhodes, back down the wicket and picked up by Klein in his follow through. 33 for 1. So Lewis Hill sounds like he's the sort of captain that put an arm around the shoulders, although it might take tiptoes to do that with a few of his teammates.
Yes, he's not one of the taller players.
He's got a wicket-keeper's build, although fewer seem to be as slight as that these days, but classic wicket-keeper's build. Full toss from Klein, and it's hit Rhodes on the pad. I think he would have missed leg stump despite the yell. Rhodes will be thinking he's absolutely missed out on what should have been a 4-through mid-wicket. Instead, all he gets is a leg by. 34 for 1.
Yeah, looked to be going down leg. But he would have been most disappointed to have gotten out to a full toss that hit him on the knee, hitting across the line.
Yeah, there definitely wasn't an awful lot of merit in that appeal. Umpires today, by the way, are Nick Cook and Mark Newell. As Klein is into Yates. Mid-wicket has come in shorter and straighter, and Fields as Yates turns it into the leg side. So that's a slight adjustment of the field position. Louis Kimber, who was rather closer to the edge of the circle for Rhodes, is now coming in from a matted wicket that's half a dozen away. By the time the ball is bowled, he'll be about 5.5 pitch widths, and he won't have to worry about this because Klein has bowled a long hop outside off stump, and Yates is on his toes to punish that wide of point for 4. Flashes to the boundary, and that was very well timed by Rob Yates, who moves into the 20s, or dead on 20. 38 for 1 in the 7th.
Lovely shot, beautifully timed.
Flashed it away. Klein 1 for 22. Single ball left in his 4th, and it's another full toss, and again it hits the batsman on the pad, and he misses out because he's bowling with quite a bit of pace, so it's reaching them very quickly on the full, and they come through for the second leg bye of the over. Warwickshire are 39 for 1 after 7 overs. 20 to Yates, 14 to Rhodes. Are you due on?
I was just contemplating whether to just try and squeeze in an over, but you're right. I better not. Early days to be missing one, isn't it?
Richard will be back in a few minutes' time because I shall make way for him, and Kevin Howells is going to join me for the next few minutes whilst Richard's away. It's been an entertaining start to proceedings. The first half hour has been eventful, I think it's fair to say. Chris Wright coming in from the Birmingham end, driven through the offside by Yates with great timing again. He really is maturing beautifully as a batsman, Rob Yates, part of the county select team last week against Durham, and he strikes another boundary which takes him to 24, and the Bears to 43 for 1. Anything wide outside off stump he's dispatched with some confidence, Rob Yates, having got his first list day century at the weekend. He's enjoying being back home in Edgbaston once more. Missed out to some extent against Derbyshire. Actually, they got a good start, Rob Yates and Ed Pollock, so he's having a good tournament. He missed the first match because he was away in Chester Street, and now he waits for Chris Wright to come in again, short of a length, and he's pulling this towards mid-wicket. It's going back. Will it reach the seats? It does. That's a fine strike from Rob Yates, who follows a 4 through the offside with a big launch over straight mid-wicket for 6. 49 for 1, and Yates is going rather nicely. Kevin Howells is back.
Do you mind if
here.
I put it this way? Driving or travelling to watch Warwickshire, whether it be here or whether it be away, Rob Yates this year is proving personally to be one reason why I'm looking forward to coming and watching.
Nice. He
Championship, he was at Essex, was the Essex game, and now he's showing what he can do in white ball as well. Really good.
I mean, people who listen regularly when the days that I do Warwickshire will know how frustrated I get about some of the opinions that are offered about the county game, and I look at a player like Rob Yates who's coming through, who got an opportunity in the first team as a teenager, and how in all forms of the game he's getting better and better. This is what the county circuit is producing, and this competition may help a few more along on their first steps, as he's just straightened up Yates by this next delivery by Wright, who will be keen to pull things back after that 2-ball assault from Rob Yates. You know, I'm really looking forward, for instance, you know, mentioned at the top of the game today, Rahan Ahmed, a 16-year-old leg spinner.
Who was also up there at Durham.
Yeah, and you will find out so much more about these players coming into play against senior pros. Because every side's at least got a sprinkling of senior pros in the Royal London One Day Cup. This is going to be flashed a little bit airily by Yates, wide of a backward point, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that. The Bears 50 comes up, and of course it means the 50 partnership as well, because Ed Pollock fell second ball with a score on nothing. But 53 for one. Rhodes and Yates have gone about their business pretty rapidly. This is just the 8th over, and Chris Wright's seen himself go for 14, but Yates was a little fortunate to avoid the field with that one.
Yes, he was, though he was quite committed to it, wasn't he? So it was travelling, it was going. It wasn't as if he sort of backed out at all, which may have left it looping a little bit more there, but
yeah,
still lucky.
Yeah, he went at it full ball. That's back of a length and sort of an off-stump line from Wright, and it's jabbed out into the offside, and it's fielded at point by George Rhodes. Rahan Ahmed's just whirling his arms at the moment as if he feels that his time to be introduced to the attack may not be too far away.
I wonder if he's been told that, or whether he's young and so enthusiastic he's telling the skipper that.
Oh,
I'm ready.
You wait, when I'm due back there at 12, I'll be limbering up and making sure that the captain knows I'm ready. Right into complete is over, and Yates fends that out into the offside. It's the end of the over. We've had 8. Warwickshire 53 for 1 against Leicestershire. Kevin Howells will be joined in short order now by Richard Ray.
Delighted to report sunshine here in Birmingham. Very gusty. The wind is gusty, and it causes its own problems at times, especially for the bowlers, who sometimes can get thrown off. The gust gets off just at the wrong moment, just as they're about to come in and deliver the ball. But blue skies, high cloud, building a little to the left-hand side, but hopefully that's not going to be any trouble. It's still a picture across the city centre of Birmingham on the latest day of Royal London One Day Cup action. The 2 groups. The bottom line is you need to finish in the top 3 to enter the knockout stage. If you finish top of the group, all the better. You're straight through to semi-finals. But if you finish 2nd and 3rd, you've still got a chance in the quarter-finals. And then the possible chance of going through to a Trent Bridge final, which of course is something that Leicestershire, well, both these counties would not consider a trip to Trent Bridge to be that big a chore. All the way across to Nottingham, but Leicestershire especially, of course. Trent Bridge, and I don't follow like Richard follows Leicestershire, of course, all the time, but I felt the deepest of frustrations at that ground last summer, with Leicestershire having got through to that quarter-final, was it there, of the Blast, and 1 or 2 mistakes being made, as you do in the game of cricket, and missing out in a game that otherwise I thought they had every chance of perhaps going on and winning. So they'd like to get back there as well in another knockout and show their worth there. But there's plenty of kid to go between now and then, of course. 53 for 1, Rhodes on 14, Yates on 34, and it's Aaron Lilly who's in and bowls and pushes into the offside, and misfield, but they're not silly enough to run a single on that.
A decline misfield. We've got over it. Oh, that's still traumatic, that Trent Bridge.
Lilly bowls and... Oh, he's bowled him! Oh, he's got past the defence of Rhodes, and Rhodes has gone for 14. And I think he's just, straightened up there? Anyway, the bails come off, and that is the second wicket down. And immediately, we saw a wicket immediately at the start of play, and immediately at the start of this Aaron Lilly spell, we see another wicket, and it's the Warwickshire captain who's dismissed. He's gone for only 14. 53 for 2.
It did straighten.
Lovely delivery.
Lovely delivery.
Beautiful.
Drew him forward and just went past the outside edge, clipped the bails. Perfect off spinner around the wickets delivery to the left-hander. But although it's a blow for Warwickshire, it won't be entirely displeasing, I wouldn't have thought, for their attack to see the turn already in the pitch, given the number of young spinners who they field. So this could be an exciting old game, and now comes a former Fox. It's been a while. Lovely chap, Michael Burgess. He went down to Sussex after leaving Leicestershire. Had a good-ish couple of years there, but now very much found his niche here, back in the Midlands.
Yeah, he's a competitive soul. Never actually met the lad myself, but he certainly is, seems to me to be anyway, one of the wicket-keeping batters who's plenty to say for himself, quite busy man with the wicket-keeping gloves on, and a useful bat as well, hence the fact he's coming in at the fall of that second wicket. So 2 balls into the 9th over, and the second wicket falls here for Warwickshire, 53 for 2. And it's Burgess who will be on strike, the right-handed Burgess. There's a slip to just inside the circle at short third man and short fine leg. Cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket, and long on and square leg. And Lilly bowls full this time. It's a low full toss, and that's hit out onto the onside and fielded away to our right. They thought of coming back for a 2, and that was almost the 3rd wicket if they had done so. Got to settle down here, Burgess and Yates. But Burgess is off the mark. He's got 1, and Warwickshire to 54 for 2. So it was Richard Wilford who said, just as I was sitting down, it's been a busy and eventful game, and it certainly has, and this is continuing in this Aaron Lilly over. So the left-handed Yates now. Lilly bowls again full. Looking to get a bit of drift, but it's worked away onto the onside by Yates. Should come back for a steady 2 on this occasion. So Yates moves to 36, and the score up to 56 for 2.
50-50 is the new 2020.
Oh gosh, don't. And Lilly bowls again, and worked onto the onside, and there will be no run from the bat of Rob Yates, for whom, if you can get a good score, he got a decent score the other day at Derby, but didn't go on. Oh, that almost squeezes through, squeezed out by the bat instead. Onto the onside, they go through for 1, and that is encouragement for Aaron Lilly, to say the least. 57 for 2, Burgess on 1, Yates on 37. We saw Will Rhodes dismissed in that over, and the very bright red shirts of Leicestershire look quite pleased with themselves at the moment. They've made a decent start here, but they've still got Yates to get rid of, and Yates is a real talent. Now, I've got mixed feelings about this, because I like to see Yates bat. I do like to see him bat. But that, of course, does lead you on to know that the Leicestershire really need to get rid of him.
He's certainly the main threat at the moment. Played beautifully. That 6 hit in the previous right over was a beauty over mid-wicket. Now they're fox red shirts, apparently. Specific red designed for the kit. So we had a big debate about them when they came out, where various people were sending in all sorts of shades of red. Ed Barnes is coming in from the Birmingham end and bowling to Rob Yates, who's back defending an in-swinger out into the offside. And there's no run. I don't know whether Sean Jarvis, Leicestershire's CEO, had his tongue slightly in cheek when he said it was fox red, but certainly it's a bright, as you say, and an individual sort of red, but not unpleasant, I don't think.
Well, I'm hearing that Sean Jarvis, the CEO there at Leicestershire, uses the word fox or foxes in every other sentence.
In goes Barnes, and Bowles slightly short, looking to chop it away off the back foot through the offside. Might just have come back into him a touch, but otherwise didn't time it as well as he would have liked. Rob Yates, he's carved plenty away over the offside. That one thick bottom edge, and it bounced down towards extra cover, where Kimber was the fielder and no run. Men out at third man and deep backward square. We are still in the first power play as Barnes is in and bowling, and that is clipped out into the leg side. Can Ahmed get there? He can't. Running away, sprinting away up the boundary to his right, put in the dive. Couldn't quite get there. Lovely pickup from Yates. He picks up another 4, timing the ball very nicely. 61 for 2. He moves into the 40s now. 41 off just. How many balls has he faced? 37 balls now. Slightly small, those letters, those numbers even, on the electronic scoreboard. As Ed Barnes is in and bowls. Just may have held that one back a bit and leaning forward. Yates defends it out into the offside. Kimber picks up, moving to his right at extra cover. There's no run. No slip, of course, anymore. Kept a slip in for first 4 or 5 overs. Had 2 in the first couple of overs. Lewis Hill out there at mid-off now with Harry Swindles back behind the stumps. Barnes just leans forward, a slight figure is in and bowls to Yates, to middle and leg, turned wristily but only as far as Lilly at mid-wicket. Known to his teammates Ed Barnes as coat hanger because of his slightly sloping shoulders. Oh. There's not much of him, he'll fill out. He's the sort, he doesn't take offence at anything like that. Ed Barnes posted pictures the other day of him at the races looking very much the hipster.
Okay.
Waistcoat, flat cap,
is that right?
Tie, the works.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he was successful at the races. In he goes and bowls, and that one swung back in, took a thick inside edge and worked out through the vacant square leg out towards young Ahmed, coming in from the square leg boundary. Just reminds me of a young Samit Patel a little bit. He's a Nottingham boy, whereas of course Samit is a Leicester lad. he went the other direction, and he did start at the Nottingham Academy, came to Leicester when he was 13, and generally considered the brightest of bright prospects. Fine young batsman,
yeah.
Good fielder. Hits the glove hard, says Lewis Hill, but his leg spin is pretty consistent, and it'll be really interesting to see on this wicket, which might just give him a little bit more help than that at the Upton Steel County ground the other day. What he gets out of it. 62 for 2 at the end of the first power play.
Aaron Lilly took a wicket in his first over. He's back for his second now, and he's bowling from the pavilion end, or will be, with Yates on 42, Burgess 1. Sun shining here at Edgbaston, with Lilly around the wicket to Yates, who drives that back up to Aaron Lilly, getting turn, and also at this stage seemingly trying to get some variation there, floating some in and then darting others. This one, I think he had quite a bit of float on that one. It's worked away onto the onside, and a single for Yates. He'll move to 43, 63 for 2.
Do you think
the second power play?
Fairly balanced, the first power play. Warwickshire were pleased with 6 and over, but not to have lost 2 wickets. Given
balance is right. If 3, then you might have given it the Foxes. But no, I agree with you. Yeah, balance is right with those 2 wickets down. Lilly again into Burgess this time. Plays back. He's got to be careful there because that spin and turn is getting through to the keeper. There's a slip in for Aaron Lilly. 3 balls left of this over. To his mark again. Round the wicket, in and bowls, driven, real flourish. Oh, and that's up and over with 1, 2, and just 3 bounces before it crosses the rope for a 4. And the offside through wide, long off. So he came at him to attack him on that occasion. But, you know, I'm not too sure Lilly will be that upset about that, because if battle's on, what we've seen so far from 1 or 2 of his deliveries, you've got to be careful and very watchful.
Just trying to think it. No, but Aaron Lilly wasn't at the club when Burgess was, so you won't be familiar with him, but he does like a nice lofted off drive. Michael Burgess played that to perfection.
5 not out. Lilly bowls to him again, goes back, punches into the onside. This is a good battle already. Nice contest.
Stay a bit low, do you think? That
yes, yeah, possibly. But he played back to it and just turned it away onto the onside. Lilly again comes in and bowls, and full and driven back to the bowler, and that's the end of that over. And already I'm looking forward to Lilly's next over. And it's 67 for 2. Burgess on 5, Yates on 43. And this now 11 overs of the 50. And unlike yesterday, he says, famous last words, I think we're going to be okay for the weather today. It's at the moment looking very, very good.
Yeah, forecast is pretty good. Some storms heading into the far southwest, but not until this evening, if the BBC weather forecast is to be believed, which of course it is. Yeah, every ball an event so far in the game. Ed Barnes perhaps looking to steady things down a bit. I'm sure Hill wouldn't mind a few 1 and 2 run overs at this stage. Although if you can pick up another wicket, he'll feel with this inexperienced Warwickshire lineup, they've really got a chance. In goes Barnes and bowls to Yates, who leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. In comes Lilly, the bearded figure of Lilly, sporting his black Leicestershire cap. Black in this form of the white ball game.
Is that Fox's black?
Yeah. It's certainly not a red I've seen any Fox sporting around our neck of the woods recently. In goes Barnes and bowls, thumps into the thigh pad, I think, of Yates as he looked to turn it into the leg side. Is there going to be a signal from umpire Neil? Yes, there is. He raises his left knee, pats it towards the Gores. Umpire Cook at this stage, he's feeling frisky, so he's swapping from square leg to square leg for left-handed and right-handed batsmen. Still got plenty of stamina, Cookie. Perhaps come the end of the game, he'll be less inclined to make the journey, but it's fine at the moment. Edgbaston Square. A lot of cricket being played here at the moment. Looks in pretty good order out there as Barnes is in to the right-handed Burgess. Slightly short, turned out towards mid-wicket, but good work by Lilly. Running to his right, flicks a throw away. It's not accurate, but got the throw away very quickly. That meant Rob Yates backing up, had to retreat back into his ground just in case. 68 for 2.
Lilly's quite keen on telling everybody how good that was, actually, if you noticed there. Look at my arm. Do you see my arm just beautifully through that in?
Yeah. He's a very fine one-day cricketer as Barnes just aborts that run-up. Burgess wasn't quite ready, but of course it was. Lilly, you were talking about events at Trent Bridge last season.
No, I didn't name anybody.
I'm quite happy to name the miscreants in the circumstances. Poor old Lil. In goes Barnes and bowls down the leg side. That will be signalled wide. The arms of umpire Neil were already going out as Burgess flicked at it away in a rather desultory fashion down the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. They have to bowl it again. Ed Barnes, the young Yorkshireman, just establishing himself in the Leicestershire side. Been in and out of the red ball side, but he's been getting his chance. They see something in him. Leicestershire, one of the young Yorkshire seamers from Knaresborough. And he goes and bowls, and almost inside edge, and it could have gone anywhere. Michael Burgess looking to initially force it away into the offside. Just checked the shot, came off the inside edge, went onto the pads, dropped down sort of at his feet, but for a half second he wasn't quite sure where it was. 69 for 2.
I think I recollect Hampshire Championship match earlier this season. I thought he did okay, am I right? I mean, I don't know if he kept it up throughout, but I seem to think to myself that he looked the business there, certainly for a few overs.
In goes Barnes, and it's defended back up the pitch to him, just on the offside by Burgess. Yeah, his first game was at home to Surrey, then, as you say, that freezing game. It was his batting that may have impressed you there. If you remember him saving the follow-on with 17 not out.
Me and my memory, dreadful. But I remember him standing out as a
he did bowl well,
bit
though.
Of something.
He did pick up 4 for 61
Oh, there we are. So
in the only innings. So, but in both with both bat and ball, your memory has not played tricks upon you, Kevin Howells.
Thank goodness for that.
In goes Barnes, and bowls to Burgess, who waits for it, then dabs it down into the offside, calls for the quick single, or perhaps it was Yates calling for the quick single. Either way, both batsmen went straight away, put Patel under a bit of pressure in the covers, and his initial attempt to pick up the ball failed. So in the end, a comfortable single for Warwickshire, who are 70 for 2 after 12 overs.
Busy times for everyone, and nobody's complaining, nobody's asking for any sympathy. The umpires, it struck me, as I've been watching some live cricket, obviously the Royal London One Day Cup, and also watching a little bit of 100 on the TV. The umpires are here, there, everywhere, also up and down the country, round and about, and they're having to move from one format to the other. With Burgess on 6 facing this delivery from Lilly. Start of the next over. Good stop off his own bowling. Well, I thought it was a decent stop. He couldn't quite grab it cleanly and hold on to it. I was travelling a bit, but because of the fact he couldn't just hold on to it, they go through for a single, and the score moves up to 71 for 2 in this 13th over. Lilly bowling his 3rd over. His figures currently read 2.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 10. And he's around the wicket again into the left-handed Yates, who's on 43. Little use of the feet and driven down the ground to the long off boundary. Nice and steady from Yates. Give him anything he can tuck into, and he's found his timing beautifully already this morning. We're only 50 minutes into the game, but equally he can be watchful and just pick up the singles, just the push and runs. It's Burgess on 7 facing Lilly now. Well, they go for the stumping, but I think he's kept his ground. But a delivery which got past the bat, and a terrific delivery from Lilly again. The bells were whipped off nice and quickly. It was a good attempt, but that back foot stayed where it was. And now that the batter, Burgess, has the decency, of course, as a keeper himself, to put it all back together again.
Well, they will be old friends at Michael Burgess and Lewis Hill, so, as you say, he won't want to be stumped by his old friend.
Lilly bowls, leans back and cut that one away in front on the offside. Is there 2? The answer is yes, there is. Burgess to 9, 74 for 2. Finding a nice gap out there. So not so much just the push and run for the single, but you get it past that circle. I mean, we're fairly central, so the boundaries are fairly wide. Not to say because we're not right behind. I'm going to suggest it is to his offside wider. It's a larger area out here for Burgess. With Lilly bowling at the moment from the pavilion end, so he runs away from us to Burgess on 9 not out. Waits for it and punched again. Finds a big enough space to go through for 1 this time. Burgess to 10 and 75 for 2. And this is, this is really good one-day batting. If something's there to be hit, well, fair enough. But if not, just push and runs for the 1s and 2s. Very productive.
That's what Yorkshire did very well in chasing down a very big target against Leicestershire last time out.
Yates is 44 not out. Faces now. Worked straight to the fielder this time. So that's the end of the over. Lilly's gone for 14 runs from his 3 overs. 1 for 14. 75 for 2 after 13 overs of the 50, with Burgess on 10, Yates on 44. So, into the second power play, and there's no racing away, but I'll just say it again, if you can pick up those 1s and 2s, you're doing okay.
Harry Duke and George Hill put on a very big partnership for Yorkshire's 3rd wicket, essentially to win the game. Took them home pretty much, and there's a point Paul Nixon made afterwards that there were very, very few dot balls. It doesn't mean there were very, very few good balls, or plenty of good balls, but they took 1s nearly all the time, 1s and 2s. Kept the fielders under pressure. In goes Barnes and bowls very straight. Nice high left elbow from Burgess as he walks into a forward defensive press, pushing the ball out to Chris Wright at mid-off. No run. Although Leicestershire outscored Yorkshire in terms of boundaries made, numbers of boundaries made, by quite a long distance, with the 1s and 2s that Yorkshire scored pretty much off every ball, it felt like at some stage, which was far in excess of Leicestershire's. Barnes elastic bandage on his left arm, comes in and bowls much fuller this time, and driven out through the gap in the covers. There is a cover on the boundary in the form of Dieter Klein, strong left arm from the South African, Germany international.
If you're watching on the stream, by the way, this takes me back a little bit to the olden days. If you want to know how windy it is, there are 1 or 2 cameras which are not operated manually but automatically, and to look at them shuddering in the strong breeze on the stream at the moment.
Barnes into the left-handed Yates, cuts in the air, he's got it wide of Kimber, who does a good diving stop away to his right, two-handed goalkeeper style, almost saves 2 runs. Good work by Louis Kimber, who's made that position pretty much his own in recent matches. He's a big unit, Louis Kimber, Lincolnshire boy, Loughborough graduate, 6 I think Loughborough graduates in the Leicestershire setup at the moment, but that was really good work, diving away to his right.
That juttering that I'm talking about reminds me of the old days we used to bang the telly to get the picture to settle down. Do you remember that?
Barnes is in and bowls and hit in the air, picked up nicely by Yates over mid-wicket, runs over the boundary for 4, and that is the young man's 50. It's come off 48 deliveries, and he has batted really, really nicely. 50 of 48 deliveries, 8 4s, and that one huge 6 over mid-wicket.
Been controlled, hasn't it? Controlled and measured, and got style to it as well. A bit of power on occasions, a bit of everything. Real joy to watch Yates for that 50 today. Continuation, really, of a very fine season for him.
If he can go on into 3 figures plus, then Warwickshire could be certainly targeting a score of 300. Give the young spinners plenty to bowl at. Got a deep mid-wicket out now, Ed Barnes. He's bowling in swingers to the left-hander. That one is a little bit wider outside off stump, gets up on his toes, plays it firmly out, the gap in the covers out towards Louis Kimber, who's out there at deep extra, comes in and fields, takes a single, Yates. Moves on to 51, 83 for 2. Every scoreboard's different. The electronic scoreboards, of course, seem to be designed differently. Just look and pick up what information you can. You start to learn where everything is. In goes Barnes and bowls. Line and length on off stump, out in towards backward point. Rhodes picks up, hurls the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Yates has to scurry back into his ground just in case. The throw missed anyway. It was backed up by Hill, the skipper. End of the over, the 14th over, that is. Warwickshire 83 for 2.
House entry for Yates. Burgess on 11. He's faced 16 balls for his 11. 83 for 2 then. Lily about, no, we're going to see a change of bowling. And Lily's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14, but we're going to see spin as announced on the public address system. So let's have a look at Rian Ahmed. I've not seen him before. I saw him up at Durham, but he didn't make the 11 in the end for the county select 11 against India, but I'm sure that was a wonderful experience to be in and amongst what was going on there just for 2 or 3 days. So he likes a good warm-up as well. 5 or 6, 7 or 8 deliveries to his teammate just to get him right. Now what we're going to see here, this is going to be interesting. 16-year-old versus Yates, and he powers that one back to the spinner Ahmed, and there will be no run. He is seemingly quite short in stature. There is a little bit of busyness similar to Samit Patel about him, but Yates is having to do up his bootlaces here. Somehow came undone. So he's sporting any rhythm or momentum that Ahmed would want to get going in his first over. As if the busyness is a little bit of nerves and not, but understandable if it is.
So if he's got rhythm after 1 ball, he's doing well, Kevin.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if he wanted to come back in and get going in this over, it's been disrupted. But there'll be a single out into the offside, and there will be 1 run, and the score moves to 80. 4 for 2. Yates to 52. Burgess is on 11, so it's the right-handed bat of Burgess now. No slips, they're all sent around the inside of the circle. Outside of the circle, you've got a man at deep extra cover and at, well, I was going to say square leg on the boundary, but, well, and they're going back there now. And also at mid-wicket. In fact, 3 now out on this, 4 out on this leg side. In front of square, we've got also a long on. And he's in and bowls, squeezed out onto that onside, but the keeper himself will have to go and chase that. And there will be 1 more to the total, and the score moves to 85 for 2. Burgess on 12, Yates on 52. You've got an update to do in a moment. And
yeah, they're timed. They're timed at 3 minutes past. So carry on.
Just one more delivery then from him. Ahmed in bowls and plays back. A good delivery, but Yates was mindful and watchful. Push for no run. Square, 85 for 2.
I think you'll get us safely through to the end of the over. I wouldn't want to miss your vivid description of this first over. I'm
so nervous about appearing on news bulletins. Next delivery, and that one is hammered away, but along the ground for a single. Got a little bit behind that did Yates, and he moves to 53. 86 for 2. We've got 1 ball left to this. It's over. For those that aren't aware, I got caught out one day whilst working in Manchester and appeared on Radio Manchester's news bulletin. This one's pushed for no run. Oh, this could be trouble here for Yates. Has to get back into his ground, and he does so. Well, that was almost an eventful finish, but 86 for 2. Burgess on 12, Yates on 53. 15 overs gone, and I don't want to appear on any news bulletin using the words as I did. What do you mean, fish fingers? And that's all they heard.
Well, I mean, look, way to make an impact.
Yeah.
But,
what do you mean, fish fingers?
You'll be okay today. George Rhodes is going to come on for his first bowl of the day. He'll be the 6th bowler used already by Leicestershire. And with a run rate of around 6 and over, they just want to try and keep a lid on it. And the slower bowlers are making it harder to score. Burgess and Yates have now added 33 for the 3rd wicket. So we'll burst into a brief salvo for BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM in much the same way that Richard is currently updating listeners to BBC Radio Leicester. Welcome aboard if you're with Sports Extra or via the live stream today, as Rhodes' first delivery round the wicket, bowling off spin, is hit on the full out to long off by Rob Yates. They think about 2, but there's only a single, and that takes the score to 87 for 2. And Yates now to 54. Rhodes, the former Worcestershire all-rounder, comes in off about half a dozen paces. Decides that he wants long on back and long off in. Trudging inside 30-yard circle comes Hill. And this is hit deep by Burgess. He could be in trouble. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire just losing their 3rd wicket as Michael Burgess has holed out at long on off the bowling of George Rhodes in his first over. They're 87 for 3 and in danger of not making the most of the continued good form of Rob Yates, who's looked in very good order. He's on 54, reaching his half-century off 48 balls, but wickets have fallen regularly. Warwickshire 87 for 3 in the 16th over. So there's the challenge where the live report comes at the moment, where the wicket falls, but Burgess there.
How good were you? Almost as good as the dismissal there for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I mean, Burgess there taking on long on when long off has come in, and ultimately, not the smartest of shots in truth, be comfortable catch taken in the outfield. Burgess gone for 12, and that's the 3rd Leicestershire bowler, Kevin, that's taken a wicket in their first over today.
It is. And you did all that, and you even remember that bit as well. And it just makes you wonder if perhaps Warwick should be better just settling in and seeing what's going on out there instead of that, because it looked a bit soft in the end, didn't it? You know, he got something on it, but he got nowhere near enough, and he would have known that from the moment he left the bat. And a catch out in the deep. The only thing that could have saved him was a little gust of wind getting up at just the right time to somehow throw it just a little bit off for Lilly. But Lilly got into a good position, took the catch well, and 3 wickets down. And as you rightly say, Yates going along very nicely on 54, but he needs people to stay out there for a little bit with him.
somebody else to play in innings. So Lilly with a very well taken catch, well judged. They crossed, so Yates will push forward defensively. This not being the 100, you're allowed to stay at the other end once you've crossed. Interesting adjustment to the laws of the game, that one. Kind of has a certain logic to it, but anyway. Here's Yates off the back foot, clipping the ball off his pads for another single. He's to 55, which at the moment is the lowest of his 3 scores in this year's competition. In that missed the first game due to county select duty, and then has subsequently scored 103 against Nottinghamshire and 60 against Derbyshire. Now unbeaten on 55. Kevin will be back in around half an hour from now, when Richard takes a full break, but he's about to return as Lamb is forward to his first ball. And it comes off, I think, his pad and squirts out behind square, where Buns does the fielding from point, and there's no run. Lamb will feel that he's in need of a score, I think, in this competition, and he's forward, well forward, to kill any turn there from Rhodes. And it's defended back down the wicket. 88 for 3, run rate's decent, but I think with the wickets that have fallen and the fact that the Warwickshire batting order isn't the longest, there are talented young players in Bethel and Brooks to come, but then a bit of a tail. I think Leicestershire will be very pleased with what they've achieved so far from their day, as Richard Ray returns. And I feel I should make this point. He's in his shorts today. He's decided that the Birmingham weather is going to stay clement enough for the shorts.
I'm in my shorts from April the 1st. It's been the way of it. A full toss from Ahmed there that is reaches Yates fairly low actually, and he plays it firmly but without overdue aggression down too long on for a single. That was an odd shot from Birch. He got that one badly wrong, didn't he? Knew straight away.
I mean, whether he was hoping to go over mid-off and close the face, or whether there was a bit of turn that carried it, but it was never going far enough. I don't think he timed it, and it was a very comfortable catch to the one fielder that was stationed out there. So, but whatever else we'd say about it, the shot selection wasn't brilliant.
It wasn't. Michael goes for 12, and as you say, 3 down before we get to 100. Ahmed is in, drops a little bit short, goes back. Lamb forces out to the offside. The sprawling Rhodes can't make the stop at short extra, which means that Lilly has to run around to his right down there on the deep extra cover boundary and clean up behind him. Lamb is off the mark with a single. 94-3. Yates, a lot of responsibility on him now. Ahmed goes in and bowls him a gorgeous googly that bounces and leaves him and beats him to the wide. I don't think he picked it, not sure, but that one was a super delivery. Oof.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide, looking again between googly and top spinner, either way.
In he goes
outside edge.
And bowls, and forward this time goes Yates. He says he has a googly. Still very early days to be picking it from my point of view. In he goes and bowls. That one was their leg spinner. Came back in a little bit and retreating rather. Yates pushes firmly out into the offside. He doesn't look particularly at ease against the youngster at the moment, who's enjoying a little bit of pace in the pitch. That one bounces and moves away from the left-hander, but it's short. And as a result, he can get up on his toes and cut it away, and does, plays it very well. Disappointing end to what was a very interesting over from Rehan Ahmed. And always disappointing when you come out of it by conceding 4. He's bowled his 2 overs, I think, for 9 runs now, but there's definitely something there for him.
Well, he's great fun to watch. I mean, that last ball was the googly, but he has dropped it too short. It's a cracking shot, to be fair, for Yates to time it as well behind square, but he's such an exciting young bowler to watch, Rehan Ahmed. We've got another 8 overs of this to watch. I'm really, really pleased that we're getting the chance to see him today. You'll see a good slow left armer as a teenager, and Jacob Bethel later as well. As George Rhodes bowls, and that's going to come off the edge of Yates' bat past Swindles. They'll come through for 2. Pretty sure he got contact on that. I think about 3, but that was never on. No signal from the umpire that suggested anything other than an edge and an opportunity potentially for Swindles. 96 for 3, Lamb to 3.
I think it flicked his gloves as well, Swindle, so I suppose you have to say, strictly speaking,
Lamb just covers up the next delivery.
a chance.
Pushes it out to the offside. Looked like it was the ball that went on with the arm from George Rhodes. The second delivery was gun barrel straight as well. As he's into Lamb, who drives, wasn't really at the pitch of the ball there. He's reaching for it as he pushes it back down the wicket to Rhodes, who's going to come round the wicket now for the second half of the over. Off a couple of paces, and Lamb just stabs it round the corner. Swindles is quick to get there, so no prospect of a run. Lewis Hill taking a position a bit closer in now. He's having a look from short mid-wicket to keep an eye on events. As Lamb finds a little bit more room through square leg this time to gather a single. He is to 4, and the score to 97 for 3. But we certainly know that the slower bowlers, the spinners, are causing some problems here. And I think that's going to be the story throughout the course of the day. Could make it very interesting indeed. Ball with a bit of drift in towards the batsman to complete the over from Rhodes, and Yates is happy enough to play that defensively. So they've dragged the scoring rate back, Leicestershire, through taking regular wickets, but also through the control that the slower bowlers have afforded Lewis Hill. 97 for 3 after 18.
I feel that they can pick up Yates, who's 60 now. They've really got a chance of restricting Warwickshire to an attainable total. 32 overs left in the innings yet. Sounds like they're calling him Ray, which I approve of, understandably, I think. Rehan Ahmed still looking for his first team wicket. Is in and bowls. He's not going to get it with that one, which is down the leg side and short, and Lamb suspiciously steps inside it, tries to sort of help it on its way down to short fine leg, where Chris Wright doesn't get anything on it. It is signalled wide by, I'm sure, a very interested umpire, Cook, who Rayman is in. Forward, that's a much better line and length. Forward went Lamb, defending it. Down the pitch on the onside, Ed Barnes, who's at short-ish mid-wicket, on the push, comes in and picks up, throws it back to Ahmed, who is in forward and almost taking his bottom hand off the bat there, Lamb, as he defends it one again, exuding suspicion from every pore at the moment. Lamb, does he prefer Matthew or
Matt? He tends to be
Matty.
Matt, yeah.
Matt.
Just Matt, yeah.
Matt Lamb. In goes Ahmed, bowls, little bit short, but again goes back and sort of thinking about working it, but it turned a little bit away from him, and in the end rather shoveled it back down the pitch, Lamb. Ahmed tossing the ball, spinning the ball from hand to hand, is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Lamb, and this time plays it with slightly more confidence as he pushes it to the vacant point area. And Lilly comes in, not quite off the boundary, because that, as Kevin said, is the long side of the pitch today. Probably about 75, 80 yards as into the left-hander goes Rehan Ahmed, bowls, and back goes Yates and cuts firmly. The ball's coming back in to him, but he gave himself room. It was slightly short of a length, out towards backward point. It went, a run is taken, and that, as you can tell from the applause and perhaps from the slightly distorted announcer on the megaphone, brings in up the 100, outside off stump and looking to wristily cut it away, cuts it down into the ground and stopped on the bounce by slip. On that occasion, Lamb looking a little uneasy, just finding his way at the moment, but he's still there. He is on 5. Yates looking thoroughly at ease, is on 61. 100 for 3 Warwickshire. After 19 overs, the innings is in the balance still, and I suspect will be for a while.
And quite a long tail for Warwickshire. That's one thing that will concern them. I think it's reasonable to assume that at this point Matt Lamb isn't reading what Rehan Ahmed is doing. He bowls at a really good pace, Rehan Ahmed, and gets a lot more bounce than you might expect from a leg spinner. As the first ball of Rhodes over is very full, driven with no timing out into the offside by Yates and fielded by Hill. An extra cover.
I just wonder whether we do with an extra 6 inches of height, or I don't know, to get a bit more. I don't know.
I mean, Rashid's not a tall man, is he?
No, true.
Rhodes is now driven up towards mid-on. Again, no timing from Yates, who's having a lull and a little bit of almost a rebuild, having reached his half-century for the 3rd time in 3 outings in this competition. He'll want to go on to make a big score if the Bears are going to put something truly competitive on the board here. There's enough help for the spinners to suggest that it's not a 300 day necessarily. As he looks to sweep, there's an appeal. They'll come through for a single, and he's got some bat on that. Must have been some under edge, because it's another run to Rob Yates. He's to 62, 101 for 3. Rhodes has settled in very well. He's always can't make his mind up which way to go for Lamb. He looked like he was going back over the wicket, and now he decides, no, I'm going to go round the wicket. So right arm round to a right-handed batsman, and that's a lovely extra cover drive from Matt Lamb. And just using the angle of the delivery, there's a chase on the boundary, but the ball is going to beat Dieter Klein out there, and Lamb has his first 4, and it was entirely the angle of the delivery that gave him that opportunity.
Yeah, best shot he's played so far. And that'll boost his confidence. 9 of 14 for him. Didn't try and overhit it. Just wide of the diving Patel.
He's more comfortable against the orthodox spin. I think that would be fair to point out. Been a very enjoyable first 75 minutes of cricket. There's been a lot going on as Lamb turns the next delivery off his pads as the line was adjusted by Rhodes, but it gave him a different release. Goes to 10. Lamb 106 for 3. Rhodes and Burgess before him have got into double figures without really progressing the way they would have liked. And Yates, Yates is launching this over long on. It's going back and deep, about 9 rows deep. And that is a tremendous strike from Yates, who, after a rather calm spell, has just picked his moment. And unlike Burgess, he picks the boundary where there isn't a fielder in the deep. It takes a lot of the risk out, and he caught it sweetly. He's up to 68. Another impressive knock that's building from Rob Yates. 112 for 3.
As you say, that was the shot that maybe Burgess was looking to play, but he picked his both bowler but also the delivery and the fielder as well. Made sure there was no one down there and hit it beautifully. It wouldn't matter if there had been. It cleared long gone by 10, 12 feet, maybe more. Maybe, as you say, 10 rows back. But super pickup. Played with real authority. Looks a super player. Ahmed is in and bowling on off stump. Lamb stretches forward, just plays it slightly wide, defends it slightly wide of Rhodes, looks up, sees that Yates has already seen that there's a run to be taken, responds, and the comfortable single is taken, and Warwickshire just have picked up the momentum again here. Lamb 11, Yates 68, 87 for 3 when Burgess holed out, as he did, and that one is a good delivery from Rehan Ahmed that is just pushed by Yates out to Barnes in the covers. Into his 4th over now, none for 13. In and bowls, cut away, and that's going to run away for 4 as well. And his head just drops a little bit there, Rehan Ahmed. Just a little bit too short. Sometimes that's what he's doing when he bowls either the top spinner or the googly. He just seems to drop it a little bit short, especially to the left-hander.
Interesting with Yates there, we often think of wristy batsmen as flicking through behind square on the leg side, but the wristy way that he adjusts the angles of his cut shots is really unusual.
Ahmed is in, bowls to him again. It's a little bit short, but it is the leg spinner, and although he goes back ready to cut it away, comes back in a bit to him, has to dig it out rather, out into the offside. Didn't get up too high. He's going to have a go around the wicket. Rehan Ahmed is in and bowls again a little bit short. Back goes Yates. Follows him, the delivery, the leg spinner. Plays it forcefully, but only as far as mid-off, where Hill is the fielder. Has a word with his young charge, who whips through his overs at a fair old rate, is in, tosses that one up, it's lifted down to long on, that could be out, should be out, is out, it's caught by Marcus Harris at long on, and Rehan Ahmed has his first wicket for Leicestershire, and what a wicket it is as well. Rob Yates playing so well in this game, but he has holed out in the manner of Michael Burgess before him too long on. Harris had a bit of ground to make up to the ball and was almost on his knees when he took the ball. Very fine 72 from Rob Yates, and a big round of applause for him, but he looked hugely disappointed. Rehan Ahmed doesn't. He's picked up his first wicket for Leicestershire's first team, and what a wicket.
Yeah, I'm finding it really hard to explain that shot to myself. I mean, why is he taking on the man in the deep there when he's so well set? We're not even halfway through the 50 overs that Leicestershire have got to bowl, and he's in a position where he could make 140, 150 here, and he's picked out the fielder. Harris just about made the ground to make it comfortable enough for himself sliding down, and now we're into players who yet to establish themselves to play any serious innings in senior cricket yet. Now, it may well be that Jacob Thill or Ethan Brooks go on to make a good score today, but it's made it all the more difficult for Warwickshire to set a good target. And I'm not going to criticise what he's done in compiling 72. It was a really attractive innings, but I can't understand the way he's got out at all.
Now, those last two dismissals will leave a few Warwickshire supporters scratching their heads, but Rehan Ahmed, congratulated by all his teammates there. He will be buzzing now. And didn't pick up a wicket against Yorkshire, obviously, because this is his first wicket, although he bowled all 10 overs. Came close on a few occasions, but well done, young man. It is a moment that he will remember for a long, long time, and will be forever grateful to Marcus Harris. To have an Australia international underneath it must have been reassuring. Only just got there, Harris. Might just have held up a little bit in the breeze. 117 for 4.
Start with you over, wasn't it? Sorry, I was just...
For you.
Oh, for me. Oh, yes. No, you're right. Rhodes coming around the wicket. I've lost track altogether. And because the batsman had crossed, it was Bethel on strike who drives it through extra cover for a single. I got lost in the excitement there. I don't particularly set out to be critical. When batsmen get out, they get out for all sorts of reasons. We've seen a couple of great deliveries to get rid of Pollock and Rhodes earlier today. I just didn't quite understand the process there. And really pleased for the 16-year-old to get his first wicket, though, as Rhodes is in and is defended into the leg side by Lamb, who now has to take on the role of senior batsman with a teenager in Bethel at the other end for him.
Tweets of congratulation already coming in for Rehan.
Rhodes once more 2 paces, thick inside edge behind square on the leg side. Wright comes across to do the fielding. Lamb will get another single. He's on 12, 119 for 4.
Jake DMT on Twitter. Mike Jelfs also, what a talented bowler. Congratulations on first of hopefully very many wickets.
Well, I think that's a very good possibility for sure, as Bethel turns it into the leg side and there's no run. It's just you're always a little bit wary about putting too much on the shoulders of a young spinner, because you see them come and go, but there's a buzz about him. There's an energy about his bowling which is really encouraging. Rhodes flights that one a little bit, and Bethel doesn't really get to the pitch but plays it with soft hands out into the offside, and Hill fields. It feels like an event with each ball that Rehan Ahmed is bowling.
He's not afraid to try his variations either, is he? And he does appear to have them.
And this competition perhaps allows that as well. Maybe affords that possibility. Again, very well flighted by Rhodes, a little fuller. And Bethel is able to clip it through mid-wicket for his second run. 120 for 4 Warwickshire then, after 22 of their 50 overs. And it's the likes now of Jacob Bethel and Ethan Brooks, who's the next man due in, who've got to use this opportunity now to put runs on the board in a first-team game for the first time. Significant runs, that is, rather than
they have
a dozen here or a dozen there. Yeah,
they had
time.
22 overs. There are 28 overs remaining in the innings. Leicestershire sniffing an opportunity here. The left-handed Bethel is going to be on strike to Rehan Ahmed, his black cricket trousers fluttering in the breeze, tossing the ball from hand to hand. He has the slip in. Rishi Patel's in there at slip. Hill busily arranging his field. Kimber goes a little squarer, a deep square. Round the wicket goes Ahmed and bowls. Bethel is forward, determinedly, deliberately. Big stretch, pushing it out towards George Rhodes, who's at a straightish short mid-wicket, trying to cover both mid-on and mid-wicket, really, as Ahmed is in. Tosses that one up, and Rhodes again in the game, as it is clipped firmly on the move by Bethel, but only again as far as Rhodes. Ahmed is in and bowls on to middle and off. Forward went Bethel. No great turn on that occasion, or indeed bounce, pushed out into the offside. Ed Barnes comes running in, blowing on his hands, the Yorkshireman, as he picks that one up. Ahmed is in, tosses that one up, and it's driven out towards Barnes, who falls away to his right, then slaps the ground in annoyance, because all he did was, he should have taken it cleanly in 2 hands away to his right. All he did was shovel it a few feet to his right, and it meant that Bethel could take a single, and did. The right-handed Matt Lamb on strike then. Patel, interestingly, comes straight out of slip to mid-wicket. Drops a little bit short, it's going a long way down the leg side. Appeals for leg before. Harry Swindles, excuse me, immediately went up after Matt Lamb had missed the sweep. It stayed a little bit low, went underneath his bat, but it was going a good few inches down the leg side. Top spinner or googly, in he goes, tosses that one up outside off stump, conventional leg spin. He went for the drive, slapped it down into the ground rather, so just the single from the over, but again an interesting over from Rehan Ahmed, who is now got his first Leicestershire wicket, marches proudly out towards his position at, where is he going to be, backward square. Backward point, because it's going to be the left-handed Bethel on strike. 1-2-1 for 4.
It's quite interesting actually seeing the battle between Ahmed and Bethel. It's only 9.5 months between them. Bethel is a 17-year-old. Ahmed's still just 16 until next month. What are the young combinations you're going to see out on the pitch this season, as Rhodes is driven by Bethel, who comes down the wicket but has to drive more in defence than anything else. Rather unnecessarily powerful throw from Lilly to the wicketkeeper, who had to dive to take it after it nearly cut Bethel in half and just missed the top of one of the stumps as well. I don't think that was quite what Aaron Lilly intended. There's a little hand of apology to Swindles now, who's done well to get there. Bethel driving, trying to get it past the right hand of Lewis Hill. That's a good stop by the Fox's skipper. Gets a firm right paw on it and defends, as Richard's off to do a report and take his break as well in this morning session. One that's gone well for Leicestershire with the 4 wickets that they've taken. They had the better of this start. Down the track again comes Bethel, but in defence just turns it towards mid-wicket. Dieter Klein is having a break from boundary riding and does the fielding. 121 for 4. Rhodes in once more, and there's an appeal for LBW, and it's been given. There was a bit of thought from the umpire, but Rhodes has his second wicket and Bethel is gone for 3. It looked to have some merit just looking at the replay, and that does look like it's very much a fair decision, as you would expect from the umpire. Rhodes coming round the wicket to the left-hander. He's been willing to give the ball a fair bit of flight, and that would have, I think it would have hit middle. So 121 for 5 are Warwickshire. Bethel is gone for 3, and George Rhodes is having a very useful from the Birmingham end. He gets his second wicket. And Ethan Brooks will come to the wicket now, the last of the recognised batsmen, of course still very, very inexperienced at this level. Warwickshire are going to find it hard, I think, to put a very competitive score on the board, whilst accepting that with the amount of help, not a huge turn, but enough to keep the slower bowlers interested. It could well be that the Bears spinners will have a major part to play in this game, but 121 for 5 are Warwickshire. Just to remind you, you can also choose to listen to the Durham-Gloucestershire game, that one being played up at North Marine Road in Scarborough, and Durham are going very well, 143 without loss in the 25th over against Gloucestershire, with Clark on 85 and Lees on 53. The BBC Cricket homepage will steer you towards that game if you want to listen to Durham against Gloucestershire. At 2, you'll also be able to get Essex against Worcestershire. That's a day-night game at Chelmsford. And on Sports Extra from 2:55, London Spirit against the Trent Rockets. The women's game up first at Lords, followed by the men's game at 6:30. As Kevin Howells sits alongside. Rhodes about to continue, and bowling now to Ethan Brooks is on the back foot and nicely guides this square on the offside through point for a single. Klein with a low throw that hops twice along the deck. Brooks off the mark, 122 for 5, and Leicestershire going rather nicely here in the field, Kevin.
Yeah, disappointment obviously see Yates get out like that.
Flighted up, Lamb will look to drive, good fielding and a throw at the stumps, and it's hit the leg stump. Leicestershire appealing to suggest that Lamb hadn't got his bat back in time, and the umpire says no, he did. It was very, very close. Looking at the stream, it was very, very close, but he gets the benefit of any doubt, would be my suggestion there. 122 for 5 at the end of the 24th over.
I'm wondering if that bat was grounded. What do you think? Back and in?
I'd love to see it from square.
Yeah, no, that's a very good one. We were seeing it from straight on.
Yeah, but you could well be right. Whether
it was very, well, sorry, you've said it, but very, very close. And I think that the side on might have made that look out. But anyway, it's not. And we're going to see Ahmed bowling his 6th over in bowls and pushed into the offside by Brooks for a single. 123 for 5. Continues to be very breezy. Blue skies predominantly. There's some nice white puffy clouds around, but they're high and not at all threatening at this stage. And Leicestershire will believe that they're doing a very good job at containing Warwickshire here. Lamb's on 12. He's facing his next delivery. That's a nice drive, but it'll just be for 1 again out towards the cover boundary. So he moves to 13 and 124 for 5 now in this Royal London One Day Cup. And we're in the group stage, early stages, but both these teams would love to somehow sort of pick up a momentum of getting a few victories. That one is played behind square on the offside by Brooks, but straight to the field, and no chance of dashing through for a single there. Ahmed gets through his overs quickly, as spinners often do. Back to his mark, nice to come in quite quickly. Passed up by Newell, bowls full. Oh, and that's in the air over the top of slip. Well, how did that take off quite the way that it did? I think probably off the bat, but we'll take another look at the replay of that. But it looped high and well wide in the end of slip. But interest for Ahmed again, and the score with a single moves to 125 for 5. He's got 2 deliveries left of this over. Yes, in actual fact, I think maybe into the ground and up and over, but either way it's not out. It's pushed square on the offside by Lamb. He'll move to 14, 126 for 5. And the theme of what we've got here, either way, Leicestershire in the way they're bowling, things are happening. It's a busy game. 1 delivery left of the 25th over. Halfway through will be at the allocation of 50 at that stage, of course, with a single push square on the offside by Brooks. So he moves to 4. And the score of 127 for 5, with Rhodes 2 for 21. Let's see if he continues in a moment or two's time. But it's a ground which is covered with the slogan of every ball counts. Well, at the moment it's busy enough here in the 50 overs as well, and some of the boards actually having to be retrieved. They're blowing away in the gusty winds actually looking at it. But here we're with the Royal London One Day Cup, and as I say, it's an eventful game.
Yes, I mean, that slogan will irk many a cricket fan. I think it's reasonable to say. I've rarely seen a 4-day game where every ball doesn't count, and maybe after tea on the final day when you're only in the third innings. But other than that, as Rhodes continues and pushing forward in defence is Brooks. Rhodes fields in his follow-through, no run, 127 for 5. The breeze still fairly brisk from left to right as we look out towards the Birmingham end. Once more Brooks forward in defence. The Bears have got to recalibrate somewhat here, 5 wickets down, and with the bowlers to come. These two need to occupy time as much as anything, need to get certainly beyond the 40 over mark if they can, and that will not be easy against Leicester's slower bowlers who've bowled really beautifully so far. Brooks again well forward and defends out into the offside. Hill does the fielding. Lewis Hill's got an interesting decision to make really about how much of Rehan Ahmed he uses in one go, whether he feels he needs to save some overs for later or whether he just tries to keep the pressure on. He's certainly causing problems as Brooks takes a very sharp single up towards mid-off, and mid-off, I think arguably there Marcus Harris was a bit slow to realise what was going on there, because that was a tight single if he got to the ball quickly.
Yeah, and probably went to the right end with the throw, but if he'd actually been sharper it would have been the closer throw he was on.
I think he was on his heels, but nonetheless a risky run. I think I sense that the Bears innings has got a little bit out of sorts. Lamb very much the senior batsman now, and will know he's got to bat long, so very sensibly keeping the ball along the deck as he drills it up towards long on. He's got 15, 129 for 5. What is a good score? Oh, it's very, very hard to judge, but from where they are now, the first thing that the Bears want to do is get beyond 200 and try and bat out the 50 overs.
You're 250, aren't you? You're looking at 250.
Yeah, they'll be glad if they get there.
Yeah, I agree.
From where they are at the moment, Brooks with a thick outside edge that squirts out into the covers, and there's no run. Rhodes has gone very well so far. These two have bowled in tandem for the last 12 overs, and they've taken 3 for 40 odd between them. It's 129 for 5. Nifty work from the umpire there as the ball's returned at the end of the over. Nick Cook, who in the championship game at New Road between Worcestershire and Warwickshire was in I wouldn't call it a flippant mood, but given that he's 65, is it his final year? I've got a feeling it might be. He is 65, but he seems to be wanting to enjoy every single moment of it.
Don't tell me it's his final year. I love Nick Cook. Lamb's on 15, driven. And that could get... No, it won't. It won't get the better of the fielder out there on the offside. It'll just be 2. Perhaps didn't quite get the sharpest of timings, but he found the gap well enough for a couple of runs. Moves to 17, 131 for 5. So the answer to that earlier question is Ahmed is continuing to bowl. He's into his 7th over. And he's bowling from this pavilion end. And bowling to Lamb, who's 17 off 25 deliveries. Brooks at the non-strikers end of the moment, sitting on 5. And it's the 27th over of the innings, and that one smothered more than anything really into the offside by Lamb, so we won't get anything there. It's a dot ball. But this is encouraging, very encouraging for the Foxes. As we see the next ball bowled, full and driven. And that time it does get better timing, and that means that's the difference between the earlier one, which was 2, and that one, which is a boundary. 4 runs for Warwickshire and 4 runs for Lamb.
He's just over-pitched a couple of times in this over, Rehan Ahmed. The first one, Lamb didn't time because it got a bit close to him. That time was always going for 4. I don't know, incidentally, whether Nick Cook finishes this year, but just age-wise, I'm not sure what the regulations are now, but it tended to be that it was retirement age, wasn't it?
But his retirement age 65 now.
That's a fair point as well.
Next delivery turned away onto the one side, and that will be Lamb picking up a single. Then he moves to 22, 136 for 5. I know that we're probably both in the same position. The retirement will come when we finally get to meet St. Peter at the gates. But I think legally, I'm not too sure. It's going up to 67, if not there already at some point, isn't it? Brooks is on 5. That's the more important thing right now. And this one's pushed to mid-off. There will be No run. I can't help but chuckle to myself as we commentate on the Royal London. That's a discussion they won't want to hear on the 100. 136 for 5, 1 ball left to the 7th over, and I did mean that lightheartedly, everybody, please. He'll get a single on the onside, and that's the end of that over. Ahmed's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 31. I think I got there just in time before the board changed over there. So Lamb's on 22, Brooks on 6, 137 for 5, ticking along here, but you know, looking at that Warwickshire attack, they'll look at their attack and think they could perhaps replicate what Leicestershire are causing in terms of problems here with their bowling.
Yeah, well, again, the slower bowlers, Bettle and Carver, are the main two. Rob Yates with his off-spinners. Matt Lamb, who, despite the fact he's 8.5 years the senior of Rehan Ahmed, is in his first year bowling leg spin at this level. And there is a quirk about, I don't know whether you've seen Matt Lamb's run up yet.
I have. Oh, yeah.
When I say there's a quirk, there are several quirks about it.
We loved it. Yeah.
And it sells the fielders sometimes as well, which is even more curious. As Rhodes begins his 7th over and the first ball is steered towards mid-wicket, he starts as if he's going to bowl seam for his first 2 paces and then stops dead, which if you're walking in is a real problem because you're almost on top of the batsman if you carry on. Next ball is clipped to a rather squarer part of the pitch, rather than mid-wicket, so deep square leg comes in to do the fielding. Louis Kimber, who's very agile in the field, and they go through for a comfortable single. Ethan Brooks to 7, 138 for 5.
My analogy was me walking into the kitchen and forgetting what I'd got in there for. So you walk 2 steps and think, what did I come here for? And then you go again.
Next delivery is on middle and leg, defended by Lamb back up the wicket. He's halfway towards that very popular, is it a meme or a gif of Homer Simpson walking into the bar, hanging his coat up, picking it up and walking straight back out. You think that Matt Lamb's going to do that, but no. He's certainly improving in terms of the art. As now he drives the ball towards mid-wicket along the deck to Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper, who picks up.
Has he spoken about it? You asked him about
Yeah.
Oh, tell me more.
I know I will. I talked to him at Worcester after he'd had quite a surprisingly long spell. As he drives the ball up towards long on for a single, 139 for 5. Lamb goes to 23. He said he was having problems with no balls, which when you're bowling leg spin is not ideal. So this was a way of trying to cure it, and it's become a habit, and he can't break the habit. So I don't think going forward he necessarily wants to keep on doing it, but at the moment he can't get out of it. Brooks wanting to beat the short mid-wicket, he can't. Patel does the fielding, and it was Ahmed who does the fielding, and there's no run. 28 overs gone. The rebuild is Lamb and Brooks. They've added 18 for the 6th wicket, and in a shameless way I should point out, while Ethan Brooks is at the crease, that the most recent episode of the Bears Pod Blast, which is available via BBC Sounds, features Ethan and Henry Brooks.
Oh, yes.
There's a bit of brotherly rivalry on the quiz, so...
Okay.
Yeah, and really great tales from their back garden.
You enjoying doing that? I imagine you are.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Ollie Hannon Dolby is our co-host. All episodes from this year and previous years are available to download, but really good stuff this year. Jake Lintott, who described by Carlos Brathwaite as the Jamie Vardy of cricket, because he's come late to prominence. Yeah.
All right, let's leave it there.
yeah, exactly. Before any lawyers get involved. And Carlos Brathwaite himself, Ollie and I barely speak in that episode. Carlos is beyond fascinating. So
that's great stuff.
Yeah, do download it if you get the chance.
So it's Dieter Klein coming back on. It is 4 overs, made a start, a very good start. Took a wicket, 2nd ball of the game, and his left arm in and bowls, and that's driven by Lambert, more or less straight to the fielder, net off, no run. So 139 for 5, 1 for 22 Klein's figures, and as I say, made an immediate impact at the start of the game. And Pollock was bowled. It was a Yorker delivery, 2 stumps out of the ground, looking for another wicket for himself and for his team. Pushed in front of square on the offside by Lamb on this occasion. He moves to 24. I'd love to see him come down the track in a similar fashion with the bat in his hand, just a couple of yards down, stop, and then go again. That would throw the spinner or whoever's coming into bowl. That'd be wonderful.
Throw the spinner. I'm not sure it'd be great for his longevity at the crease.
Maybe not. No, 140 for 5. And it's Brooks now facing. He's on 7 not out. And maybe a slower ball, a shorter delivery, which Brooks shapes as if he wanted to work away onto the onside, but he doesn't do so. So another dot ball. A balding figure of Dieter Klein, bowling from the pavilion end, with Brooks sitting on 7 not out from 16 deliveries. And we're in the 29th over of the 50. Klein in again, full and driven, but to the fielder, Lilly, fielding at extra cover. No run, so can't get it away. Looking for the gaps if they can be found, but at the moment, to be honest, I think Klein, is bowling very well, and perhaps both Brooks and Lamb will just be mindful of the fact that they've got 5 wickets down. Just take a little bit of time and care here. Could be a good day for Klein. He's around the wicket again, in the bowls and falls sharp. Variations here of pace and length and asking real questions here. I'm liking this from Klein today. He's got 1 delivery left of his 5th over. His figures of 1 for 23 at the moment. Ball back in hand again. Field is well spread. Outside of the circle, a backward square leg. Cover point boundary and down at 3rd man, and fine leg down the leg side. Oh, that's not the best. And Klein, I think, has got his head in his hands there because of the fact that it went down the leg side, as opposed to perhaps thinking that the batter might just very nearly got a little bit of a nick on it. But either way, I think it's because he thought that wasn't his best. 141 for 5. And again he turns. He doesn't have the longest of run-ups, quite short. Bowls a shorter ball, again down leg side, another leg side wide. So I'm not too sure what he's trying to do here.
He doesn't necessarily at the moment need to be trying anything too different, really. Ethan Brooks is a very inexperienced first-team player. This is his highest List A score, and he's only on 7. So I'm not quite sure why he's trying quite as many variations.
Can't get out of the over. Last ball again. Bit of width. This time it's on the off stump and not costly. Didn't have a lot of pace to the delivery and just whacked into the ground and straight to the fielder. So eventually we get to that end of the 29th over. 142 for 5. Lamb on 24, Brooks on 7.
Over rate, as you might expect, with a lot of spin so far, has been very good. Aaron Lilly is going to come on. So after that 14 over spell of Ahmed and Rhodes, both are changed in quick succession. If it wasn't for the breeze, which at times has got a tiny bit gusty, it would be a lovely day for watching cricket, and plenty of people at the far end are in the sunny area, loads in the members as well. It's a very decent crowd for this competition, and what they're seeing is some good competitive cricket. Lilly bowled 3 overs earlier on, did take a wicket with a beauty of a delivery. He's driven towards extra cover, and Matt Lamb will feel he's missed out there because he's met that on the full, and if he got it half a yard either side of the fielder, it would have been flashing for 4, but he's hit it straight at Patel, who rings out his right hand there. As the next delivery comes in, it's pushed wide of Patel for a comfortable single. Lamb to 25, 143 for 5.
Shirt sleeves, I think, isn't it? Richard, for the supporters out there. So I would just wonder if the gusty bit is not so great of the wind, but I just wonder if it's actually keeping it quite pleasant.
You have to watch days like this for your tan as well. You're going to want your cream on, you want your lotion on, because the breeze will catch you if you're not careful. As this is driven by Brooks, and again he's picked out the fielder at extra cover, just as Lamb did earlier in the over. And Lilly gets away with on. Interesting that he's bowling round the wicket, Lilly, to the right-handers. Brooks onto the back foot, and that's nicely guided backward of square for a single. He's to 8, 144 for 5. So it's a really important opportunity for Ethan Brooks here to give himself the chance to bat for 20 overs. Get a score on the board. Show that he belongs at this level. There's counties all around the country that are giving young cricketers this off, giving firmly up to long off for another single. 145 for 5. There's plenty of players who are getting back into form with this competition. You look at the runs that Nick Gubbins has been making. Thick inside edge on this drive from Brooks. That goes up to Hill. at straight mid-wicket, end of the over. So that's 30 gone, isn't it? Yeah, 30 overs, 145 for 5, 20 to go. Not a lot of batting to come in terms of pre-board. I think, you're right, Kevin, if they can get to 250 here, Warwickshire would be very pleased from the position that they're in now.
You mentioned Nick Gubbins. Some people still getting their heads around it. You know, it seems a little bit strange. You know, players of one county and then moving on to others, but it's becoming more acceptable and more the thing to be done. And I think it's terrific because Gubbins has just moved out there initially on loan to Hampshire and has settled in really nicely. No time lost or missed from his point of view. Pushed into the offside by Lamb for no run as Klein continues to bowl. He's in his 6th over, 5.1 overs, 1 for 25 at the moment. Alex Davis, of course, I tell you, what a signing I think you might have got there, if I may refer to you as the Bears.
It's a very, I mean, it was a bit of a jaw dropper in that it happened very quickly, Kevin. I think surprised quite a few people, but very high quality player to be coming in here. I
think so. Lamb here faces, and that's cut down to third man, wide third man area. There is a fielder there, so it's just a single for Lamb, 1 to 27 and 146 for 5. And what for me is exciting about it, you know, he's got loads of skills. You know, look at his figures, some really good figures. But I still think there's some growing to be done there as well. You know, to turn some of those red ball 50s into more centuries and things like that. I think he's got it in him. And I think that's a really exciting signing. Yates not out. Brooks always got top edge on this. This could be the end of it. I think it's going to fall okay for him. Just about out of the grasp of the man moving to his right there, just on the edge of the circle. He's fortunate, is Brooks, to have got away with that. I have to say that I just thought it was just going to be a little bit too difficult for the fielder to grab hold of that one. But he moves to 9 and 147 for 5.
Yeah, it might have helped him that it was wind behind. I think it was always carrying it away from Patel, who made good ground to try and get there. Wasn't far away.
Next delivery, driven out towards extra cover for a single. And the score moves on to 148 for 5 now. With Klein 2 deliveries left to this 6th over. And Klein will turn from his mark and come into bowl to Brooks, who's a little fortunate just a moment or two ago. What can he do with this one? A slower ball, I think, just wide of the off stump, beats the man at backward point. Klein is not happy with that. Does mean they can go through for a comfortable single. And the score moves to 149 for 5 now.
I think there was perhaps a danger that Ethan Brooks was getting a touch fidgety about the fact that he hadn't been able to hit boundaries, and actually there's nothing wrong with steady accumulation at the moment. There's a lot of time left in this innings for the Bears, and this is the last full partnership of people who can bat, really.
Lamb on 28 works again to Patel on the onside along the ground this time and completes that over. So 149 for 5 after 31 overs. Lamb on 28, Brooks on 10, so steady as she goes at the moment. Still another 19 overs of which to get on with things. Looking at, we think, at least for that 250 mark. I think probably on this surface, which isn't extraordinary, you know, it's not extraordinary in any way, but on this surface, I reckon that the 250 mark, 270, would always be perhaps the more realistic rather than the 300 mark. But I think to get there will give yourself a good chance.
Lilly right arm round the wicket. Brooks was approaching. It was dragged down the leg side. He turns it round the corner but can't quite beat the fielder. Wright and Ahmed were both closing in on it. It's a used wicket. It gives you good reward if you hit through the line of the ball, but the slower bowlers will get that bit of grip. So scores therefore have to be considered to be on the lower side rather than the big 300 scores. The next ball is clipped towards Hill at mid-wicket and no run again. Brooks does look a bit fidgety. He's no need to be. He can take his time here. Look for a single, which he should get here with a drive that bursts through the hands of Lilly. And they get the 150 on the board. Comes up in the 32nd over with Brooks on 11 and Lamb on 28. And Leicestershire taking 5 wickets before they got there. That's why they're on top in this game at the moment. Lamb, the senior partner, waits for Lilly to advance once more. Comes down the wicket and drives immaculately through extra cover for 4. Lovely footwork, got into position and then didn't try and overhit the ball. Crisply he executes the shot. Goes to 32, 154 for 5.
You can almost feel as a batter there, you're thinking, oh, that looks nice, and oh, look at that gap. And I feel as though I've got lots of time to place it, and played it neatly, sweetly. Lovely shot for 4.
Perfect execution from Matt Lamb, 154 for 5. And just using the angle of Lily coming round the wicket. But the next delivery, it's the big front pad forward, soft hands and defend out into the offside. Almost as if, given that this is a rebuild, I've got the boundary in this over, takes the pressure off. Maybe dink a single off the final ball. Will he do that? He does. He drives it up towards long on. 155 for 5 at the end of the over. 1 for 23 Lily from his 5 overs. Reminder that you can, via the BBC Cricket homepage, of course, choose to listen to Durham against Gloucestershire. Durham closing in on a double century opening partnership there. Graham Clark is 114. Alex Lee's on 70, 189 without loss. And that continues again via the website. Essex Worcestershire at 2. So plenty of choices ahead of the 100 games as well, which will be coming up on Sports Extra from 2:55. The London Spirit and Trent Rockets at Lords today. That's the game.
And Klein here in Birmingham for Leicestershire, bowling a 7th over, and he's bowling to Lamb on 33. Just enough width to be cut, but straight to the fielder. Can't get it past the man at backward point, which will please Dieter Klein a little, because one did get past him, and he didn't like it in the previous over. So, looking for more wickets, looking to break up this partnership, which does open things up quite considerably in this batting lineup for Warwickshire today. Lamb is on 33. Oh, out of the reach, just out of reach of the keeper. That went very quickly. It's 4 runs. There's no slip in there. He had to work very quickly to his right-hand side, and, well, had he had taken that, we would have been talking about it for quite some time, I must say. But it just went too quickly for him to be able to get his glove out there to take the catch. It would have been a stunner had he have taken it, but it was half an opportunity. And Klein, again, perhaps will feel just a little bit aggrieved. Now, that ball came back in to Lamb, and he looked to cut it. And it was almost his undoing.
It also did for the wicketkeeper, because the wicketkeeper was going onto his left foot with his weight, because he thought it was going to come through to his left.
Lamb moves to 37. Again looking to cut the ball, but this time it's in front of square on the offside and slower delivery. So Lamb moves to 38. And the score up to 160 for 5 midway through this Klein's 7th over and the 33rd over of the innings as well. Yeah, look at that Durham score. Instead of Beckenham, you read Scarborough.
Yes.
Off to a flyer again there. 160 for 5 here for Warwickshire. Defensively pushed back to Klein, no run.
I heard you say earlier that you expected there'd be a pretty big crowd at North Marine Road for that, because they love their cricket. I remember the old days of the Tilken Trophy, when they used to get 4 first-class counties up to play 2 semi-finals and a final over 3 days, and that was always packed for that as well.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the pictures coming through. Decent number in. Brooks on 11, and this is in the air, mid-wicket, and it's going to clear the boundary, and by some, into the Holly stand. Well, Brooks was onto that quickly. It's a 6, he's to 17, 166 for 5.
That will do so much for Ethan Brooks' confidence. It really will. He was conscious of the fact that he wasn't getting boundaries, and that one, he's waited for the bad ball to come. It was a long hop from Klein, and he was in position very quickly, and it was always going to clear the rope and indeed the fence fairly comfortably. It's his highest first team score now. Ethan Brooks, he's only on 17, but this is an opportunity for him to spend time at the crease, as we've been saying.
1 ball left to the over, worked away on the onside this time for well, yeah, it will be a single. And I just thought for a moment perhaps that might push hard, but no, steady, that's no problem, just 1. 167 for 5, Lamb on 38, Brooks on 18, 33 overs gone. And there have been those moments within this innings, Rob Yates particularly striking the ball really nicely, but Brooks certainly got hold of that.
It's become a very useful partnership, actually. They've added 46 from a very difficult position, 121 for 5. Lewis Hill will be second-guessing himself a bit as to whether he could have kept Rehan Ahmed going. The youngster had bowled 7 overs, and George Rhodes had bowled really well 7 overs at the Birmingham end. But probably was the right decision at the time, as Lilly comes into bowl to Brooks, who drives with just about enough on the ball to get it wide of Hill, and up to long on for a single. 19 to Brooks, starting to come out of his shell now. It's amazing how one shot can do that.
Exactly my thought. He looks a different player straight away.
Hello, I've hit a 6 in the first team now. Lamb reaching to hammer the ball up towards long off for another single, 169 for 5, and they'll be quite happy if they can milk Aaron Lilly here. Lilly bowled an absolute beauty with his second delivery to get past the outside edge and hit the stumps of Will Rhodes, the Bears skipper earlier. He bowls a faster, flatter delivery now to Brooks, who forces it out the offside. Be no run. Comes in off about 3.5 paces, drags that one down, turned to the leg side by Brooks, and he'll get a single. Ahmed does the fielding. 170 for 5. Got through, what, nearly 34 overs in 2 hours, so we could be through about half an hour early in this innings, as this ball is clipped behind square by Lamb. Can't beat Ahmed, who's whirling his arms as if he's due back into the attack soon, which he may well be. After the final ball of this over from Lilly, bowling to Lamb, who's on 39. Made a bit of room for himself, but in the end, as the ball follows him, he just drives it up too long on for another single. But they've done okay in that over, the Bears. 171 for 5, and that's the 50 partnership between Matt Lamb and Ethan Brooks, just trying to get the innings back on an even keel.
Just a little bit worried when Yates lost his wicket. He was looking so good, and I'm afraid I was so invested in it because I love watching him bat. So you had a bit of worry, a little bit of concern there for Warwickshire, because you thought he was the man for which any total would be built around. But fair play to this pair, and they've steadied it all back on course with work to do.
I better keep on going on the grounds that I've got a report coming up in the next couple of minutes. But Rehan Ahmed is coming back on, 1 for 31 in his 7 overs so far. It was he who got the wicket of Rob Yates, who tried to hit him over long on but didn't get enough of it. Marcus Harris took a good catch, had to come forward a fair distance in order to take it. And he comes in to bowl to Lamb, who's on the back foot and gets the ball through the covers for a single. 172 for 5. Lamb has never made a List A half-century. He's only played half a dozen games, actually, of List A cricket before this, which is quite surprising. The vast majority of his appearances for the first team have been in first-class cricket. As the ball goes past off stump, looks like Ethan Brooks was tucking the bat away from that one. That's a good line, that, from Rehan Ahmed. The ball comes in quite briskly, and he's driven through extra cover. There's going to be a bit of a chase around the boundary here. I think Ethan Brooks has probably got enough of it, and it does go all the way for 4. 4 more to Ethan Brooks. He's to 24. A report will be coming up very, very shortly for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Should probably interrupt the next delivery. Here at Edgbaston, 176 for 5, Warwickshire, and Matt Lamb and Ethan Brooks are doing their level best to get them back on an even keel, having fallen to 121 for 5. Rob Yates, with a very bright innings. He struck 2 sixes and 10 fours in his 72 before holing out to 16-year-old leg spinner Rehan Ahmed at long on. But these two have gone well. Lamb on 41, Brooks 25. He's really grown since a massive 6 over mid-wicket. It's certainly given him a lot of confidence. Warwickshire 177 for 5 in the 35th over. And the next delivery from Ahmed is tickled into the leg side by Lamb for a single. He's to 42. 178 for 5. And Brooks continues to grow in confidence. He's made really good runs for the second 11, particularly in the second 11 T20 this year. And now he tries to turn a single through mid-wicket. It's 2 straight, and Ahmed is enthusiastically onto that. About 2 cut wickets away, and does the fielding. 178 for 5. 15 overs to go. nicely poised.
Yes, I think so, because we're of the opinion, we may both be wrong, but I think we're of the same opinion. This is not a big scoring surface, and therefore we're not looking at the 300 pluses, but we are looking at the 250 pluses to really put pressure. I think if you get over 200, you've a little bit to work with, I think, already here. Push 250, and then I think it could be quite a challenge, actually, in the run chase.
Pace off the ball seems to be the key for the bowling side.
Lilly is going to start his 7th over now. 1 for 27 his figures read, and that one's driven through extra cover. Nice flourish of a shot from Lamb, and they'll get 2. Push hard coming back for that second. Running to the danger end was Brooks, the non-striker's end, but 2 runs, and brings up the 180 for 5. With Lamb, with those 2 runs, moving on to 44. Lilly pointing to somebody somewhere, but nobody seems to be responding, so I can't even see who he's pointing to. But he comes around the wicket again and bowls, and that can't get past the fielder there on the onside, and Lamb looks frustrated because I just wonder if he thought maybe had enough time on that shot to actually place it a little better and find a gap. But 3rd ball into this over, and that one is driven out towards the long off boundary for 1. So 181 for 5 now, and it's Brooks back on strike with his 25, and he's in and bowls and cuts in front of square on the offside by Brooks, whose whole demeanour has changed really. I mean, he's not turned into Brian Lara just because of that 6, but he has just got sort of wider in the shoulder almost. But it's Lamb on 45. And push back up to Lilly with 1 ball left of this over, and Richard Ray is back alongside. Love to get his thoughts on this Fox's performance so far with the ball. Lilly looking for a 2nd wicket to his name, and God, that's really good from Lamb, because he created that space, he created that opportunity. Maybe the length of delivery sat up nicely for him, and perhaps that something Lilly can think about, but I think that was a terrific shot which was created by the batter for my money. He's got himself a 4, and he moves to 26, and 186 for 5 is the score now after 36 overs. Lamb on 49 and Brooks on 26.
Yeah, they've ridden their luck at times, both these batsmen, but played some beautiful shots as well, emphasising that there are runs in this pitch, and they're beginning to steer Warwickshire towards a defendable score. I'm not quite sure what a defendable score is, but current run rate's 5.2. They can maintain that, even increase it slightly. Well, they can think in terms of 275, 280. Ahmed is in, stays a little bit low. Might have been the top spinner. Turned in slightly towards the right-handed Lamb, who just went back and worked it out towards mid-wicket. There isn't a mid-wicket, just Lamb as the gap, and Barnes out there, comes in from deep mid-wicket. Ahmed is in. Fuller outside off stump, conventional leg spinner, driven, but had to reach for it a little bit, Lamb, and only managed to hit it as far as Rhodes, who's on the edge of the circle at cover, extra cover really. Ahmed is in, straighter this time, clipped across the line by Lamb, out towards mid-wicket. Klein comes in, gets his throw away. Lamb takes 2 and brings up his 51 to be precise. Hugely important runs for Warwickshire. It's come off 58 balls. He's hit, I think it's 5 fours, but he has batted extremely well. Matt Lamb got away with a thin edge off Dieter Klein when he was on 34. Swindle's got a glove to it, diving away to his right behind the stumps, but went away down to the 3rd man boundary. In goes Ahmed, bowls, back goes Lamb again, a little bit arguably short from Rian Ahmed, the youngster. He could play it off the pitch, played it firmly down to long on. Harris the fielder, single taken, 190 for 5. Ahmed is in, tosses that one up, nice loop to the delivery, but turned calmly by Lamb out towards square leg. Right, runs around from the 45 to field. Lamb on to 52 now. Brooks has 28 as Ahmed is in again, slightly short. Lamb goes back and plays it firmly off the back foot out towards Marcus Harris. Comes in to meet the ball, throws it very gently so it's rolling by the time it gets to Rishi Patel behind the stumps. End of the over. 192 for 5 off 37. 13 remain, and if you were offered as captain of Warwickshire at this stage, Kevin, 270, 275, would you take it?
Oh, definitely wouldn't you? I mean, we just said earlier, you know, the 250 mark is got to be where you're aiming for, and then bonus above for me now.
Is it a 250? Is it a better pitch than that? Is that because of the position they were in at the time, having lost 5 wickets for 1-2-1?
I'm not too sure about the pitch. I don't know. I mean, there seemed to be, with that hard new ball, that there seemed to be quite a lot there for the bowlers to work with early on. So, you know, my scenario is that you're batting, you've got the 200, 250 mark, and then you lose 3 or 4 wickets early on. Then I think that then could become quite a challenge. So the 250 and plus, I think, you know, could be a bit of a tester.
Leicestershire will feel that they're batting well and can chase to 8,300.
I tell you who you definitely would be wanting to put 250 on if you were playing Durham at the moment.
They got this time.
222 for no wicket in 36th over at Scarborough. And it's Graham Clark again, not out, 134 off 121 balls. Started next over and edged, but safely down towards the edge of the circle at short third man off the bat of Lamb. He moves to 54 and 193 for 5 in this 38th over. Alex Lees, who's back at an old stomping ground of his, of course, Scarborough. He's on 82, not out. But I'm interested to see Bracey's keeping again. He's had a bit of a horror show and horror time of it as James Bracey, very fine cricketer. So it's good to see him with the gloves again, keeping wicket there for Gloucestershire in that game. Brooks is on 28, and an LBW appeal. Ball, if it's not out, the ball just pops up into the offside of Brooks, who's on 28. But yeah, I think Leicestershire have every right. I think they've done a very good job out there today. But what to do? Use of the feet, and that's been hit on the offside of straight. It's along the ground now. They'll just get 2 for it. But there was plenty of space out there. Didn't seem to be too dangerous at all for Brooks playing that shot. He's on 30 and 195 for 5. The Warwickshire score. He settles down again. Face another ball from Rhodes. We're back up to the spinner Rhodes for no run. Rhodes with 2 wickets to his name, 2 for 28. The wickets were spread out, but then 2 wickets. Last 2 wickets went close together. Yates and Bethel. Next ball. Played and safely and brilliantly, actually, through square leg. There was a fielder out there just behind square on the onside, but it was well to his left, past the umpire who's standing there. There was a man deeper on the onside as well, but couldn't get to it. The placing was really good, and enough commitment to that shot as well to make sure that not only would he get to the boundary but escape both the fielders who were out there on the onside, although the fielder that was standing there at square leg drops a little deeper now. Brooks moves to 34 with that boundary, and he'll move to 35 with that single up to the long on boundary, and that completes a good over for Brooks and for Warwickshire. And to crown it all, the cherry at the top of it all at the end of that over is the 200 coming up. 200 for 5. There've been 10 extras. It's 38 overs gone of the 50, and this pair actually slowly but surely are doing a really good job here for Warwickshire.
An outstanding job. 79 they've added so far for the 6th wicket. Still with 12 overs to go, and Leicestershire will be frustrated now. They'll feel that they'd made really big inroads with 5 down for 121. But as Yorkshire, when Duke and Hill put together a really impressive partnership for the 3rd wicket, so to Matt Lamb and Ethan Brooks here for Warwickshire. Leicestershire looking for another breakthrough soon. Chris Wright trying to affect it. He's been brought back on Yeah. At the pavilion end, bowls outside off stump, cut away almost off one knee in some style by Ethan Brooks, and the sprawling Kimber at deep backward point cannot get there. He sprinted across from deep cover, flung himself full length, but that was a classy, stylish, flamboyant almost shot. Down on one knee, crashed away backward of square on the offside by Brooks, who is beginning to really enjoy himself out there. 39 he's moved on to, 204 for 5, playing without fear, these two young Warwickshire batters. Right is in and bowls a straighter delivery. Brooks, having picked up 4 off the first ball of the over, prepared to treat that delivery with respect, defends it out into the offside towards Lewis Hill, who is 2-capped at mid-off at the moment. He's wearing Wright's cap atop his own, and rather comical he looks with these sort of baseball-style caps that the players wear in this form of the game. Wright is in onto the legs of Brooks, tickles it around the corner. Barnes follows it for a moment or two from the 45 on the edge of the circle, picks it up with his back to the wicket. Throws to Swindles, single taken by Brooks into the 40s now. 40 for him. 205 for 5, the runs flowing. I want to call them the Bears. I don't know if it's still permissible to do so in this particular competition. In goes Wright and bowls, holds it back a bit but waits for it. Matt Lamb equal to it, strokes it out. Through point, a horrible throw comes in from Louis Kimber, and Swindle just having failed to gather it. Fortunately for Swindles, Patel was backing up and just raises his gauntlet in polite inquiry.
how polite was
Swindles? Well, to Louis Kimber. They're a fairly polite bunch, these young Leicestershire players, but I can think of a few who might have shouted something. In goes Wright and bowls straight, stroked out again into that gap. It was a fuller delivery and it wobbled a little bit. Had to think about it. Lamb picks up, Brooks, I beg your pardon, picks up 1.
They're shaping up in a way here, Warwickshire, where Leicestershire might have to really stop and think, and especially bowling like we got from Chris Wright. You know, you're creating that a little bit of extra pace as well. They're feeling good about themselves, this pair. Danger time possibly.
Right, 31 on his back, leans forward into his run and bowls. This time forces Lamb to defend a straight ball back down the pitch, bounces hard down and taken by Wright in his follow through, then thrown to umpire Cook because it's the end of the over. The electronic scoreboard, which has taken the place of the old manual scoreboard, well, probably about 5 or 6 years ago now. I think that change was effected. It is lightning fast. So I glanced up to get right at the end of that over, but it had already flicked to Rhodes, hadn't it?
Schoolboy, Richard, schoolboy. You've got to be there just at the moment.
You have.
And I think there comes a time where you actually consider it to be, you know, a battle to be enjoyed, and who's going to win, you or the scoreboard? And I have to say that at the moment it's beating me hands down. But it's one of the joys of coming here. Brooks is on 41. Next delivery is uppish, but it's going to be safe. Driven through extra cover. There will only be 1 run. Probably the right thing. The fielder in the deep there was to it very swiftly. 208 for 5. This 40th over. But yeah, there's real promise here in this pairing at the moment for Warwickshire. And Leicestershire will be mindful of that. Rhodes is on his 9th over. 2 for 34. Creates a bit of space and room out there. There is a man on the cover boundary. Sliding stop. Good stop, actually. 2 runs. Nice little roll and pick up and throw.
All the 7s involved there. 7 on the back of Lamb. 77 on the back of Brooks. 77 on the back of Klein, who fielded there.
And it's 57 to Lamb. 210 for 5. And along the ground this time to long on. A single 211 for 5 now. And we are approaching the end of the 40th over. So, yeah, I think we may find ourselves readjusting if this pair keep going like this, looking to reverse it and playing it brilliantly, but good stop. Very good stop down there on the edge of the circle on this occasion. Who's hurting himself down
it's
there?
Ed Barnes, who...
Well, I think that ball might have actually... Yeah, I think his fielding was very good, but I'm not too sure as it was totally intentional that he would stop the ball right there. Good luck. Brooks is on 42. Our next delivery is uppish but safe again through mid-wicket. Oh, there's a little bit of flourish here about both Brooks and Lamb. It was that 6 for Brooks. It was as if somebody had given him a magic pill. All turn around for him. He's on to 43, 212 for 5. 1 ball left of this 40th over. So things for Rhodes to think about here now. In again. Used to the feet and well played by Lamb all along the ground too. Long on to 59. He'll keep the strike and 213 for 5. Rhodes 2 for 39. I think I just got there.
You did. He beat the scoreboard, but he's bowled well, George Rhodes, the former Worcester all-rounder, son of Dusty, of course, the Yorkshire and indeed England wicketkeeper batsman. Well, I think they can, realistically, certainly if these two stay together for another 3 or 4 overs, target 300 plus here.
And I couldn't see it 5 overs ago, 7 overs ago. But so what do you think Leicestershire have got to do here? They've got to be cute, and they've really got to bowl nice and straight and not offer, you know, and
well, they need a wicket.
Well, they
big
probably
time
do
here.
just to break it up. I guess that's the way forward. But I fear for Wright just by creating a little bit of extra pace for them.
In he runs and bowls outside off stump, chopped away off the back foot with exquisite timing by Matt Lamb. And although there is a third man, Rehan Ahmed had absolutely no chance of getting there. It flashes across the boundary at wide, third man. A really fine piece of both timing and placement by Lamb. He moves on to 63, 217 for 5. And as you say, Wright is looking extremely expensive at the moment. 5 is none for 40, so he's gone for 8 and over off his first 5, and Hill has something of a dilemma at the moment. Again, at the start of his over, he's gone for 4 off the first one, and if they wanted, this is, although it's not the way they're playing, Lamb and Brooks, they could work him around now and still pick up 10 off the over. I suspect they'll still be looking for the boundaries, and that one is dropped out into the offside. A better straight ball out towards point, but a single comfortably taken. Lamb on to 64, 218 for 5. 5 off the first 2 balls of the over. Bright sunshine across Edgbaston. The trees in full leaf, of course, still away between us and the city centre. The church spire, St Mary and St Barnabas Church, away to our left. It's pleasingly mellowed red brick, slightly Gothic. Turrets, in goes Wright and bowls again straight, and the call was a good one from Brooks, but I exclaimed because it looked as though Lilly was going to pick up very close to the stumps indeed. Reaching down, the Lancastrian couldn't hang on to the ball, but Lamb's so quick, well, Brooks especially was so quick between the wickets, I think almost might have made his ground anyway. 219 for 5.
Well, yeah. Clean pickup would have been interesting.
Right, looking a little bit frustrated in, and bowls a slower ball, and it does deceive Matt Lamb on that occasion. Outside off stump, waited and looked to chop it away into the offside. Got underneath it slightly. It looped on the second bounce through to Swindles behind the stumps.
Bit of variation. I thought we saw that from Klein. I thought he was varying it nicely. We need to see that from Chris Wright if we can. Yeah.
2 balls to go in the over. In he goes and bowls again slow and looking to hit it away through the onside. I think he was looking to hit it a lot straighter than the ball actually went. It rather thick edged out towards mid-wicket, but that brings up the 100 partnership off 103 balls. An outstanding effort from Matt Lamb and Ethan Brooks. I'm not going to say that they have rescued the innings, but they've gone a long way towards it, and they've got Warwickshire into a really good position here. From here, 221 for 5, with still the best part of 9 overs to go, 9.1 overs. They're getting themselves into a strong position.
You know these lads well. I mean, right there in discussion with the skipper, they don't really seem as if perhaps they're as one.
Right is in slightly shorter of a length this time. Back foot out into the offside behind point. Kimber can run away to backward point and make the stop, but a single comfortably taken. 222 for 5, so I can say that they're exactly 22 runs off the last 2 overs. And Wright has gone for plenty, and as you say, well, Hill is a new captain in this competition. It's new to captaincy, but he's looking for consistency, or at least to know where his bowlers are going to bowl. So he can to the field. Well, what are you trying to do here? Right, hasn't played that much white ball cricket, relatively speaking.
Final over. 2 for 39, 9 overs he's bowled so far. Richard Ray here is spot on. It's the wickets. Otherwise, this pair could really not take it away as in sort of end the game, but it certainly creates a target that we just maybe thought wasn't possible earlier. Use of the feet here. Firm, hard, straight, high, and a 6. Oh, big strike of the ball there from Lamb. And this is part of the Warwickshire story here at the moment, the confidence. I mean, Lamb has looked pretty much on it right from the word go. Brooks took a little while to get going, but Lamb has played some glorious strokes. We've seen it a little bit earlier from Burgess and from Yates especially. So got to be a bit mindful of that, but that 6 takes him to 73, 228 for 5. Rhodes in again, looking to play it behind square on the onside. It's a 4 this time. Oh, lovely work from Lamb. That beautiful, well-struck 6 straight, and then a glorious shot, just pulling the ball, sweeping it rather, away to the boundary, behind on the onside, and he is in terrific form. He moves to 77, 232 for 5, and problems here for the spin of Rhodes. So, whether they're aware of the fact, of course, they've got a pair bowling to him. I'm not too sure. He probably does know that. They may actually know each other quite well. I don't know, from younger days. Say younger days, they're still young men themselves. But Rhodes, third ball of this 10th over of this spell, and he's bowling to Lamb, who's on 77. Well, this spin comes around the wicket, in and bowls, and again, just enough space there to be worked away. Oh, they'll come back for, oh, needs to be careful. Thought about coming back for 2, and that was a little bit silly. Aaron Lilly was quickly onto it, but they thought better of that second run, just the 1. And this really could be a danger for Warwickshire, just getting ahead of themselves, Lamb and Brooks, and they've no need to. They're both playing brilliantly out there at the moment. 233 for 5, so Lamb settles on 78. Brooks will face on 44. Midway through the 42nd over of 50. And comes around the wicket, in the bowls, and again sweeping this time. Brooks doesn't quite find the same sort of gap, and a decent piece of fielding there. But they'll go through for 2 all the same. Ahmed with the fielding. Brooks to 46, 235 for 5. Sun is shining brilliantly down on the pitch as well here now in Birmingham. Coming up towards 1:30. Next delivery. Use of the wrist by Brooks will create a run, and only 1 run, square on the onside. Moves to 47, 236 for 5. Lamb and Brooks. So a good knock again, yet another half-century for Yates in white ball cricket earlier. But this pair, maybe concerns for Warwickshire at that stage, especially with some worries about what's to come after this pair, but no concerns at this stage with Lamb and Brooks, with Lamb again working it on the onside for 1, they think, of a second, because it's a big enough gap out there, but settle for the single, and that is the 10 overs.
10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54.
2 for 54 from his 10 overs. 237 for 5, Lamb on 79, Brooks on 47. 42 overs gone off the 50, and Richard Wilford is back.
Oh, splendid partnership. 116 these two have put on there for the 6th wicket, having come in with the team in dire need. And obviously for Ethan Brooks it's a huge moment because he's not got into double figures in list day cricket before. It's been something of a coming out innings for him. But I think for Matt Lamb to a large extent, he's only played half a dozen list day games before this. He's cast in the role of one of the senior batsmen in this competition, and he started very carefully, cautiously. He's built an innings and become more aggressive as he's gone on. It's his first half century in white ball cricket, and a big moment for him. He's a lad at 25 who's got something to prove this year. They've got a lot of faith in him at the county, and he prepares to face Chris Wright there. Wanted to pull a ball that wasn't quite short enough for him to do so. He gets enough on it to divert it out towards Cow Corner. In comes Barnes to do the fielding, and that's 80 now to Matt Lamb. And 238 for 5. I think we've got a really good game of cricket on the cards now, Kevin.
Yep, I agree. You can see that the hard ball, although we have a different ball at either end, but the hard ball is important for when Warwickshire are bowling. That they make good use of that, I think, on this pitch.
Yeah, they probably need to match Leicestershire for early wickets, you'd fancy, as down the wicket comes Brooks, and a swing and a miss, and it did shape a little bit away, that, from Chris Wright, and it goes through to Swindles. I've got to say that from a Warwickshire perspective, you look at Ethan Brooks here, don't give it away on 47. Whatever you do, Ethan, don't give it away on 47, because it would be really significant stepping stone for him here if he could chalk up a first team 50. He waits now with his bat well above stump height, and he's looking to drive a wide ball outside off stump, but doesn't time that at all. I think his eyes lit up a little bit when he tried to strike that. And the ball just squirted out into the offside, and there's no run. Right in his 7th over, none for 46 so far. Interesting that Barnes hasn't yet returned. He's only bowled 3 overs. I think there's a fair possibility that we'll see him back. Rhodes has bowled out. Ahmed's only got 1 to bowl. That's right, it's in once more to Brooks. He's reaching this, and he's hit it long over extra cover, and he's going to go all the way for 6, and he brings up his maiden half century in the grand fashion. A really special innings for Ethan Brooks, this. He's grown with every delivery. Since he hit that first 6 off Dieter Klein, he has grown in confidence. He's matched Matt Lamb by reaching his half century off exactly 58 balls. A couple of 6s along the way. And this is a huge moment, you think, in the young career of Ethan Brooks. 3 4s along with those 2 6s. And now he's bowled off a no ball. And they're going to take another run as well. Cheekily, they come through. Chris Wright looks utterly beleaguered by that event. He yorked him, but he's overstepped for the 2nd time in the game. And Brooks can breathe a sigh of relief. The scoreboard ticks over to 244 for 5. Richard Ray is alongside me, and from a Leicestershire point of view, it's all gone a bit haywire. 247 for 5, I should say.
Yeah, a special innings, a special partnership as well between these two young men. Played completely without fear, basically. Not really looking to be conscious of. There's been none of this, oh, we're 5 down, we've got to make sure we use all our overs and all that sort of thing. It's just, well, we're going to go for our shots anyway, and most of them have come off, and the luck has started to run their way again, that being an example. But Wright has only got himself to blame. As you say, 2nd time he's overstepped, so not only has he lost himself a wicket, he's now got to bowl a free hit to Matt Lamb, who is on 80 and looking as though he's capable of going well into 3 figures here.
Well, the last time he bowled a free hit delivery, Chris Wright, Rob Yates carved it for 4. What can Lamb do? It's very full, and he's going to hammer that over the top of extra cover and mid-off for a boundary. 84 to him, and that is the Warwickshire 250. 251 for 5. There was a time that we weren't sure that the Bears would put this sort of score on the board, but they do, thanks to this stand now worth 130 between these 2 young cricketers. By the way, you did mention earlier when you were on with Kevin, you didn't know whether you could call them Bears. To be fair, Warwickshire were always called the Bears way before we had nicknames in cricket, because the Bear and the Ragged Staff, a bit like with the Foxes on the badge. So No problem with that, as Lamb waits on the back foot to guide this next ball out towards the cover boundary, where the fielding is done by young Louis Kimber. And that's the end of the over. 7 to go, 252 for 5. And again, just with the slight thought that there is a long tail if Leicestershire make a breakthrough, 300 is back on the cards.
It is a horrible few overs for Chris Wright, one way or another. Hello to Fango down in Melbourne, Australia, who says, I can't see why or how Chris keeps getting picked in this one-day team for Leicestershire. He's never been a great white ball bowler, and he thinks Leicestershire would get more value out of giving one of the younger quicks a few games. Hashtag a new breed, which is one of the hashtags Leicestershire have taken to using, but he's put question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, one young bowler who's definitely a member of the new breed is Rehan Ahmed, and he's going to come on and bowl his last over, the last available over to him from the city end. I think this is the first time he's bowled from the city end. In he comes, delivers to Lamb, bounces and goes past the outside edge. Lamb twitches at the ball and Swindles whips off the bails, but Lamb's back foot was firmly anchored. I wonder if there's a bit more bounce from that far end. In goes Ahmed and bowls and cut hard down into the used pitch next to the strip by Lamb. Bounces fairly comfortably for Hill, who's at a extra cover, not quite on the edge of the circle. Ahmed is in again outside off stump, cut down into the ground again, this time behind point, but straight to Rishi Patel by Lamb. 3 dot balls to start the over, one way or another, somehow, by Rehan Ahmed. Lamb, slightly frustrated, gets almost a full toss that steps forward and drives on the half volley down towards long off, but Leicestershire will take 1 per delivery at the moment. And Marcus Harris comes jogging into field. Single duly taken. Ahmed is in, and that one bounces a little bit as well. Slapped, rather, by Ethan Brooks down towards Harris again. Big, wide open space between Hill at that not quite extra cover on the edge of the circle. He's there to try and stop one if he possibly can. I don't think he could. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Oh, did it bounce and take the outside edge? A good diving stop by Ed Barnes at short third man. It did bounce and take the edge. It was well wide of Swindles, but it certainly wasn't quite where Matt Lamb, I beg his pardon, was trying to place the ball. And he picks up 1. Good over from Rehan Ahmed, who has impressed in this game one way or another. Has finished his spell and taken his first wicket for the Foxes. For 47 from his 10 overs for him, but Warwickshire continue to thrive in the persons of Matt Lamb and Ethan Brooks. They are 255 for 5 with 6 overs still remaining.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed watching him bowl. Fascinating to watch him progress in his career. Reminds me of seeing Hamidul Qadri bowl here a couple of years ago when he was not a dissimilar age, and he's maybe been held back a little bit in his career in the last couple of years. Playing in this tournament, but I shall follow with great interest what Rehan Ahmed does on the grounds of that. Declines in a comeback. He presumably will bowl 3 of the last 6 overs here, 1 for 41 so far, and he's coming into bowl to Matt Lamb, and he's taken a thick outside edge that goes into the ground and scoops up in the air. Ahmed is in from the third man boundary, and there's a single. 256 for 5. And, you know, we are learning a lot about some young cricketers here. That Ahmed's got another great 10 overs in against some senior county pros. Got the wicket of Rob Yates when he was looking like he was sailing towards 3 figures. Ethan Brooks at the age of 20, never scored double figures before, has shown that he is learning and growing. Bit of an epiphany for him. Good full ball from Klein, but he's in well enough now, Brooks, to divert that from middle and off and get it down towards backward point for another single. 257 for 5. But it's a good enough batting track that this is going to be a fun chase from Leicestershire as well. So poised for some fine cricket throughout the day here at Edgbaston. Klein round the wicket, clipped through mid-wicket. They should think about two. They're going to come back for two, and if anything, Barnes has gone to the wrong end there, because Lamb was always committed to going to the wicket-keeper's end. It was Brooks who might have been on his heels, but Lamb progresses to 90 here, and there's a big prize that is excitingly in sight for him here.
Afternoon to Springsteen. He says it feels like 46 degrees in Santa Maria El Bagno in Italy, where he is at the moment.
So lucky chap as Lamb misses out on a very full ball outside of stump. Klein is trying to get everything at Yorker length. That was a good delivery from him. I say lucky chap, but I'd rather be here to watch the game of cricket.
He says, is it warm in Birmingham? It's pleasant, pleasantly so, I would say. Breeze is just taking the edge off the great heat, but most people in shirt sleeves looking around the ground.
I can confirm there are no goose pimples on Richard Ray's bare legs, as Lamb gets a thick inside edge that spins and squirts out towards square leg. Doesn't go very far. Klein fields, but they get another run, 260 for 5.
A few Leicestershire members desperately trying to jinx this partnership, but no jinxing happening at the moment. 121 when they came together, 260 now, 139 they've added it. Considerably now better than a run of ball.
But they started patiently, that was the key. They gave themselves a chance to build, and they had to, because they're only in the 22nd over and 5 wickets down, as the ramp shot is executed beautifully by Ethan Brooks. Don't think Klein saw that coming, and he's played it beautifully for 4. It's not one of those where he's tried to sky it high in the air, wanted enough to get it over the wicket-keeper. And Ethan Brooks is into the 60s now, 62 not out, 264 for 5. With 5 overs to go. This will mean an enormous amount to Ethan Brooks. I mentioned earlier to Kevin that we had him on the Bears pod blast with his brother Henry a couple of weeks ago, myself and Ollie Hannon Dolby, and he will get so much self-belief from what he's been able to do today. On a wicket where the slower bowlers have had a little bit of assistance, not too much, but this is a substantial innings for him. You're listening on Sports Extra, BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio WM, BBC CWR. I'm Richard Wilford, and 46th over described by Richard Ray.
Will be bowled by Ed Barnes. The strangest thing Ethan Brooks did during the lockdown, he says, was growing a mullet. Now, I don't think he's sporting one at the moment, so
no.
Looks like he's... When he emerged, somebody said, no, I don't think so, Ethan. And he has removed it.
Yes, he's relatively freshly shorn on top, very short.
Solihull boy. Made his first class debut in 2019. But it's Matt Lamb who very nearly gave up cricket, he says, in 2015. In goes Barnes and bowls to Lamb, works him off his legs out towards deep mid-wicket, and it will be just a single. Aaron Lilly is stationed out there, a few yards inside the ropes. He says he nearly gave it up in 2015 until he was, quote, luckily selected for a second 11 game against Worcestershire and managed to score 142. So whether he's it was just a genuine thing, that, or whether he really was going to give it up. Give up the game. Barnes is in, follows Brooks, who'd backed away, and pushes it away one-handed. The slightly short, slow delivery, and it trickles out towards mid-wicket. It's a long chase in for Lilly, and one way or another, Brooks picks up a couple. What I mean is whether he just felt temporarily in that way, or whether he really was going to give up the game. Who knows, but no regrets now, that is for sure. He's approaching his century. He's on 92. Brooks, however, is on 62, with power to add. Barnes is in, bowls to him, and he smacks him back down through a very straight mid-on, down towards long on. Takes 2.
It's the nature of the game, isn't it, that the previous delivery, which he misjudged, and he fends it off the top of his handle and his gloves, gets 2. That one he strikes beautifully, gets 1.
Yes, I beg your pardon, just a single in the end.
Sums up cricket, doesn't it?
Sometimes, by and large, it tends... Paul Nixon calls it mother cricket, and he says, by and large, mother cricket tends to be fair in the end. In goes Barnes and bowls a slower ball. Full toss in the end. Does slightly deceive. I mean, that he was looking to hit it straighter than that, but it came off a thick inside edge. But as Rich has just made the point, he picks up a couple for it because it would have travelled much more quickly down towards George Rhodes at long on. But Rhodes and Lilly both had a chase up to get to the ball on the edge of the circle. Lamb picked up a couple, moves on to 94. I better let you pick it up from here. You just never know.
Well, you don't ever know. That's very kind of you. They're also one away from a 150 partnership here, as Lamb prepares to face Barnes, and off his back foot he guides it through a straight mid-wicket, and they're going to come back for 2 again. Third time in this over, and that is the 150 partnership between these two. It's been put together in just over 24 overs. It came from a position of real weakness at 121 for 5. They were in danger of not putting up any sort of target at all, but they've got 151 on the board together off 134 balls. That's an excellent partnership between two players making their way at this level. Only about 10 list A appearances between them, and against an attack with a fair amount of experience in this Leicestershire side. And they've put the Bears in a position they've got something on the board that they can try and defend, as Lamb guides the ball out into the offside for a single this time. He wants to keep strike on the threshold that he is. He's 97, Brooks is 63. Warwickshire with 4 overs to go, 273 for 5.
Well, Lamb will be on strike at the start of the 47th. Who's going to bowl it?
Klein's got his
will be
cap off,
Klein again. Yeah. So as you say, I think he's going to bowl out, and it looks like they're giving Barnes the chance to learn at the sharp end, at the coal face, so to speak, at the city end.
Well, he's looked more comfortable than Chris Wright, to be fair.
He has.
I think the argument with white ball cricket when he was here, well, with Chris Wright, is that because of the line and length that he bowls and the pace that he is, that he's a nice pace to hit through. And I think that's probably been borne out to some extent here today as well. Lamb has been batting for 99 minutes. He's on 97, faces the first ball of a new over from Klein, drives it out into the offside. It'll only be a single to the covert boundary rider Kimber. He's to 98, 274 for 5.
What Wright had run really well this season, especially in red ball cricket, when he's had a really good season in the county championship, was develop a delivery that came back off the seam a lot more. Otherwise he'd been a little bit samey in terms of, as you say, both pace and the outswinger, relying on accuracy and a little bit of outswing. But he developed a delivery that he banged in, and it shot back in to the batsman.
Klein into Brooks, who's got a bit of a top edge on this. It's a chase for Patel to get underneath the ball, but he does take the catch, and the stand ends after 153 runs have been added. Patel, who had an awkward one to chase earlier that he couldn't get to, this time does, and Ethan Brooks has gone for a very good career best of 63. Caught by Patel off the bowling of Dieter Klein. Warwickshire 274 for 6, but there'll be a good hand given here to Ethan Brooks for that restorative partnership that has done a lot to put the Bears in a better position. He raises his bat now to the crowd. And what a fine moment this is in the career of Ethan Brooks, the 20-year-old from Solihull. His brother Henry, of course, has made such a big impact in recent years, unfortunately kept away by injury this season. But 274 for 6, and that was a good hand from Ethan Brooks.
Partnership 153?
Yep.
Wonderful, wonderful partnership. And as you say, it's... well, we don't quite know what a good score is going to be on this pitch yet, but it's plenty to defend, isn't it?
Well, anywhere around 300 will always take a bit of getting. As Klein comes into bowl to Lamb now, who's driving into the offside. That will take him to 99, because the batsman, of course, crossed while that was in the air. And Carl Carver will come to the crease now, the former Yorkshire bowler, recruited from Northumberland for the rest of this competition by the Bears.
Remember Carver, I think he's got 2 championship medals. He fairly bit roles in those championship winning years for Yorkshire, but roles nonetheless. So, but in this side, he's He's got a lot of experience.
I think he's a little bit unlucky that,
Yes.
that he finds himself without a senior county. Of course, the minor county circuit is very competitive as well, but he'll face up now to the left armer Klein, who goes over the wicket and sends down a bounce. We haven't seen many of those today. And Carver ducks out the way of it, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. There's no run. They'll end up keeping me on commentary here with Lamb tantalisingly on 99, the way things are going at the end of this over. But still a couple of balls left. Carver will try and get off strike. There's plenty of room on the leg side for him because all the fielders are back apart from mid-on. But he guides it down to third man instead for a single. 276 for 6. Klein 2 for 53 in his 9th over. That's quite Dieter Klein-like figures, those really, aren't they, from my perception of him. Will tend to go for sixes, but 6 and over, but takes wickets.
I think that's a fair comment. But I say he's changed a little bit this season, and his white ball bowling is much improved. Better variations, a little bit more consistency.
So, Matt Lamb on 99 faces Klein, stabs down on it. They're going to come through for a quick single, and that is a maiden one-day century for Matt Lamb, and really an excellent innings given that the Bears were in real trouble when he came in. But he reaches 3 figures off 94 balls with a 6 and 8 fours, and becomes the 3rd Bears batsman in successive games to get their first List A century. Lamb 100 not out, and with 3 overs to go, Warwickshire 277 for 6.
Well, very well batted, Matt Lamb. Big moment in his career, going forward hopefully for Warwickshire. And he's got power to add here, 3 overs to go. I suspect he'll be looking to really take on the bowling from this point. He's kept the strike, Ed Barnes. 4 overs, none for 24, has escaped so far, relatively, not really, or unpunished, but without being overly punished. So what will Lamb try to do to him in this over? Long on, long off, both out as Barnes is in. Slower ball and checked his shot. I think he was looking to lift it over the offside. He's going to have to hurry. If that throw hits, it might have gone, but Carver scampered back to the non-striker's end. It wasn't a greatest piece of fielding from George Rhodes. He was a pretty good fielder coming in from long on, and he says, well, what else could I do, really? He threw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, which meant Barnes, it bounced next to them. Barnes couldn't take it cleanly, so he couldn't whip off the bails. We'll never know whether Carver would have made his ground, but certainly Lamb was quite slow in turning. He's on strike again as Barnes goes in and bowls to him. He steers it out into the offside. It bounces off the knee of Lewis Hill, but doesn't lose any runs as a consequence because Hill is quick to regather. Lamb picks up 1, moves on to 103, 280 for 6.
It's this quirk of the maiden List A centuries. The weekend against Nottinghamshire, it was Rob Yates who got there for the first time. Earlier in the week in the game at Derby, it was Ed Pollock, and today it's Matt Lamb. The previous 2, 103 and 103 not out, and he's currently 103 not out. That might not augur well for him next time he faces, if they can't get beyond that number. But I think these days in 50 over cricket, you do need somebody to go through to 3 figures quite often.
You can add Harry Duke to that list from Leicestershire's point of view. Maiden List A century in recent games. In goes Barnes and bowls outside off stump, full, looking to steer it away off the front foot, reaching for it a little bit is Carl Carver. Doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Harry Swindles behind the stumps. So a good delivery, a dot ball constitutes a good delivery however it comes about at this stage of an innings as far as the bowling side is concerned. Barnes around the wicket again to the left-handed Carver is in. Bowls again very full outside off stump. Carver waits for it and guides it with horizontal bat down towards third man. Ahmed comes in and fields. Single taken. No number on the back of his shirt for Carl Carver. 281 for 6, Carver. Just a couple. His job will come with ball in hand before too long. At the moment, his job is simply to get Matt Lamb on strike. Barnes back over the wicket to Lamb. Slower ball carved away over the offside. Klein chases around the boundary, gets his right hand to the ball, manages to make the stop and saves 2 runs. Outstanding work by Dieter Klein. The throw is not so good in that it's low next to the stumps. It bounces and poor Barnes, as often is the way, can't stop it cleanly, and sort of, I think it's partly hands and partly shins.
Yes, I think he shinned it. Yeah, he made a stop earlier in the match which was even tenderer than that. So
yes, he did.
He's been in the wars.
Yes, he did. Barnes is in to finish his over. Bowls and hit back past him. He sprawls to his left. It not hit cleanly on that occasion by Lamb, who will have to settle for 1. Actually, that was a pretty decent over in the end from Ed Barnes. Conceded, I think it was just 6 from it. 284 for 6. Warwickshire with 2 overs remaining.
Must admit, the feeling of what if and if only for Leicestershire in the field, when you look at Carl Carver, who looks a stretch as a number 8. And I think we've mentioned all along that it was going to be a bit of a towel. George Garrett, Jordan Bulpit, manager Hall still to come. I think that 6th wicket was so essential for Leicestershire, and partnership of 153 has got the Bears into a position where they can be a bit more confident that they're in this game. As first ball of a new over from Klein is hammered through extra cover, and that's going to be 4 for Lamb. Takes him to 110, 288 for 6. It was a full toss. It was quite well outside off stump, but he's reached well and got enough of it that Kimber didn't have any opportunity of chasing that one down. 288 for 6.
I assume he's looking for some sort of foot outside the off stump Yorker or something like that. Yorker length deliveries, but got that one badly wrong and smacked away. Foxy Phil on Twitter, just a simple tweet. I struggle to see the logic of our white ball bowling most days, he says. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think 300 scores these days are kind of standard, aren't they? And Leicestershire have shown an ability to chase. They've shown that they've got something in the tank with the bat, especially with Marcus Harris in the side, so don't rule anything out or in at the moment, as a shorter ball is lifted by Lamb, and Carver was very keen to come back for 2. Lamb didn't fancy it at all because Harris was very quickly onto the ball, which rather stuck in the turf, one bounce. Lamb to 111, 289 for 6. You can reasonably assume the score is going to be around the 300 mark. Klein looks slightly ginger in the knees there as he puts his marker down. I have to say, he patrols the boundary with real energy. Dieter Klein, showing real commitment in the field for a quick bowler. And he's in now to Carver, a short ball that Carver happy just to help around the corner. Gets another single. He's 3, 290 for 6. I think Klein has correctly ascertained that Carl Carver isn't eager to face the shorter ball.
Yeah, the only consolation for Leicestershire is that these days 300 is quite often no more than par, isn't it?
That's the thing, yeah. Given the pickle that the Bears got themselves in earlier, it's even harder to ascertain what's a good score or what's not. But when you see a big partnership like we did today, as he goes straight this time, Lamb, but doesn't get enough on it to beat Harris. So that'll just be a single. It was a lofted, almost tennis forehand, slammed down the ground, but not really timed. 112 to Matt Lamb, 291 for 6. Klein with 2 balls left. He's 2 for 61 so far.
He hasn't bowled too badly, Dieter Klein.
No.
1 or 2 loose, 3 or 4 loose ones, but
a couple of puzzling wides to Ethan Brooks before Brooks had settled. As Carver clips the ball towards mid-wicket, should only be a single because Hill is across very quickly. And of course that big moment in the game, in a way, it seems so strange, but at the time it felt significant when Brooks had been scratching around, latched onto a shorter ball from Klein, pulled it tremendously over mid-wicket for 6 and didn't look back. And it was kind of it seems such a big thing to say, but it might just have been his sort of epiphany as a first-class cricketer at the age of 20 that suddenly he felt like he belonged out there. Final ball for Klein is slashed into the offside for Lamb. They probably could have taken a quick single there. They don't. 2 for 62 from his 10 overs. Dieter Klein, 1 over left in this Warwickshire innings. They're 292 for 6.
Barnes is going to bowl the final over, none for 31 from his first 5.
You're going to be stuck with a mid-over dash here, aren't you?
Oh,
as we hit 2 o'clock.
I forgot about that. I had better pop next door, so do you mind?
No.
Thank you for the reminder.
Well, I like to look after my fellow professionals. We are a team, and those of us who have the privilege of bringing you the cricket on the BBC website and for our local stations. Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, and Richard Wilford covering for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Kevin Howells is with us, of course, through the course of the day as well. And 1 over to go. 292 for 6. Barnes to bowl it. 5 overs for 31 for him so far. And you would suspect that the primary target for Carver will be to get off strike, but the ball passes his outside edge, outside off stump. Chris Wright will finish with 7 overs, none for 60, so he's been pretty expensive. Aaron Lilly 7 overs, 1 for 35. Lewis Hill will maybe ponder later whether he maybe should have got through all 10 overs from Aaron Lilly, because the slower bowlers have done very well. Ahmed 1 for 47 from 10. Rhodes 2 for 54 from 10. Barnes in round the wicket to Carver once more, and this time he gets an inside edge onto it, which at least will get Matt Lamb on strike. 293 for 6 with 4 balls to go. Ed Pollock bowled second ball of the morning. Brilliant Yorker that took out 2 stumps from Dieter Klein. He was out for a duck. Will Rhodes was bowled by Aaron Lilly. A lovely off break in his first over that certainly gripped and turned. He was out for 14. Michael Burgess out for 12. Hold out at long on off the bowling of George Rhodes. Aaron Lilly took the catch. Rob Yates, excellent, 72 off 72 balls, 2 6s, 10 4s, but he too holed out to long on as Lamb will look to pull the ball behind square, and that's 4 more for him, 297 for 6. The Bears looking like they might get 300 on the board here. Yates was out to Ahmed, the 16-year-old leg spinner, getting his first senior wicket. Jacob Bethel trapped LBW, plumb to George Rhodes for 3. And then that key stand of 153 between Matt Lamb and 20-year-old Ethan Brooks. Brooks with his maiden 50 at this level. He scored 63 off 65 balls. And Lamb has gone on to turn his innings into a very fine maiden century. 3 balls to go. He's on 116. He's facing Barnes. Makes room. Hits him straight. Carver will be determined, I'm sure, to come back for 2. He calls Lamb through. The throw goes to the bowler's end, so he does get the 2 that he wanted. Looks tired now, Matt Lamb, understandably. Appreciates the call from Carver. 299 for 6. I've got an update to do for local radio stations in a moment, as we get into the last 2 balls. Barnes gets back to his mark. And comes into bowl to Lamb once more. Backs off, and that's a high full toss that he turns around the corner. It's going to be a no ball. So he gets a single and a couple for the no ball. Here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire have just passed the 300 mark with 2 balls to go. They're 302 for 6. It's a great recovery thanks to 2 young batsmen. Matt Lamb, a brilliant first century List A cricket. He's up to 119 not out. Ethan Brooks making 63, really coming of age in his most significant contribution in the Warwickshire first team. Leicestershire will feel they've let this get away a little bit. 302 for 6, the Bears, with 2 balls to go. And it's Ed Barnes in, back of a length, and a swing and a miss from Carver, who maybe would have been better under the circumstances, trying to get Lamb back on strike for the final ball. But he wasn't able to do so. And now the final scheduled delivery. Lamb Looks like he's going to end up then with 119 off 105 balls with a 6 and 10 fours. And in comes Barnes for the final ball of the innings. Carver on 5 will look to make contact. It's a good Yorker on around off stump. Oh, and he's been given a wide. That was a very late call from Nick Cook, and Leicestershire are looking in a very second-hand manner at Nick Cook after that. He rubs his head in both hands, does Barnes. He thought he got out the over with another dot ball there. I think he can consider himself rather unfortunate. Carver on 5. What can he make of the 8th ball of this over from Barnes? He comes in again, and Carver, well, it's almost the same, but it's just a bit tighter on the stumps, and Carver looks rather disgruntled as he finishes unbeaten on 5 of 10 deliveries. But Warwickshire were in real trouble on 121 for 5. Have ended up coming through to a score of 303 for 6 off the back of a fine century from Matt Lamb and a 50 from Ethan Brooks. Just a quick word from Richard Ray about that. 304 the target for Leicestershire. The wicket looks true enough. Bit of help for the slower bowlers, but you know, it's a score that will take a bit of chasing down.
Yep, outstanding knock from Matt Lamb. Well played him. You can hear the applause ringing around this huge ground, and he can be very, very proud of his efforts today, as can Brooke. And that's change in momentum that was maintained from that point of being 121 4-5 will give Warwickshire a lot of confidence. There is a little bit there. I think it's essentially a very good wicket, and it came on nicely, especially towards the end of the innings. But there was just 1 or 2 that turned for the spinners, and with the 3 spinners in their side, forming a big part of their overs that they bowl, Warwickshire will be reasonably confident. I don't think it's a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. Leicestershire, with their batters in form, Hill and Harris both scoring centuries last time out, will be confident of going close, but it should be a great game, Rich.
It's a 304-run target that Leicestershire are going to face in the second half of this game. Let's hand listeners to Sports Extra to Kevin Howells.
to umpires Nick Cook and Mark Newell. We welcome the Warwickshire team led by captain Will Rhodes.
So as you may just have heard there, Will Rhodes is leading out the Bears, ready to defend this score of 303 for 6 that they've made against the Leicestershire Foxes on what looks a good surface to bat on. It is a used surface, so it's offered a bit of assistance with the slower bowlers, of which the Bears have plenty available. But against the Leicestershire batting lineup that has performed particularly well in the middle, Marcus Harris and Lewis Hill have been in the runs, so should be a very entertaining afternoon here at Edgbaston in the Royal London One Day Cup. I'm Richard Wilford for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. Richard Ray will be back shortly from BBC Radio Leicester, and Kevin Howells is with us as well through the course of the afternoon. There's a lopsided Warwickshire innings where they got into trouble on 121 for 5, but were bailed out by a thoroughly entertaining stand of 153 between Matt Lamb, who went on to make his maiden List A century, and Ethan Brooks, who hadn't got into double figures in List A previously, who made 63. A real breakthrough innings for him. Rob Yates with 72 up top. The other significant score that got them through to 303, a couple of wickets each for George Rhodes and Dieter Klein, who both bowled very well. The other pick of the bowlers, Rehan Ahmed, the 16-year-old leg spinner, who was very entertaining. 1 for 47 from his 10 overs. Bowls with real energy. Comes in surprisingly quickly for a leg spinner, and quite a long follow through as well, but it looks a very, very fine prospect. So here we go with the reply. Jordan Bullpit, the left-arm seamer, is going to be bowling, and it's Swindles and Patel opening the batting, and that is well wide of off-stump. It scurries along the ground through to Michael Burgess, and there is a wide to get Leicestershire underway. So Swindles promoted to the top of the order. He's on strike, diminutive character. Rather taller Rishi Patel is at the near end, the pavilion end. Jordan Bullpit, the man on a short-term contract, left-arm seamer with no number on his back, comes in to bowl just back of a length, and that hits Swindles in the midriff, goes out into the offside. There'll be no run as we're joined by listeners to Sport Extra with the news that Leicestershire are one without loss after one legal delivery in their reply to the Warwickshire score of 303 for 6, founded on an innings of 119 not out from Matt Lamb, and a stand worth more than 150 between him and youngster Ethan Brooks, who made 63. Rob Yates, the other top scorer, with 72. Just to recap over that for those of you just joining us. As Bullpit's in again, back of a length around off stump, steered into the offside defensively by Swindles. Brooks comes in to do the fielding. Richard Ray is reinstalled alongside me, and it should be an interesting run chase.
It should be. Interesting also that Leicestershire have made a change to their opening partnership, which was George Rhodes and Rishi Patel last time out. But Swindles, having come back into the side, has been pushed up to open. He's a busy player, but he's not necessarily a big hitter. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on.
Bullpit once more clipped off his pads by Swindles. It goes wide of Pollock at mid-wicket. There'll be a chase around the boundary for George Garrett, and they come back comfortably for 2. I just wonder whether the key to chasing this down isn't necessarily to bomb on in the first 10 overs anyway, in that wicket preservation and foundation might be the way, because Warwickshire succeeded when they dug in, and they had to because they were 5 wickets down, but built a partnership.
It's a possibility, but sides just don't tend to take that attitude these days. Well, not many do anyway, especially the young players.
Ball bit back of a length, cut into the ground. It's bursting through the hands of Brooks at backward point. It rolls down off the brim of his cap in the end, and he picks up. There won't be any run though. Wasn't his tidiest piece of work, Ethan Brooks.
Missed out a bit there, Swindles. He's crossing himself, swished his bat angrily in the air. Bit of width. No cover on the boundary, of course, on the offside. Just third man, and as is usually the way, deep backward square.
Ball put in again, steered between slip and backward point this time, down towards third man for a single. Bethel does the fielding. 4 without loss. In this first over, on to strike for the first time will be Rishi Patel. Ball pit, not express pace, very steady run up, but then quite a strong shoulder action about him.
Something of sort of David Willey about the action.
Yeah, I think the fair hair kind of helps that as well,
yes,
doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Quite a steady approach, and then there's the effort from the shoulder. Defended out into the offside. Carver picks up from covers, and needing 304 for victory. Leicestershire 4 without loss after the first over.
Rishi Patel has been given a really good run in the side. New signing for the Foxes from Essex at the end of last season. And really many opportunities down at Chelmsford. Getting plenty of opportunities at the Upton Steel County ground. 70 in his first innings of this competition, that is. His career best of 70 balls against Derbyshire. 24 of 32 against Yorkshire. Both innings ended in a dismissal caught at extra cover. He's a very correct player. Patel, this should be his sort of pitch, but interestingly, they're going to open the bowling with left arm spin. Warwickshire open the bowling, that is, from the City end. The Yorkshireman just steps up and bowls to Swindles, who tries to whip it away into the leg side. Gets a bit of a thin inside edge. The ball squirts out rather towards backward square. Bulpit gets his throw away quickly next to the stumps, and the bails are indeed whipped off, but Patel quick between the wickets, so they all seem to be these days made his ground, and he'll be facing for the first time 5 without loss on a lovely afternoon here in Birmingham. What are we, about 2 miles away from maybe 1.5 miles from the city centre. Carver is in to Patel, full toss, driven back past him, very low full toss, tumbled away to his left, couldn't quite get there, but he has a long off, so just the single. He's also got a white towel hanging out of the back of his trousers for some reason. A bit hard to imagine. I suppose sweat really, as much as anything, being dried from the hands. Certainly there's not much moisture out there. Bowls to Swindles, who is poking rather. A poke drive, if there is such a thing, which means the ball is in the air for a few feet as it heads out towards the covers. Very uncertain shot from Harry Swindles, but he gets away with it. Dot ball, Carver is in to him, drops a little short, Swindles goes back, looks to chop it away on the offside, doesn't time it, hits it hard down into the ground, and again the man at extra cover, who I think is Brooks, is it? Brooks? Not sure. In goes Carver and bowls a straighter delivery, worked by Swindles. Straightish, just wide of mid-wicket out towards mid-on, and he scampers. Well, every run with Harry Swindles, because of his relatively short stature, looks like a bit of a scamper. He's got quite short strides as well. So the legs work quite quickly. In goes Carver and bowls very straight, and Patel just leans forward, defends it back down the pitch to the Yorkshireman. A very respectable first over from him. Solid start from Warwickshire as they look to defend this score of 303, which is certainly 30 or 40 more than at one stage looked likely to be their best chance of getting when they were 121 for 5. This young side.
have been 100 more than they were expecting at that point.
Well,
actually, to be fair,
pitch was always decent.
Yeah, it's just if that 6th wicket had gone
if you
down,
dug in, yeah.
It was a tail that was lengthy. Bullpit is going to continue and bowl his 2nd over to Swindles, who's driving up towards mid-off. Thought about a quick single, but Will Rose is quickly onto it. For those who are listening on Sports Extra, by the way, don't forget that coming up at 2:55, it's the latest instalment of the 100. So at Lords today, London Spirit against Trent Rockets, the women's game starting at 3 o'clock, and then the men in action at 6:30 this evening. And via the cricket homepage, you can see whether Gloucestershire can chase down 336 against Durham, and what sort of total Worcestershire post against Essex after their flying start. 76 without loss after 12. As Bullpit onto middle and leg, steered into the leg side by Swindles, who would have liked to have got that rather squarer. Instead, Ed Pollock is able to come in and gather. Swindles, it looks rather jockey-like, given not only his short stature, but the length of his shirt. He looks like he's in the silks of the Earl of Rutland for this game. This fox red, as it's described, which is a far more vivid shade of red than any fox I've met. And they do like the back gardens in my neighbourhood, the foxes. As Bullpit comes in, that's well outside off stump, and given the chance to swing his arms through the ball, Swindles lifts it over the infield and collects 4 runs with rather good timing as well. 11 without loss in the 3rd over, Leicestershire.
Yeah, minimal risk really, with all the offside field inside the circle. Say a little bit of width. Good afternoon, Di Davis, that is. He thinks Warwickshire have set a competitive but not insurmountable target. We'll need a good start to the reply, but the return of Swindles does add a little more strength to the batting order. I think he was anticipating Harry coming in a little bit later. They decided to push George Rhodes down the order.
Feels like a fair assessment of the game from Di, though. This is Fuller from Bullpit, and this will be hit in a sort of square drive. It was slightly uppish, but in an area where, again, there was no risk because it's split the field very comfortably, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Swindles. That was neatly dispatched, and it will do away with the slip. They're going to strengthen the offside field inside the ring. And Warwickshire. So that's always a little feather in the cap of the batsman there, where the fielding change, removing the close catcher, is made by the home captain. Bullpit again, just back of a length, much better delivery on middle and off. He fields in his own follow-through as it's patted back down the wicket by Swindles, who's off to a bright start here. He's already on 13. For Jordan Bullpit, feels like an important game. He's had a couple of opportunities now, and he just wants to demonstrate that he might have stickability at this level, whether it be at Warwickshire or whether it be at another county, because there'll be plenty keeping an eye out at the type of players that are getting a chance in the Royal London One Day Cup this year. That's a good delivery. Again, just back of a length on this occasion, beats the outside edge and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Got a bit more bounce there, Bullpit. Ends on a high in that over. Leicestershire needing 304 of 15 without loss after 3.
Yeah, that's the length. And the direction pretty much as well. Might just have held its own off the seam. Takes his cap from the 12th man. And his sunglasses, de rigueur these days for the younger player. Very smart they look as well. Carver is going to continue from the city end with his left arm spin. Just conceded 3 runs from his first over. In he goes to Rishi Patel, who's down the wicket, chipping it neatly over mid-on, who can only turn in resignation and jog after the ball. I say chip implies that he didn't hit it so cleanly, but he didn't certainly follow through. It wasn't a full-blooded hit, but he did time it very nicely indeed, and it landed about halfway back and runs over the long-gone boundary for 4. He used his feet well there, Patel.
Yeah, and once he got into the right position, it gave him a bit of a margin for error there. Neatly played.
4 off the first ball. Will they look to work it around? Carver is in and bowling again. He's down the wicket, stroking it out towards mid-on, who comes in and hurls a ball at the stumps. Misses them, so I won't know if Patel would have made his ground. I'm pretty sure he would have done. Quick between the wickets. Made on a little slow to get to the ball. Long way down for him to bend. One taken. Nothing there. So much for Carver so far. He bowls 2 Swindles, who goes back to a ball that's just slightly short of the ideal length, but again, he can't time the attempted cut out into the offside. It bounces down off the thick bottom part of the bat towards extra cover. Carver in again. Fuller this time. Swindles looking to stroke the ball past him down towards long off. Can't get it past him. Carver falls to his left to make a 2-handed stop. 20 without loss, Leicestershire. Carver also in sunglasses is in and bowls nice and straight. Turns his wrists on that one, Swindles, but only runs it as far as mid-wicket. So 3 dot balls in a row. Good comeback from Carver, having conceded 5 from the first 2 balls. Licks his fingers and examines the ball in minute detail before gripping it and going in and bowling 2 Swindles, who cuts out into the offside only as far as point, and that is the end of the over. So it was a very good comeback from Kyle Carver. 5 from the over, 20 without loss, Leicestershire after 4, from which even I can work out that the run rate is currently 5.
Don't put yourself down, you know. I'm sure you'll be coming up with the decimals later.
That's it.
It's an interesting pickup, Carl Carver. I don't think it's a coincidence that he'll have come through the Yorkshire system with Will Rhodes, who is 12 months older than him and indeed made his county debut 12 months earlier, both of them breaking through into the Yorkshire senior team as teenagers. And he's got a lot of faith in him to give him the new ball effectively as a slow left armer, as Bullpit comes into bowl to Patel, who is driving off the inside half of the bat, and it bounces through to Bullpit, who fields in his follow through. 23 years of age is Jordan Bullpit. And there are opportunities in county cricket for left armers. Possibly lacks the pace to have got a contract anywhere sooner, but has played a fair bit of second 11 cricket and university cricket as well. This is turned off his pads by Patel. It's a deep backward square leg. Garrett is into the fielding. Garrett, who we might have expected to get the new ball. He took 5 wickets for Warwickshire second 11 against Lancashire at the start of July, which is part of what might have earned him this opportunity. His first class experience came most recently 3 years ago when he was part of the Cambridge MCCU. And he's listed as left medium. He might just be gathering speed a bit beyond that. It's not rapid, but that next ball is chopped down on by Swindles and it bobbles behind the stumps. For a moment there was a concern that it might have hit the wickets. He seems to have settled into a little bit more of a rhythm here, Bullpit. Was searching for it in the previous over. Matt Lamb, having made 100, is warming up vigorously as if to say, look, I'm the man today. And I know that Richard Ray wants to see my most peculiar run-up, because nothing prepares you in life for what's about to happen. As Bullpit bowls outside of stump, but a swing and a miss from Swindles, and he finishes the miss with a bit of a flourish and an arc of his arms, but the ball has long since gone. 21 without loss it remains.
Yeah. It's only taken a few balls of not many runs coming, just for that pressure to make itself felt, you feel there. I take your point about playing carefully to start with, but I think they still do need to be sort of 55-60 off the power play.
Yeah, maybe so. Bullpit driven up towards mid-on. There won't be a single there. Oh gosh, for a moment it looked like Patel was going to overcommit, and he's looking down the wicket. But maybe he didn't hear a clear call, although there was quite a bit of yelling. Lamb was right on top of that ball. There was never a single there. It does remain 21 without loss in the next 45 seconds or so. Listeners of Sport Extra will be heading to Lords for the 100. Good game in prospect between the women of the London Spirit and those of the Trent Rockets. This commentary, of course, will continue online via the BBC Cricket homepage as Bullpit is clipped through mid-wicket. Chasing round is Garrett, and the decide not to go for a second, and looking at the quality of the throw, they were very wise. Just 2 singles off that over from Jordan Bulpett. He's 3 overs for 14. 304 the target. 22 without loss are Leicestershire after 5.
Yeah, much better over from Bulpett there. Concentrated on accuracy and reaped the rewards, really. It was the last ball of the previous over, when he beat Swindles, that told him all he needed to know, really, in terms of where he needed to bowl. And pretty much did so in that following over. Carver to continue from the city end. In he goes to Swindles, who sweeps hard and in the air, low, but off the ground, bounces around about 8 feet in front of the man at deep square, on the boundary almost. Would have been a nightmare if it bounced sort of 4 or 5 feet further in front of him, because he might have then have been expected to dive forward and try and take it. Picks up a single. Swindles, that's driven out into the offside by Patel. In the air for a few feet again. Garrett clapping his hands together is the fielder. 23 without loss. Carver is in and bowling. I think he saw Patel coming there and just dragged his length back a little bit. And the Leicestershire opener could only turn his wrists on it, push it out towards mid-wicket. No run again. Little bit of a squeeze on from the Warwickshire bowlers here as Carver is in to Patel, who goes back, strokes it out into the offside, only as far as extra cover. Very good over so far from Carl Carver. Just the single conceded from the first ball, then 3 dots. He is in again, almost walks to the wicket, then up on his toes, and a big swipe from Patel. Takes a thick inside edge, runs down towards man on the 45, Bulpett, who makes the stop away to his right. So again, another dot ball. Leicestershire batting and the Warwickshire bowling creating it. Similar sort of pressure as in he goes and bowls. Carver dives away to his left to stop the drive. Hit hard down into the ground. They take one off that ball, which was pushed out towards mid-off. Deflected out towards mid-off by Carl Carver, but a good over from him. 2 good overs, really. First from Bulpett, then from Carver, as a consequence of which Leicestershire only scored 2 more runs. 4 runs off the last 2 overs, 24 without loss after 6.
Good spirit in the field as well for a side, some of whom will know each other from second 11 cricket. A couple not so much. Bulpett hasn't been around for long, and Carver of course just arriving, but great reception for Bulpett for that peak fielding as he begins a new over now. And Patel is driving with good timing, but he's Will Rhodes at mid-off, who's fairly well back, and it was struck so powerfully that he had plenty of time to do the fielding. And just the sense that the pressure's growing a little bit on Leicestershire here. Slightly more overcast. The sun isn't quite breaking through the cloud at the moment.
A free hit.
Oh, it was a no ball.
I thought his arm came out, and then it was very brief, the signal, but then around the head.
Yes. Just didn't spot it at the time. Well done to the PA announcer. He's going to be launched here, and I think he's going to get full value. He's got enough on that as Patel, and the free hit goes for 6, and suddenly Jordan Bulpett's 4th over has started a way that he will not be terribly happy about, as full value is taken by Patel. Just hit through the line of the ball, really. Made it travel over cow corner for 6. It's 32 without loss, and at a time that the Leicestershire innings needed a little bit of a kick-start, they get exactly that from Rishi Patel, who faces again and advances down the wicket before gliding it neatly down to 3rd man, where the fielding is done by Bethel. 33 without loss, Leicestershire. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire 18 without loss, needing 336 to beat Durham. That's going to be quite a chase, but it's a free scoring ground at Scarborough. Graham Clark 140, Alex Lees 85, Sean Dixon was 46 not out. Daniel Worrell taking 4 for 58 for Gloucestershire. Bullpit once more, full, driven up towards mid-off, quick single, shy at the stumps from Rhodes. If it hit, it would have been extremely close. The reaction of the fielders would suggest that if it hit, it would have been out. And just looking at the pictures, well, it would have been as tight as it possibly could be. Wouldn't have been much in that at all. But as it is, it proved perfectly effective judgment from Swindles and Patel. And they take the score to 34 without loss. Patel now turns it through mid-wicket. It beats the diving fielder, and if that's timed well enough, it should go for 4. It was a slightly weary chase by Matt Lamb after his innings earlier. And a second boundary in the over for Patel, who overhauls Swindles now. In the other game, 2 o'clock start, the day-night game at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 99 without loss in the 17th over. Brett D'Oliveira 55 not out, and Jack Haynes on 40. So good start for Worcestershire on another pretty high-scoring ground. Yeah, we're going to, for Leicestershire to win, they'll have to be over 600 runs in a day, which is certainly what qualifies as good entertainment. As Patel again driving, likes to get onto that front foot, but can't beat Will Rhodes at mid-off. Rhodes has a lot of bowling options within this side, not necessarily hugely experienced, and it's interesting with Carver having opened the bowling from the Birmingham end and already having got through 3 overs. That's one of his more experienced bowlers at 25. Not a huge number of games under his belt, mind you. Bullpit drags this down the leg side, and it's turned around the corner. Should only be a single. Garrett, oh no, they're going to come back for 2. They've judged that well. Garrett's got a good arm, but it took him a while to get to the ball, and that was an expensive over from Jordan Bullpit, who looks thoroughly disgruntled. It was that no ball that started the over that proved so expensive as it got hit for 6. 40 without loss. We'll have an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR very shortly. Carver's going to continue. Decent start, and they've avoided the loss of early wickets. Down the wicket comes Swindles. He's called through for a single as it goes behind square. Bullpit thinks about whether he should shy at the bowler's end, decides not to, because there was the risk of overthrows if he had. Swindles through for another single. He's 17. And the score 41 without loss. Umpire Cook just having a word, I think, with one of the fielders. Not quite sure what that was about. Carver round the wicket, turned into the leg side. There won't be a single here, as the fielding is done very slickly by Ed Pollock. So make sure that they don't get through quickly for another run. Here at Edgbaston, Leicestershire are 41 without loss in the 8th over. They're chasing 304 to beat Warwickshire. Bears could do with some early wickets here, having been given their total thanks to a fine maiden century from Matt Lamb in List A cricket. He was 119 not out. Ethan Brooks with his top score of 63 as well, setting a target of 304. Leicestershire are 41 without loss in reply. Carver in again, and going down almost on one knee there to pull it behind square is Patel, but the fielder Bethel is well placed, so he keeps it down to a single. Just singles so far in this over. Swindles 17, Patel 22. Carver going for just over 3 and over so far. Suspect Will Rhodes may make a bowling change at this near end, the pavilion end, for the next over. As this is turned around the corner for a quick single, as much as Pollock tries to scamper onto it from mid-wicket. Swindles and Patel are comfortably through for another run. 43 without loss. As Richard Ray is back alongside me as well. Kevin Howells will be back with us around 3:30. There's an attempted slog sweep here from Patel, wraps him on the pad. There are groans from the Warwickshire fielders, and the over ends. 8 overs gone, 43 without loss, so for the 261 runs required in 42 overs, so the run rate about 6.2. In fact, it's on the board, that would have helped. 6.2. Yeah.
Well, if they can keep a few wickets in hand, make big inroads into the score, then As I say, they'll be reasonably, I think they will have been reasonably confident at the halfway point. They'll have been disappointed to have conceded 300 in the end, but I think they certainly would have taken 270 at the start of the innings, the start of the Warwickshire innings, that is.
That no ball at the start of the previous over at this end kind of let them off the hook a bit, didn't it? Because the free hit was walloped for 6 by Patel. It gave them momentum.
Manraj Johal is in and bowls down the leg side. That will be immediately signalled wide, and is so signalled by umpire Cook. Just a 19-year-old, this young man, another teenager, looking to impress in the early stages of his career. Looks a big unit, a strong boy. Got a little bit of cover on the leg side, deep backward square, and a third man. He is in and bowls, slightly short of a length, steered by Swindles, and he's found the gap. Carver goes chasing after it. There's a little bit of relay work down there at deep backward point. Swindles, however, picks up a couple, was always going to do so, found the gap nicely. 46 without loss.
It's a real sprint from Johal as he approaches. He's bowled a moderate number of overs in each of the 3 games so far. He's not being used for his full 10, doesn't very often come back towards the end, but picked up a wicket in each of the 3 matches.
He was ready to go, but Swindles, he decided Swindles wasn't. Swindles raises a left hand in apology, so he decided correctly. Runs away from us, a very straight run, and bowls to Swindles, just a back of a length, drops it out into the offside, and then puts up his right hand, asking the question of Rishi Patel, do you fancy it? There obviously was some sort of call. I didn't hear it, perhaps it was some sort of semaphore, but Patel called him to for the single, made his ground comfortably.
You mentioned earlier that Paul Nixon had pointed to the way that other teams have run between their wickets against Leicestershire. I wonder whether there's a little bit of that lesson being carried into their own batting performance the way they're running at the moment.
He'll hope so. In goes Johal and bowls, stroked on the front foot this time by Patel out towards Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, who's at mid-off, pretty much straight to him. Yeah, they learnt a lesson at the hands of 2 teenagers against Yorkshire, really, in those terms. You're right, they will have taken that on board, one trusts. I think he said there were 41% dot balls in their innings of 320 odd. In goes Johal and bowls, and turned neatly by Patel. Always looks to have a lot of time out towards mid-wicket, moving to his right. Mid-on makes the stop, so just a single on that occasion for Patel. 23 he has, of I think that's 24. They are tiny letters in the number of balls each batsman has faced after their totals. Johal turns, runs in and bowls, drags his length back a little bit, back foot defensive shot, dropped out behind point this time by Harry Swindles. Again he makes that questioning gesture with his right hand. This time we heard the call from Rishi Patel saying no, not this time. Score remains 48, 5 off the first 5 balls of the over.
Smaller numbers on the scoreboard are never made any plainer when the sun comes out. It tends to make the scoreboard look a bit faded. It's got various degrees of brightness, the scoreboard, but this is one of these sort of tricky periods where those numbers, you know, it's not just you, Richard, is what I'm saying. They do tend to disappear a bit.
It goes. Patel bowls and pulled away, and is it going to be 4? It is going to be 4. First time he dropped really short, sat up nicely, and Harry Swindles tucked in a fairly safe shot hit. Pulled over mid-wicket, runs away to the boundary for 4. So first 5 balls were pretty good. Didn't come out of the over well, though. Conceded 4 from the last, so 9 from first 5 over, and the Foxes 50 is up after 9 overs, and it looks like they are going to be sort of 55 to 60 from 10. Will it be without loss?
There are positives and negatives about what Will Rhodes has at his disposal. He has got 9 bowlers in this team, but they've got subtle experience between them. Carver is going to continue. Coming down the wicket and hitting it straight is Patel. Has he got enough? He's just got enough. Let's say that the fielder was interested throughout because it went higher than it went long, really, but it has gone all the way. A second 6 for Rishi Patel, but rather as we saw a couple of the Warwickshire batsmen doing, he's taken the risky direction there. I think it's Ethan Brooks who's long on, where he's a very good fielder as well. 58 without loss, but that was, in terms of the risk and reward ratio, probably a little riskier than it should have been. He's up to 29 though, Patel, no damage done. And now he drives it along the deck, and they'll think they might be able to come back for 2, but credit to Brooks, he's absolutely raced onto that and hurls it in. If I say, I think it's Rob Yates actually who's out there after all. It's 17, not 77. It's a long way away from us. What's that, 150 yards away?
At least.
Yeah. So 17 and 77, and not the, if you're at the other end of the ground, don't tease me for it. Down the wicket comes Swindles. Carver adjusts, but when he drags the ball down, it's clipped towards mid-wicket. Bethel comes in to do the fielding. And it's 60 without loss. Yes, Brooks is at extra cover. There you go. Oh well. I think my defence was fairly sturdy there.
Talk about something else.
I'm in the hands of the judge. Driven by Patel through the vacant mid-on up to long on. Yates, as we've since discovered. 61 without
So
loss.
you say.
Gosh. I think it's one of the great curiosities of cricket, if the numbers aren't clearer, that in coloured kit players look more alike than they do in their whites. Carver is in once more. That does just bite and grip a little bit, but clipped off his pads by Swindles for another single, and this is proving a very productive couple of overs again for Leicestershire. And you wanted them to get 55 or 60 in the 10 overs of the power play. Well, they're on 62 with 1 ball to go. They haven't lost any wickets, and they've put themselves in a very good position to chase this down. Needing around 6 and over, going at around 6 and over. And Carver, who could be a key bowler, has got through 5 overs. Nothing off his final ball of his 5th over. It was turned towards mid-wicket where Pollock fields. End of the over then, 304 the target. Leicestershire 62 without loss. Swindles 27. And Patel 31. The high rise, or relatively high rise, of the city centre, looking as pretty as can be, really. The newer buildings shining. And the post office tower looking very, very white. Looks like it's had a spruce up to me.
Yeah, it definitely has. Some sort of new cladding or something.
Yeah, it's probably all part of the Commonwealth Games makeover.
Ah, right.
Ahead of next year.
Well, the score's the same. It's level after the power play, the first power plays, but only in terms of runs. Warwickshire had lost a couple of wickets at that stage. Leicestershire wickets in hand, including 2 Centurions, Marcus Harris and Lewis Hill. The 2 Centurions from the game against Yorkshire, that is, but Harris has been in, well, he's played like the Australia international he is, essentially, since coming to Leicestershire at the start of the season. 3 centuries for him in the county championship, plus a 50 or 2. Once he got the hang of it, I think once he stopped shaking with cold, essentially, was what it came down to.
The Bears' first overseas player this year, Hanuma Vihari, didn't get beyond the shaking with cold phase.
So Manraj Johal is going to continue from this pavilion, and in he goes and bowls. Swindle steps right across his stumps and then sells Patel something of a dummy. Drops it out into the offside, but in fairness to him, he raised his bat high in his left hand and bellowed no once he saw Patel galloping towards him. Patel able to turn on his heel.
To be fair to Vihari, he played one really decent innings up at Durham in a lost cause, but the weather was atrocious while he was here. And you could see there's a really good cricketer there, but he didn't really have the time before he was replaced by Peter Milan, who was due to arrive at the start of the season.
In goes Johal, again dropped down into the offside, this time behind square, almost down towards sort of 4th slip area by Harry Swindles, and as a consequence there is a comfortable single to be taken, there not being a fourth slip, understandably, at the moment. 63 without loss. Harris, after that fourth game, the sun finally came out. Geez, he said, it's a different place. Had scored a lot of runs once the sun came out. They told me it was a different place when the sun came out. Jahal is in and bowls. Fuller this time, beautifully clipped away through mid-wicket. In pursuit, isn't going to get there. Chasing back, is that Garrett chasing back from mid-wicket? I think it is. Couldn't quite get there, and he just holds his right thigh a little bit. Might just have picked up a burn mark from the rope, but again, an exquisite piece of timing from Rishi Patel, who really does look a class act. Paul Nixon is hugely impressed, if you like, and enthused by his potential. Jahal is in, drops short, pulled over mid-wicket for 4 more. I thought for a second he'd clothed it slightly, but in fact, although he didn't quite middle it as well as he would like, got plenty of it, so consecutive boundaries for Rishi Patel. And yeah, young Manraj Johal getting plenty to think about here, and indeed for his skipper.
And again, you know, it seems trite to say, but it's part of the learning process, in that he's a teenager, he's come up against more experienced men, and the sort of delivery you're not going to get away with at this level.
He is in and looking for the Yorker, doesn't quite get it onto the leg stump of Patel, who clips it away down towards long leg for a single. 9 then from the first 3 balls of the, not the first 3 balls, because the first couple were to Swindles, of course, so 10 off the over so far. 5 balls bowled. 72 without loss, Leicestershire. Jahal tosses the ball from hand to hand and chases away from us and bowls. Just gives himself a little bit of room, trusting the pitch, really. There, Harry Swindles, and guides it out towards point. Comes in off the boundary to field and takes 1. 73 without loss after 11 overs, Leicestershire, and they've, without taking an undue risk really, with the exception of that 6 off Carver over long on from Patel. Given there was a long on, there was a risk involved then, and didn't drop so very far over the boundary. Otherwise, they've played the bowling fairly much on its merits without taking too many risks, but they've just taken advantage of the looser balls that have come certainly in recent overs.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 inexperienced seamers have bowled 6 overs for 50 runs between them, so they've suffered too many boundary balls between them. Carver has kept things tight, as we might expect the slower bowlers to do. 5 overs, 23. We're going to see another young seamer come into the attack now. George Garrett is going to bowl. I wouldn't be enormously surprised to see this become a double change. We might see some spin from this end very shortly. There are a lot of spin options in this side. Rob Yates with his off breaks, Matt Lamb with his leg breaks with the odd off break thrown in, Jacob Bethel, slow left armour, can all be used. But here's Garrett for the first time today, bowling to Swindles. It's full outside off stump, and he drives it through the covers for a single. Matt Lamb, who's out there. 74 without loss. Pleased to report that Richard Ray is a dunker. I think it's always important to know these things, people's habits.
How dare you, sir?
the biscuit and hot beverage did make contact. I'm assuming coffee by the...
Earl Grey tea, actually.
Is it? You're dunking an Earl Grey... Oh, that's a different discussion.
It is.
So the next ball is driven into the follow-through of Garrett. It bounces off him. Have you put milk in it as well?
Just a splash.
See, that's why it's such a uncharacteristic colour for a tea. Earl Grey with a splash. Gosh. Get very fancy.
I can almost see your lip lifting and curling. And
well, you know, I don't mind an adventure in the world of tea, as of course, legendarily, the Leicestershire and former Warwickshire pace bowler Chris Wright does. As Patel prepares to face Garrett and drives him up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Chris was good enough before we launched the first series of the Bears Pod Blast. He came into town with me and he tasted 25 teas. For I know 20 teas, because the whole point was it was Chris Wright's T20 T20, because he tasted 20 teas. And he took it very seriously, Richard.
right.
I mean, very seriously.
Were they sort of herbal teas or genuine sort of...
Oh, no, all sorts.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, no, properly, yeah. In comes Garrett once more, driven towards mid-wicket, picked up by Carver. It was a specialist tea shop. So, you know, there were the matcha teas, there were the black teas, white teas, green teas, some flavoured, some summery ones. Your Rooibos, the whole gamut, and we ran one of those each week in the first series. And Chris, a very likeable guy, Chris, very earnest when he's tasting his teas. Very, very earnest. We were going to do Series 2 wines, but he left for Leicestershire. As the next ball just back of a length is chopped down by Patel, they'll come through for a single. A stumbling, fumbling pick-up and throw side-handed by a rather determined Ethan Brooks. But they were always going to get through for a single. 75 without loss.
Maybe it's something we can adopt on Talking Foxes.
There you go. Take him wine tasting. He'd love it.
I'm sure he would.
He would. You might not want to do all of the tasting in one episode. You might have to spread it out, otherwise
it would be a funny episode by the end, wouldn't it?
It would be very good. As this is steered behind square, that's a good stop by Ethan Brooks at backward point. Gets 2 hands to it, and that's enough to put them off a single. That's a good first over from George Garrett. Just conceded 2 runs, and as I suspected, manager Harley is going to come out of the attack. And which way is Will Rhodes going to turn? Rhodes himself, of course, he's one of the 9 bowling options, but as Bears fans have become very familiar with this year, is remarkably reluctant to bowl, it seems. Jacob Bethel it is, he's going to come in, the 17-year-old, born in Barbados, and he has bowled well so far in this competition. He won't bring quite the drama and entertainment that young Rehan Ahmed did earlier on, but he's a very impressive young character.
It's an important little spell, this, isn't it, as well? If he can find a little something and break this partnership, lift the Bears. Because at the moment, not too many difficulties being posed for these 2 Leicestershire batters. Swindle's 30, Patel 41. He'll be anxious to go on, though he's had an awful lot of starts. He always seems to get really well in, Rishi Patel, but only once really has he gone on with that 70 in the first innings. Say in the first match against Derbyshire. In goes Bethel, back towards him. The ball is stroked by Patel, having a little look at the left armour. DLS showing 51. Leicestershire well ahead of that at the moment. Bethel is in, tosses it right up and reaching forward. Patel gets to it on the full, very low down though, clips it down towards long on, and there is no run. It was a good over from George Garrett. Last time out. Harpenden born, Hertfordshire. But he went to Shrewsbury School, hence presumably the connection. And of course the University of Birmingham, so he came to the West Midlands rather than the West Midlands going to him. Bethel is in, turned into the leg side by Swindles, and immediately seeing that Garrett was closing on the ball, you heard the bellow of no.
To be fair, anybody who went to school in Shropshire, you have to wrestle away from Worcestershire's grasps these days.
Yeah, true. Bethel is in, big slog sweep outside the off stump, misses Harry Swindles, looking for mid-wicket. Risky shot, there is a deep mid-wicket, there is a long on, there is a deep backward square. The man on the 45 is on the edge of the circle, and there is a sort of conventional mid-wicket as well. Bethel is in, defended firmly out in the gap at mid-on, out towards long on. Rob Yates comes in and fields. 1 is taken, but good so far from Bethel. He's also got a man out on the point boundary, so plenty of cover for him. Tosses that one up, but Patel uses his feet nicely and drives it wide of mid-off, who is up on the edge of the circle, and it beats him comfortably. Runs away 4-4, so a really good over in the end. There wasn't too much wrong with that delivery, except that Patel used his feet really nicely, got to the pitch of it, made it into a half volley. Bethel didn't see him coming, and 4 runs was the result. The Foxes move on to 81 without loss after just 13 overs.
Another good acid test of Bethel. He's taken 8 wickets in the 3 matches he's played in this competition and gone for less than 4.5 and over, and that boundary putting a blemish on it. But it's been Patel's footwork that has really caught the eye so far in this innings. He gets himself into position to play the shot very, very effectively. Jed from online has suggested we're a new comedy duo invented, the 2 Richards. Well, it would be different if it was Channel 4, they give it a different time. He says that he defends...
There'll be those who still use that title anyway.
Yeah, he's going to come to your defence in a moment, but not entirely, as Garrett begins a new over. The wicketkeeper's standing up, which is interesting, because Garrett bowls with a decent pace, and it's driven behind square on the offside. It was a drive, but it was probably slightly edgy, but safe enough. The bottom of Swindle's bat, and they get through for a single. 82 without loss. He says he defends Mr. Ray's right to put milk in his Earl Grey, does the same himself. The game's gone. But dunking in an Earl Grey, outrageous behaviour. It's not having it.
It is a plain biscuit, but it's my only defence. I do apologise.
If you did it with a custard cream, it would be...
Oh, that'd just be...
You'd be
drummed out of Edgbaston, wouldn't I? Yeah, rightly so.
You'd be right into the media manager now. Garrett sprinting in, and he's just stepped across his stumps there, Patel, to open up the leg side. Gets the little gentlest of contacts off his pads and brings up his 50 with a 4 through fine leg. Lovely little leg glance, just 39 balls for his 50 with 2 6s and 6 4s, I think. And if I'm right, I don't need a new prescription because those numbers are quite small. But I think that's right, 2 6s and 6 4s.
Second time he's reached 50 in a Leicestershire shirt.
Been a really good knock from Rishi Patel, giving them the platform they need to chase down over 300. And now he's just happy to glide the ball down towards third man to Jahal for a single.
Wicket suddenly looks like an absolute featherbed, doesn't it? Belter. He had so much time there, Patel, but when he plays like this, you can see why Paul Nixon really does get excited. He genuinely feels he's an international in the making, Rishi Patel.
Confident lad, then.
Well, Nixon would say that off Patel, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Not Patel himself.
Oh,
he may well,
okay.
But I'm sure he wouldn't say, yeah, I'm going to play for England or whatever. I'm sure it's his ambition, everybody.
Just looked a really well-organised cricketer so far, for sure. As the Swindles, this time drive really up to mid-on. It's a quick single, but I think he would have been pretty well home, actually, if the throw had hit the stumps. It was Ed Pollock who was coming in there. I don't think he was ever going to put a lot of pressure on. Swindles is a little scamperer. He's to 33, 88 without loss.
He does. Classic wicketkeeper build, isn't he, in that respect? Strangest thing George Garrett did during lockdown? Would you like to hazard a guess?
Dread to think.
It wasn't anything to do with dunking in Earl Grey.
No, that'd be a little bit much. So Garrett is driven straight for a single by Patel, 89 without loss. Did he darn socks?
No, not a bad shout. He grew sideburns. He says that's the strangest thing he did.
Okay.
Grew sideburns.
Are all the Bears ones, when asked in the winter what they did during lockdown, are they all saying things to do with hair? I'm starting to suspect that they're because we had the mullet suggested from Ethan Brooks earlier. I'm wondering whether it's all been hair related. 8 runs off this over, 1 ball to go. Swindle's facing it. It's a slower ball from Garrett, and he steers it down to Ethan Brooks at point. He fields, throws the ball to Burgess, jumps Greg Rutherford-like over the pitch, and takes up his new fielding position. End of the over. Leicestershire at the moment having it pretty much their own way. 14 overs gone, 304 their target, and they're 89 without loss.
And it was perhaps the sideburns are slowing him down a little bit, if they're still there. A bit hard to tell from here because that was fairly gentle stuff. He could of course be deliberately taking pace off the ball, looking for a little bit of movement, but it's not hard to work out why Michael Burgess is standing up to the stumps to him at the moment.
Have you got a 3:30, Richard?
I have. Thank you for the reminder.
I'm stage manager. I'm taking my role as stage manager. If you come back afterwards, I'll take a break, because I think Kevin's going to join us at some point shortly. As new over begun by Bethel, and he's chopped behind square on the offside, and Patel is calling Swindles through for 2, and he's got that dead right as well. Good running between the wickets from Patel, who goes to 54. It's 91 without loss. Bethel looking to try and grasp a bit of control. Oh, and he's beaten the outside edge of the bat there from Patel. That did grip and turn a bit for him, and might have kept a touch low as well. Further outside off stump than Patel had judged. He didn't get his foot across the way that he should have done. In comes Bethel again, and Patel, with rather more respect, comes forward and pushes the ball defensively out into the offside. That defensive shot was, as much as anything, well bowled for the previous delivery, I think. He'd earned his dot ball. Bethel floats this up outside off stump, and it's left alone by Patel. Wasn't that far away from having to be thought about whether it was wide, particularly once it turned, but it's just inside the extra line that's there to advise the umpires. Forward in defence is Patel. Just got a sense that Bethel has put a tiny bit of doubt in Patel's mind. Might only be temporary, but it might be they can get this over off relatively inexpensively. He needs to avoid what he did on the final ball of his first over when he got hit for 4, and he does avoid it. Into the pads of Patel. He pats it round the corner, and it's fielded at square leg by Garrett, and that's the end of the over. That's the 15th gone. 91 without loss. Leicestershire, whilst on flying solo, I'll give you the scores elsewhere. Gloucestershire looking to chase down 336 to beat Durham. That game being played in Scarborough. Gloucestershire 61 for 1 in the 11th. Chris Rushworth has removed Chris Dent for 20. Charlesworth on 25 and Lace on 11. Worcestershire 167 without loss at the exact midpoint of their innings against Essex. Jack Haynes 77 and Brett D'Oliveira 83. So they're off to a flyer. Both those games available, of course, via the BBC Cricket homepage. As Garrett comes in, oh, and he's hit beautifully wide of mid-on by Swindles. And he's timed that well enough to beat a chasing Ed Pollock. 4 more for Swindles. He's to 37. 95 without loss. In the 100, approaching the halfway stage of the opening innings at Lord's today, Trent Rockett's women are 71 without loss. In fact, now 76 without loss after 52 balls. Half century there for wicketkeeper Rachel Priest, who's hit 3 sixes and 8 fours. So she's off to an absolute flyer. And Sri Lanka and India are just beginning a T20 match as well at the moment. Nice busy day of cricket. Garrett, that's a better ball, a slower one on middle and off, defended into the offside. And there's no run. Score remains 95 without loss. The breeze has diminished this afternoon. The Warwickshire flag is still blowing, but not quite as vigorously in one direction as it was earlier. As this is driven by Swindles. Quick single up to Ed Pollock, who will throw at the stumps, but nobody's managed to hit the stumps with any regularity so far today, and that doesn't change in this instance. 96 without loss. So I'll look at the stage area just to the right of the main scoreboard. I mean, it's a shame they didn't put a band on during the interval. Bit of,
well, I was thinking of popping up myself with
a ukulele. It's a big floaty full toss from Garrett, a slower ball, driven to Yates at extra cover, and there's no run. Are you not a ukulele player?
With the boom box or whatever you might call it, just go up there and gather a crowd around. That has surprised you if I got 10 or 12 people standing in front of the stage.
Were you going to put your cap out as well?
Well, I had a few crowd favourites I could have put on there.
Okay.
But anyway,
I will depart at the end of this over. Here's Garrett in once more. Guided down to third man by Patel, who looks firmly in the groove now on 55. 97 without loss. Well, if you brought your ukulele, Richard would have brought his glockenspiel. I'd have brought my recorder, and we could have entertained them with a...
We could have shown just what sort of a sport this is for the 21st century.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with a bit of old-fashioned. Would have been a lot wrong with that musically, but we won't dwell on it. Final ball of the over is clipped through mid-wicket. There's going to be a chase for Jacob Bethel round the mid-wicket boundary. Has he got the angle right? Well, whether he has or not is kind of irrelevant, because Swindles has got the timing bang on, and the Leicestershire 100 comes up on the final ball of the 16th over. They're 101 without loss. They require a further 203 runs for victory, and they've managed to drag the run rate required below 6 and over. Richard Ray will be returning very shortly. Kevin Howells picks up the tail.
Well, there we are. What a start this is from the Foxes, and showing really, perhaps earlier, what really good bowling we saw. I thought, you know, well, there were 3 bowlers that came on, and straight away second delivery of those spells took wickets. A couple of Warwickshire batters who looked as if they were going to be well set for going on and getting some runs and just hold out. But Swindles and Patel doing a terrific job here for the visitors, and we're going to see Bethel continue here, and he's bowling from the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl to Patel, who's on 55 not out, 49 deliveries, and he comes in now and bowls to the right-handed Patel, driven. Oh, that's nicely timed. It'll just get him a single, but it's had a real good sound to it, even though there's a fielder running quickly to his right-hand side at long on. 1 more to the total, and Richard is alongside me and thinking to himself, I imagine in the moment, good on you boys, doing a terrific job.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what you think of Rishi Patel. Paul Nixon rates him very, very highly as a prospect indeed, and he does look a very correct player with a lot of time.
And that's up in the air, but save just pops up on the leg side. And this is Rishi Patel of Essex, and
formerly,
yeah, well,
Essex,
exactly,
of course.
yeah.
Yes, that's where he
couldn't get
began.
in, really
Correct.
struggled, and therefore found a home there with Leicestershire, and he'll scamper through for 1. He was looking for the call from his mate at the other end, and he got it.
They're working hard in terms of acquisitions. They've announced one yesterday as well. Roman Walker, 20-year-old, who was actually in the squad for this game, 20-year-old fast-ish bowler.
Patel again behind square on the onsides, down towards short fine leg, and even in the commentary box we could hear the scream of Swindles
from Glamorgan. So they're trying to bring in young, promising players.
Next ball, and looking to sweep. It's him on the pads in the end, but fairly high up. Maybe just got a little bit on it anyway on his bat, but not interested is the umpire. Mr. Newell at this end. Nick Cook it is out there at square leg. Hands in pockets. Both the umpires got their jackets on, as if that wind might be a bit fresh. He's standing out there for a long time. Bethel bowls. Push back to the bowler. No run. Needing a breakthrough here, Warwickshire. 303 for 6 off their 50 overs. And Leicestershire looking strong and solid, but we are only in the 17th over. Next delivery, bowled, fallen, clipped away nicely. Oh, I like the look of that from Patel behind, so that's going to be 4 runs. It was there just right to be hit like that, but he played it well. Looked controlled, never in danger, nice and composed. A boundary to finish off the 17th over, with Leicestershire at 108 without loss. Swindles on 43, Patel on 60, and they're ahead of where they ought to be, which when you're chasing and you haven't lost any wickets is a good place to be, quite clearly. In Swindles and Patel chasing 3 and 4 to try and win the game.
I think Patel will have taken an awful lot of confidence. Not that he lacked too much of it in the first place, but he will have taken confidence from the 70 he made off 70 balls against Derbyshire in the first innings. First time he'd gone on for Leicestershire, having got in on a number of occasions, both red ball and white ball cricket. Well, that time he did go on, and Real opportunity here for him to really play something of a signature innings, really announcing himself, if you like, to the Leicestershire faithful. So Rob Yates is coming on, and he bowls and turned his spinner out through square leg, out towards deep backwards square. Carver is the fielder out there with his white rimmed sunglasses, a la Geraint Thomas. I think Thomas glad at the end of that time trial, wasn't he, that it's been a tough old 6 weeks for him on the bike. Going to have a bit of a break now. In goes Yates and bowls. Reaching forward is Patel, looking to push it down towards long on. Intercepted running across from mid-wicket means no run available to him on that occasion. 109 without loss. Yates is in again, drops a little bit short. This time goes back and plays it firmly. Rishi Patel out through the vacant mid-wicket area, down towards the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Takes one, picking off this fairly unthreatening at this stage off spin from Yates, with a degree of comfort here. The Leicestershire players pushing him out again through mid-wicket is Swindles. You heard the call of no with a Leicester accent. He's a Leicester boy, is Harry Swindles.
I'm not so sure as I know necessarily whether that's
now I've been there a good few years, I'm starting to recognise it.
Yeah.
A few of the Radio Leicester presenters, very much Leicester folk, as should be the case. Tosses that one up, Yates, and almost slightly yorks himself there, Patel, as he waits and waits for it and then jams it back down the pitch. Back to the, I guess we call him an all-rounder then. Rob Yates batted very well. In he goes, bowls, again full, played out through a very straight mid-on, down towards long on, jogs a single. So just the 4 singles from the over, but that is more than enough as far as the Foxes are concerned to keep them firmly on target. 18 overs gone, 112 without loss.
Very assured looking, isn't it? You know, I mean, deliveries, you say that perhaps that wasn't very threatening. Some of the deliveries there, eyes could have lit up, could have tried to go big, but no, just play with confidence, assured, no risk, just ticking off those runs, and it's what's impressing me most about this reply at the moment. I thought, and we were seeing it from Rob Yates until eventually it all just got a little bit too much for him and he lost his wicket, but then we definitely saw it from Lamb within that Warwickshire innings. A terrific century from him, and seemingly vital as Leicestershire made such a good start here. We weren't too sure about what Warwickshire maybe would be hoping would be competitive, somewhere around the 250 mark, 270. Well, they ended up at 300 plus, and that was down to the Lamb 190 not out of 105. And Brooks with his 63 of 65 deliveries. Vital partnership after Yates earlier had made 72. So if not for those contributions, judging by the response we've seen here from Leicestershire, this really would have been trouble for Warwickshire. As it is, there is a lot to ponder for the Warwickshire captain, Will Rhodes, who's alongside Bethel at the moment. Bethel, the spinner, having bowled 3 overs, gone for 15 runs. Need a breakthrough. Couldn't be a stronger start really from the Foxes. And Patel is on 62 not out. His bat is raised and the ball is bowled a little bit short and worked away on the onside for a single for Patel. Moves to 63. Runs being scored at Essex today, where Worcestershire started at 2 o'clock, and Worcestershire's opening pair 187 without loss in the 28th over. A pair of Haynes and D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira a little bit closer to the century on 93 than Haynes, but he's on 87. And they're put into bat. Essex will be perhaps thinking about that decision. Next ball bowled and playing back, turned by Swindles just behind square on the onside. Good use of the wrist. He waited for the ball and got himself a single. He moves to 46. 114 for no wicket. Bethel here in his 4th over, looking for this wicket, looking right now to get rid of Patel. He's on 63 and driven along the ground. There's a man comes racing away to the left-hand side, left arm throw, and they get 1 for that. Patel to 64, 115 for no wicket. Encouragement from the home supporters for good running, good fielding. But I'm afraid that in itself is not going to seemingly pull this around. Although we still got a lot of runs. 189 still needed for the victory. That hits him on the pads. Worked out onto the onside. Will Rhodes with a right arm throw, but they go through for a single. Comfortable in the end. 116 for no wicket. Swindle's 46. Patel's facing is on 64. 2 balls left of this over. And head down the small figure of Bethel bowls. And delivery which is quite full of length really, and sort of straightened up on Patel. But he worked it to the onside. Twirls the ball again. Does the spinner Bethel. He'll come in and bowl. And maybe put a bit more speed on that one. Push square on the offside. Completes the over. 116 for no wicket. Swindle's on 46. Patel 64. 19 overs gone. Still need another 188 to win. But at the moment, that 188 seems a little bit easier than taking wickets.
Yep. They're bang on the run rate that they need, 6.1. But as you say, still got best part of 190 runs to score. One may bring 2. Bang, bang. The eternal cry of the county cricketer. It may yet happen. Few hands on hips out there. Will Rhodes is talking to Robbie Yates at the moment, thinking about the field. Harry Swindles is approaching 50. So have that on his mind a little bit as Yates is in. Bowls to him, plays it firmly out towards straight mid-on. Good work running across to his left by mid-wicket. Makes sure that it doesn't run down towards long on. Prevents a run. Yates just almost steps to the crease before delivering an attempted reverse sweep. Beautifully played, and he sold a really nice dummy as well. He was trying to anticipate a little bit there. Was Manraj Johal. He stepped to his left. Swindles hit it beautifully to his right. Reverse sweep to pick up 4 and go to his 50. It's come off 55 balls and includes 6 fours.
Yep. Something a little strange is happening here. I'm not too sure what. I feel they're running off.
He hurt his hand when he stopped it running away to his left at mid-wicket. Has he dislocated a finger?
That
possibly.
Yeah.
He's done the old dislocated finger. But you would have thought, given he stayed out there for a ball, he would have realised beforehand. Maybe he's just split it a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully not. Something didn't look to be quite right there in terms of his shape. Oh no, don't stop. I don't need to see what might have happened.
No, I dislocated it 3 times.
Oh, have you?
Playing cricket.
I see. Oh, right. Gosh.
In goes Yates. Down the wicket goes Swindles. Gets to it on the full, but all he can do is clip it straight to the man at shortish mid-wicket there to stop the 1. 120 without loss as in goes Yates and bowls, drifting it down onto leg stump, swept conventionally this time by Harry Swindles out towards the deep backward square. Carl Carver with that white rag or towel hanging out of the back of his trousers is the fielder. Gets a good throw away and then comes sprinting in to backward square on the edge of the circle as Yates is in to Patel, who's just calmly playing it back down the pitch. 9 off first 1.5 overs for Rob Yates. Can he come out of this one strongly? In he goes, bowls to Patel, who plays it, who sells him a little bit of a dummy. He looked to be anticipating it going down the wicket on the onside. In fact, Patel stroked it away to his left hand and he couldn't reach across to get there, and the single was duly taken. 122 without loss, 65 to Rishi Patel. That's 70 he made last time, so in the first game of this competition, was in fact his highest score in senior cricket. So ridiculously, as ridiculous almost as that sounds, Rishi Patel. So this is only the second time he's passed 50 in senior cricket. He hasn't passed it in first class cricket in 15 innings, 15 first class innings. But hence my point about it, his need for a sort of bit of a signature. And if he were to be able to go on here, and goodness me, this is an opportunity.
It's Bethel to Patel on 65, defensively into the offside. No run.
And he won't get many better, I don't think.
No. And, you know, barriers are then broken and confidence is built. And
flat pitch, inexperienced attack, test match ground.
Bethel, again, used to the feet and driven into the offside, but straight to the field there, no run.
But Bethel has impressed me. It's calm, accurate.
Very much so. And again, sound of the gulls, even here in the centre of the country, flying around, and ball worked on the onside. There'll be no run. I saw other people similar yesterday, you know, young players who just looked so composed, and I guess that is one of the differences, isn't it, between those that are good at that age and those that are very good and near excellent. Those that have got good temperament. Worked to long on for a single on this occasion by Patel. He's on to 66. Swindles is back on strike, a score of 123 for no wicket. 2 balls left of the 5th over. Twirls the ball from left hand to right as the spinner Bethel, and will bowl now, and fairly full in length and no real sign of turn, just goes straight on really to Swindles. Bethel and Swindles, neither of them look particularly tall. Patel, he does look a little more towering, standing at the moment at the non-striker's end with his back to us. And the bat is raised from Swindles on 51 not out, goes back and, well, looks to pull that from the off stump, wide off stump, back onto the onside. Should have been better just punching it away on the off. But anyway, he's on 51. He's doing a good job regardless of that. And Patel's on 66, 123 for no wicket. And still another 181 needed, 21 overs of the 50 gone. And a reminder that Warwickshire come into this game having played 3, but only just the 1 win at Derbyshire, and there was a comfortable win at Derbyshire the other day, but from Leicestershire's point of view, played 2 victory and a loss so
correct
far. Yeah. So look, a second win if they can in the early stages. Bethel's bowled 5 overs and just the figures taken off in front of me, so I'll try and find them somewhere else.
Yates is in and fullish, swept by Rishi Patel out towards deep backward square. Will be a comfortable couple. Good work down there on the boundary and a good accurate throw, but really pretty much jogging the 2 there. Patel on 268, approaching that career best score. We're talking about developing cricketers. Swindles, this has been a year of real progress for him, both red ball and white. His wicket keeping certainly improved, as you would expect, under the tutelage of Paul Nixon. Yates is in, bowls to Patel, sweeping a full toss, a low full toss, straight out to mid-wicket. So this time it will be just the single. But
can I, before I go, sorry. Bethel's bowled 5 overs, he's gone for 19 runs. I needed to tell you that, okay?
Yeah, I'm glad you got that out of your system.
See you again in a minute.
Yates is in. He's going to attempt to reverse sweep, and he gets a fortunate top edge over Michael Burgess. Talk about premeditated. He was in position almost before Rob Yates let that one go. And he was reaching outside off stump, looped it over the top of Michael Burgess, picks up 1. Swindles moves on to 52. Yates is in, finds the outside edge with a bit of an arm ball there, and that is going to run down to find third man for 4. Rishi Patel a little bit fortunate on that occasion. Yates tried something different, little almost outswinger, an arm ball with a slightly round arm. Slid off the edge of the bat down to find third man for 4. So Rishi Patel now has a career best score. Yates is in, bowls to him much more quickly. Just turns his wrists on that one, clips it out to long on for a single, 132 without loss. Do we want to do a swap, a double swap? It might go quiet at the end of this over just for a few seconds as we attempt to a double-double swap as Yates bowls, and Swindle just turns it out towards backward square. All very comfortable, and takes one. Leicestershire 133 without loss after just 22 overs. Half the swap completed. As Kevin departs to talk to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, which is back alongside. Wondering where this breakthrough is going to come from at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty controlled, isn't it? 171 more runs required in 28 overs. So the run rate has popped just back above 6, but nothing that would concern you, particularly the way the modern game is played. And these two have done more than set a platform, and they've gone a long way towards getting the game settled. As Bethel continues, and although that's turning an outside off stump, Swindles is so far across that he can drag it through square leg for a single. 134 without loss. I thought the 100 was getting its first century in that London Spirit Trent Rockets match. Priest out for 76 in the end off 42 balls, but big score on its way there. As Bethel is getting a little bit of turn now, and that's defended by Patel back out in the offside, and there's no run. He's 20 runs ahead of Swindle, 74 to 54, 134 without loss. Bethel has been, along with Carver, the pick of the bowlers, the two slow left armers, but he's going to be pulled off one knee, and he's clothed that to some extent as Patel, but they'll comfortably come through for two. Matt Lamb does the fielding. He was hoping to dispatch that deep into the Hollies stand, and in the end it rather limped towards the rope where Lamb was able to cut it off. But two more, 136 without loss.
Both batsmen actually list their bests at the moment.
Been a few of those in this game. As Bethel is in, driven neatly up towards long on for a single. Will Rhodes with a bit of an ooh and rather pensive look, pointing to this end to suggest that somebody else will replace Bethel at the pavilion end after this over. Still got Matt Lamb up his sleeve, who hasn't bowled. He's not bowled himself, and he hasn't used Ethan Brooks. He didn't bowl in the last game either. Once again, it's a comfortable shot off the back foot from Swindles up towards long on. Yates does the fielding and another single. It's all a bit comfortable. 138 without loss, and of course the Bears' attack has lost a lot of its penetration with the number of bowlers that they haven't got available, including Briggs and Lintott, the two main spinners. Bethel drags this one down. It's pulled towards mid-wicket, straight in the direction of Lamb, who gets it on the second bounce. And Patel to 78. End of the over, 139 without loss, Leicestershire. And sitting fairly pretty. I think we weren't sure whether 303 was a big enough score or not. The circumstances in which it came were off the back of losing early wickets. And right now it is looking like it's low.
Yeah, it was 303 represented one heck of a recovery, a really impressive recovery from 121 for 5, but the pitch always looked pretty good, and it's had a good few hours in the sun now on top of that. It really does look something of a batsman's track now. Patel waits while Rhodes and Carver discuss the field. Two men behind square on the edge of the circle, on the leg side, backward square, and on the 45 as Carver is in, bowls to Patel, who just plays pretty straight through the onside out towards long on, jogs a single, moves on to 79, 140 up. The man at backward square, Garrett, now goes out to deep backward square for Swindles. Swindle's much more inclined to play the reverse sweep than Patel. Tends to play fairly correctly most of the time. Carver is in and bowling. Swindles defends out into the offside, but he's so twitchy that immediately having played the shot, he's sort of lifting the bat out of the way, and it's in one hand and he's fiddling around and twisting and turning, and in goes Carver and bowls. And there is that reverse sweep, and he's got that one away for 4 as well. Well, if you see enough of a play, you know when certain shots are coming, but he does play it nicely, as so many players do these days. And once again, ooh, chance of Leicestershire from the Foxes, who've made their way up the M69 and M6, up, across.
It's a moot point, isn't it? We're at 4 o'clock now.
We are, yeah. I was thinking I'd get to the end of the over, but there's so many discussions going on. I'm going to have to abandon you in mid-over.
Oh, it's shameful, to be honest. 144 without loss. Not as shameful as dunking in an Earl Grey, which never got drunk in the end by the look of it. Is that the leftover? Dear, oh dear. 144 without loss. Carl Carver in long discussions with Will Rhodes as about how the field is best set to prevent either the sweep or the reverse sweep. There's an extra man inside the ring on the offside now. Very hard to know how they can turn around the direction of travel here, the Bears. As he's down sweep in an orthodox manner. That'll be 4 more behind square on the leg side. Almost inevitable. Swindles sees where the gap's now open. Put the ball through it. 4 more for him. And these two are moving smoothly towards the target here. They're almost halfway there. 148 without loss in the 24th over. And Will Rhodes trying to work out how he can put any pressure on this Leicestershire innings at all. Hard to even enforce the squeeze. 2 boundaries in this over in Carl Carver's comeback, and now he gets quite possibly another boundary, but that is an authentic edge. It's evaded the clutches of Michael Burgess, and it goes very fine, almost through backstop for 4 more, and the 150 is up for Leicestershire. And 3 boundaries in succession for Harry Swindles. Will be catching up his batting partner here. 67 for Swindles, 79 to Patel. Another single here for Swindles. Just tapped into the leg side. Across comes Ethan Brooks to do the fielding. And the end of an expensive over from Carver, whose 6 overs have now cost 37 runs. And the Bears, well, in urgent need of not just 1 wicket, but probably 3. I'm not saying they're resigned to their fate, but clearly found themselves in a pretty serious hole here. And the loss of early wickets has proved very costly, and what has proved to be a very good surface for batting on. You get full value for your shots. I'll have an update for listeners to BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR in just a moment. Bethel's going to continue to bowl his 7th over. Swindles adjusting everything that's about his person, it seems. Bethel comes in to bowl. That'll be pushed for a single. Well, Edgbaston, Leicestershire in real control here, chasing 304 to beat Warwickshire in the Royal London One Day Cup. They're 154 without loss. Rishi Patel and Harry Swindles have batted with real confidence, both with their best scores in List A cricket, both passing the half-century mark. Earlier, a century from Matt Lamb had at least given the home side some semblance of hope, but they haven't really been able to make any penetrating breakthrough with the ball. Bethel has been the pick of the bowlers, but he's been denied as well. 154 without loss, Leicestershire. Update for local radio. Just say 2 centuries for Worcestershire in their game against Essex at Chelmsford, so that's quite an opening partnership. Might happen here as well, as Patel goes down on 1 knee and launches Bethel over mid-wicket for 4 more. Terrific shot from Patel, who's moved into the 80s now, 83 not out. That Worcestershire score, by the way, 226 without loss. Jack Haynes 100, Brett D'Oliveira 119 not out. They're only in the 34th over there. That match started, of course, at 2 o'clock, but that is pretty serious performance so far. Here's Bethel once more in to bowl, driven into the offside by Patel. Then off the boundary to do the fielding comes Bulpit, and there's another single. 159 without loss. $84 to Patel, 69 to Swindles, who's adjusting his gloves again and checking how many balls are left. He's about as stationary at the crease as Derek Randall used to be. There's always something going on. Jabbed into the offside behind square, no run. In his rather overlong fox red shirt.
Probably the smallest they could get, I would imagine.
He adjusts his thigh pad. He seems to touch his pad straps. Well, this is dragged down by Bethel, hits him in front and he's trapped him, LBW. And he looks thoroughly disconsolate, the Swindles. He's gone, the breakthrough. It might not change the direction of the game too much, but Bethel, who's been the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers, has undone Swindles with a ball that he dropped a little bit short. It gripped a bit and it's hit him straight in front. Swindle's gone for 69, 159 for 1.
A little bit short. It was a rank long hop, but so often a really bad delivery. I would imagine that's close to the worst that Bethel has bowled, to be quite honest, and he was grinning as he turned to the umpire, but he knew the answer and it deceived Swindles. Might just have stayed a bit low and, as you say, gripped a touch and maybe straightened, but Harry Swindles cannot believe he got out to delivery like that, and he throws his gloves across the boundary and stomps off in high dudgeon because, to be quite honest, a maiden list day century was not there for the taking, but the opportunity was certainly there. So the stand comes to an end, an impressive one at 159, and to the wicket comes a man very much informed, Marcus Harris, Australia's test opener earlier this year, and a man very much informed for the Foxes as well, with a century in his last appearance, and that was, I think, in his last 4 appearances at the Upton Steel County ground. He has scored 100. Can he do so on a test match ground as well? Admits he loves coming to the big arenas.
So Google is such an addictive thing. I've just found myself looking to see whether low dudgeon exists.
Whether what exists?
Low dudgeon, because you're often in high dudgeon.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, yes,
I want to know whether low dudgeon, it doesn't. It doesn't. And dudgeon is the same as high dudgeon. Dudgeon just is.
Okay.
So I was just curious.
There must be degrees of dudgeon.
Now,
dudgeon.
I'll dare you to describe this bowling run-up from Matt Lamb.
Lamb is in and bowls short, pulled away out towards mid-wicket by Rishi Patel, reaches deep mid-wicket on the bounce, gets his throw away. And a single is taken by Patel, who moves on to 85, brings Harris down on strike. And the appearance of Harris should be, well, yes, he's a very fine player, but what an opportunity for these young Warwickshire bowlers to pick up a real scalp, an international scalp. And he can be a little bit in the early stages, flat-footed against the spinners, Marcus Harris. So Lamb, you never know. Harris wanders away towards short leg, does a few squats and bends, just tries to get his feet moving. Round the wicket comes Lamb, who is in and bowls, drops a little bit short. Back goes Harris, forces it out towards backward point, and not overly eccentric. I mean, he sort of starts his run, then stops it and starts again. But
do you not find that a little odd?
Well, yeah, it's as I say, a little eccentric, but it's not sort of completely crazy, is it? He just sort of leaps towards his mark, and then Harris defends one, plays back up the wicket towards mid-off, straightish mid-off. Lamb just steps across and picks up with his big right hand.
The exciting bit is that he jogs the first 2 steps before he stops.
And then he pauses and stops and bowls, and he's looking to whip it away on the leg side, a shortish ball. Didn't get anything on it, Harris. Bounces off the pad. So just a single from the first ball of the over, and 3 dot balls to the new man. As ever, the wicket slows the scoring rate considerably. Lamb is in and bowling in the air, just short of that straight extra. Goodness me, was it a bit of a leading edge? Did it stop? He was looking to play straighter than that, but as I say, can just be a fraction flat-footed against the spinner early in his innings. That is the time to get him. If you don't, he will make you pay. He picks up 1 and gets off the mark. 161 for 1.
That would have been the scalp of Matt Lamb's career if he'd got that.
That's right. He could have really not exactly retired on it, but he could have been very proud indeed. Drops short, pulled away, just again wide of mid-wicket, but this time for 4. Patel hit that very, very hard out towards deep mid-wicket. For a second, you just wondered whether the man at short mid-wicket might be able to dive across to his right and make the stop. Wasn't quite able to do so. 165 for 1. What could have been a great over. Ends with 5 runs being conceded from it. Pretty good over nonetheless. 165 for 1 Leicestershire, and we're just over the halfway point. 26 innings.
We're just rejoined now by listeners to Sports Extra at the midpoint of very entertaining game between the London Spirit and the Trent Rockets in the 100. Here Leicestershire have batted beautifully, chasing 304 to try and beat Warwickshire. They're 165 for 1. They have just lost their first wicket. Harry Swindle's trapped LBW by the 17-year-old Jacob Bethel for 69. Bethel has been the pick of the Warwickshire bowlers. Still there, Rishi Patel, who's batted beautifully. Lovely footwork. He's on 89, and he's been joined by the Australian Test star Marcus Harris, who is one not out, having miscued a ball from Matt Lamb. Was lucky that it dropped safe for that single, and he'll now face Bethel. Comes down the wicket a little bit and turns it into the leg side. Ethan Brooks picks up, and there'll be no run. Earlier, Warwickshire 303 for 6, rescued from 121 for 5 by a stand worth more than 150 between Matt Lamb, who made his maiden list day century, 119 not out, and Ethan Brooks, who got his maiden half century in senior cricket. He eventually out for 63. Rob Yates continued his fine form, making 72. Hasn't been out for less than 60 yet in this competition. But Leicestershire have made that 303 look fairly modest, I think it's fair to say. Bethel into his 8th over, has taken 1 for 32, and he bowls now to Patel, who defends. And Richard Wilford, Richard Ray alongside me. They've got about their business well here, Leicestershire.
Yeah, calmly. I think they know it's a pretty good pitch. Playing accordingly.
Bethel left arm round the wicket. Coming down the wicket is Patel, and he's beaten the dive of Jordan Bullpit. It'll go for 4. It was in the air most of the way to Bullpit, who was slow to react. He's not a particularly agile fielder. I'm not sure that it was entirely ever going to be a chance, but I think the bowler will be disappointed that's got through for 4.
The captain certainly is, and whisper it, but I'm not sure he was quite concentrating there. He was very slow, and he suddenly sort of started when he realised it was coming towards him.
Next delivery, he leans back, Patel drags it to the leg side. He goes to 94, so next time that he faces, I shall make sure that the voice of BBC Leicester Cricket, Richard Ray, is describing the action, as he did in turn for Matt Lamb to reach 3 figures earlier. Lots of
took a while, didn't it?
Today.
It took about 2
It took a little while. No, it wasn't quite as long as it felt, but yeah. There have already been 4 centuries in this competition today, and there are only 3 games. As down the wicket comes Harris. It's through the hands of Bethel. There are oohs as if that might have been on the full.
Yeah,
not
crowd
entirely
catch, I think,
sure
hit it hard
yet.
down into the ground.
Yeah, I fancy it went into the
For
ground.
me.
But no, it's your man Rishi Patel on strike on 94.
Well, he's a batter of some style, but even he might be pushed to go to his 50 with a 6, and indeed he goes back to Bethel and turns it calmly. Shortish ball out towards deep mid-wicket, where Lamb fields, throws in, but he does keep the strike. Rishi Patel moves on to 95, the first time in his senior career. Every run over 70 is the first time in his senior career for the Chigwell-born Rishi Patel. 173 for 1 Leicestershire. 27 overs have been bowled, so they are comfortably up with the run rate. 304 is their target. Lamb steps to the crease and bowls. Patel just leans forward and steers it through the vacant mid-off area out towards long off and jogs 1. I'm sure he'll be prepared to take them, as they say, in singles. Moves on to 95. Harris strike. Round the wicket, therefore, goes Lamb. Bowls to him, tosses it up, very full, almost on the full, I think, when it came to Harris, content just to drive it back past the bowler, who fell to his left, half stopped it, slowed it down, en route towards a very straight long on, jogging in from the boundary long on fields. Single taken. Patel on 96 now, as Lamb comes in, bowls to him, he's driving calmly. Again through the vacant mid-off area down towards long off, takes one. Fairly straightforward. At the moment, Harris 127 last time out off 130 balls, 14 fours and 2 sixes. That was against Yorkshire. He was caught at mid-off on that occasion. Round the wicket to him goes Lamb. Bowls, driven back towards him. He falls to his left, makes the stop of sorts. It trickles underneath his body, but it only goes on another foot or two. Harris takes an exploratory step down the pitch before realising it hasn't gone very far. Lamb is in to him again. He goes back and steers it in the air, not so very far wide of short third man, but he has got it in the gap between backward point and short third. And as ever, once the inner ring is beaten, you are not going to chase it down on these fast outfields at the moment. 4 to Harris.
Again, it shows when you do take a wicket, as dominant as Leicestershire have been, that it's not always easy for the next batsman in, and it's been a slightly flighty start from Marcus Harris.
He's moved on to 8 as Lamb is in and bowling to him. He's driving this time, that more conventionally reassuring shot as far as Leicestershire supporters are concerned, out into the offside. Cover comes in to field off the boundary. Harris takes one and keeps the strike. 181 for 1. Leicestershire to win 123. Overs remaining 22.
It's a word of support for the former Bears all-rounder and coach Dougie Brown, who tomorrow, to raise money for the Professional Cricketers Trust, is doing a half marathon. Now, you think it's remarkable to do a half marathon? He's doing it at midday around the Palm Jumeirah in the United Arab Emirates, where the temperature is expected to be 50 degrees Celsius, which to a human running will feel like 60 degrees Celsius. It's a ridiculously intense race to be running a half marathon under those circumstances.
Now,
But we wish him well.
Dougie's sort of red-haired, isn't he?
Yeah. No, his face is quite red on a cool day in Harborne, as Jahal begins a new over with a ball just short of a length that's guided towards mid-wicket by Harris. There's no run.
He'll have a few more freckles at the end of that, that's for sure.
It's
good luck, Dougie. Take care. Cover up.
See, until the heat, you were thinking the half marathon was next year. I mean, you know, you're in such fine fettle yourself, Richard, that you thought, well, he'd do those twice a week.
Well, the thing is, he could pop into the sea every now and then, couldn't he, really, there?
Do you know, that'd be great for your skin, would it? Going back into the searing heat and carrying on running. As going forward is Harris, the next ball from Jahal. Again,
presumably
it's
it'll
Carver
lower
who
your
fills it mid-wicket.
temperature a bit, though, perhaps.
Yeah.
That's the main thing, the core temperature.
In his honour, I'm going to try and run 13.5 metres. Set realistic goals, they say, in life.
Yeah, well, Leicestershire, we had last weekend a charity event. We cycled 80 miles to raise funds for the LCC charities.
So again, mid-wicket is picked out by Harris with unerring accuracy, picked up by Carver, no run.
The LCCC Foundation, that is. Including Sean Jarvis, the Leicestershire Chief Executive Officer. 11 cricket clubs who visited around Leicestershire.
Okay.
This is just before the last T20 game. And made it back in time, some of us.
Did Leicestershire not do the Bears a big favour that particular evening?
Oh boy, did they ever.
Charlie again, a Harris, who's able to pull him behind square on the leg side for a comfortable single. 182 for 1. Rishi Patel back on strike on 97.
Yeah, beat Worcestershire and thereby ensured that it was the Bears and not Worcestershire that went through to the quarterfinals.
You can have today's result then. We owe you.
I think you've come out of it pretty well on that basis. It could be a hugely lucrative favour done for you. Patel on strike then to Jahal. Jahal is in, bowls to him, calmly steered out through point, out towards the man on the point boundary, who is Jacob Bethel. Single taken.
But you know, you've got the prospect of a Trent Bridge final if you sear through this competition.
Awful long way to go. 5 more games after this. Got to win this one first and still need another, 121 runs. 5 more games in this competition, then the quarter-final. Oh, wait, maybe the semi-final.
Yeah, Jahal in to bowl to Harris, steered off his hip. They may think about 2 here because there's a fair bit of ground for the fielder to cover. Indeed, they're comfortably back for 2 on the arm of George Garrett. 185 for 1. There are still 21 overs left. 119 needed, 9 wickets standing. In cricket as it stands in 2021, that is probably on these various things they use on TV these days to assess percentages. We're well into the 80s, maybe up to 90 in favour of Leicestershire, I think.
I was going to say sort of 85 sort of area. They are certainly the favourites at the moment with the way the pitch is playing against an inexperienced Nay Callow attack for the most part. Matt Lamb is going to be bowling to Rishi Patel on 98. Lamb is in, Patel is forward, just dropping it towards backward point. Charging in, make sure that no run can be taken. Be crazy to take a risk at this stage, that is for sure. Lamb starts his run, stops it, starts again, bowls to Patel, strokes it out through straight mid-on, out towards long on, jogs a single. Last 5 runs of Patel's have come in singles. He's making sure he gets there. But he's on 99 at the moment. However confident he is, his heart will be beating an awful lot faster as his first senior century approaches. In goes Lamb, bowls and looking to cut it away just outside off stump is Harris, and missing. It bounces off the gloves of Burgess, and I suspect that didn't miss off stump by so very much, well, a couple of inches. Is starting, stopping, starting again, in, bowls, and a little bit short, a bit of a drag down, and just on the back foot worked out through the vacant mid-on area by Harris for a single. Brings Patel back down on strike on 99. Will Rhodes react? Will he push everybody in a little bit? Will he bring in any of the outriders? No, is the short answer. So there is a big gap at mid-wicket as Lamb is in and bowls. Patel strokes it out to the offside and takes the one he needs. The Leicestershire bench rise to him. The Edgbaston crowd give him a warm round of applause. The celebrations as he goes to 100 off 92 balls show what it means to the young man. His first century in senior cricket. He gets a pat on the back from an Australia Test international in Marcus Harris. Well played, Rishi Patel.
It's been a terrific innings from start to finish. One slightly ill-judged straight hit that he just cleared Rob Yates on the boundary, but very well-deserved 100.
Round the wicket goes Lamb, bowls to Harris. A quickish delivery that Harris goes back to, plays back up the wicket to Lamb. End of the over, 188 for 1. Leicestershire off 30 overs, 20 remain, from which they need 116 runs. With 9 wickets in hand.
He's probably, if anything, favoured the leg side a little bit. I think most of his best shots have been through the leg side. He's running between the wickets. I think it's been excellent. The thing that has stood out most of all against the slower bowlers on a surface that is giving them a little bit of assistance, not a huge amount, but enough to be of interest, is just the quality of his footwork, getting to the pitch of the ball, giving himself the opportunity to ball around. It's been a very, very poised innings by a batsman who's moved to Leicestershire in order to prove his point, in order to get the opportunities that he was being denied elsewhere. And again, when I stand in staunch defence of the county system, Essex have produced lots of great batsmen. They've got a really strong batting lineup. You need a strong county system to give others the opportunity. Otherwise, we're not going to have the strength in depth that we require to feed the England setup. You know, if England is where the money is, in tests, one-day internationals and T20, the supply line, the supply chain, has to be kept alive and nimble. And the quality of the cricket that's getting played on the county circuit is badly underrated by an awful lot of people, particularly those who only ever seem to see international cricket. And this is just another example. This is a talented young batsman who is seizing an opportunity that he's had to wait a long time to get. And there endeth the sermon at 4:24 on this Thursday afternoon. Chahal to begin a new over, into bowl to Patel, drives it out to the offside, and it's picked up by Carver.
92 balls for Rishi Patel's century, 11 fours and 2 sixes in case you missed the figures.
The key is not to describe it as a pretty Patel innings.
This is true.
And you had no further comment required at that point, because we'll only dig ourselves a hole. But it's been a very attractive innings that he faces now on exactly 100, and he's looking to pull a ball that wasn't quite there to do so, but gets plenty of bat on it, drags it out towards the leg side, and it's picked up by Matt Lamb, who is the other centurion of the day in this match, and that was again a very poised innings from him, and he's had very few chances at the age of 25 to play list A cricket. Anybody who's not entertained by the Royal London One Day Cup or isn't intrigued by the prospect of seeing some of these players is missing out, actually. Chahal, one of the young players being given a chance, still a teenager, bowling to a test batsman in Marcus Harris. And he bowls a nice line on middle and off. It's defended into the offside. And there's no run. If you want to get better, measure yourself against the best. And learn from the experience. And, you know, we're seeing a bunch of teenagers on the field today who might not otherwise have got a chance.
I guess there is, to some extent, that there's a little bit of a counter argument, isn't there, in that?
Chahal in once more to Harris, defends, no run.
It can be slightly depressing, if not sort of a direct setback in terms of the experience, where if they come up with a handful of dust, so to speak, or they think, oh my goodness, the standard is so high. Against someone like Harris, for example, for Chahal or whatever, they think, I'm never going to get anywhere near that, or something like that. It can be a setback as well as an encouragement.
Chahal again, turned around the corner by Harris, runs the first one hard, but decides that there isn't a second there. Garrett was in quickly. 194 on. But that's when the experience of Mark Robinson and Paul Nixon comes in as the two coaches. I mean, Paul Farbrace here as well, to say, well, this is where you are now. But the experience that you've gained today. Look at Ethan Brooks today, who'd not really succeeded with bat or ball very much in first team cricket yet. And that 6 off D decline, grew as a man and grew in front of us as a batsman in his half century. Patel's a beautiful off drive. He'll only get a single as Bullpit moves across, but technically a beautiful off drive. Gets another run at the end of the over. 191 for 1 Leicestershire, 19 overs to go, and 113 more to get. And the Bears members, look, Warwickshire are probably going to lose this game, not definitely, probably going to lose this game, but the members downstairs will have really enjoyed watching Yates, Lamb, then Brooks, who are all locally homegrown players, taking the opportunity on this stage to perform.
Yeah, I hope they mostly feel that way. I'm pretty sure that they do.
They understand that they're missing about 15 players here. Richard's going to nip off to do a report for BBC Radio Leicester, as Will Rhodes is going to introduce himself to the attack and become the 8th bowler used out of the 9 options he's got. Ethan Brooks would be the other one, but he didn't bowl at Derby a couple of days ago either. I suspect he's not going to bowl today. George Garrett just checks what position he needs to go in, but Rhodes, offered the reluctant bowler, has an extraordinary habit of striking early in a spell. It's been very effective, particularly in the Championship so far this season. And he's dabbed down into the offside by Patel. There's a quick single here. It's a good throw and he's out. Harris has been run out by Ethan Brooks with a quick return to the wicket-keeper. And that was a bit careless from Leicestershire. Well, I said that Will Rhodes had a habit of making early breakthroughs. It's not normally through that sort of route, but the Bears will take it. And the second wicket stand lasted for just 32 runs, 191 for 2. Marcus Harris is run out for 14, and that's a tidy piece of work by Ethan Brooks, getting the throw very quickly to Michael Burgess, who was in position to whip off the bails. 191 for 2, and the only way the Bears were going to be able to exact any pressure was with wickets, and that one is very much a bonus. Leicester's batting order is perhaps a tad top heavy as well, so giving themselves an opportunity here. Majestic green presence shimmies over my right shoulder, which tells me that Kevin Howells is about to join me in the commentary position. $191 for 2. And the new batsman is the Leicestershire skipper, Lewis Hill, leading the side in this competition. Didn't panic today when Warwickshire recovered from 121 for 5. And would have been pleased to note that the way that they've subsequently batted, they've made 303 look fairly modest. But now this is the first real test as Rhodes bowls to Hill. Turns it off his pads, should get a single into the leg side. 192 for 2. A lot of movement behind the bowler's arm here from the outgoing batsman has gone back and forth in 2 different directions. It's quite a windy route, I think, because of the way that the black cloth screen is positioned. They kind of have to zig and zag their way up and down. Rhodes once more into Patel, who's pulling through the leg side. Bethel attacking the ball. He's going to keep him down to 1 there. Picked a good angle. 103 to Patel. 193 for 2. Just listening out to see whether BBC Radio WM are coming to me or not. I'm necessarily anticipating that they will, but when you can hear them, you'll never quite know. Talking about the Olympics now, so I'll know soon. As this is guided down towards point, and a hurl at the stumps from Ethan Brooks, who's in the mood now. That misses the stumps, though. Goes harmlessly through to mid-on. 193 for 2. Kevin Howells, I wouldn't say it's a wobble because they've lost a couple of wickets, but it just creates a little bit more interest in this game.
Yes, because it was just looking a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too easy. And just looking at Warwickshire bowling attack.
Rhodes, goes past the outside edge of Hill. Ball got a bit big on him for a cut through to the keeper.
You know, you give everybody a chance, youngsters a chance, younger players. But the fact is, it could be actually the more experienced Leicestershire bowling attack, which could have make more of a difference than we perhaps realised.
Yeah, certainly Warwickshire is shorn of so many bowlers, particularly seamers and 2 senior spinners. That's a very short ball by Rhodes. Is it too short? No. The umpires have a look at each other, confer and decide that it's a perfectly legal delivery. So a good first over from Will Rhodes. Leicestershire 193 for 2. They require a further 111 from 18 overs, so it's just over 6 and over, but just significantly a couple of wickets have slowed their progress a wee bit, and it was an odd run out. It was a strange one, really, 'cause it looked like there was a single there, but Miss Harris caught just short.
They need moments of things to happen that ought not to Warwickshire now, in terms of for their opposition. Otherwise, it's still going to be a bit of a canter. And start of the next over. About to be bowled here by Manraj Jahal. Pace bowler in, right arm. Hits him on the pads, LBW appeal. Well, I thought that wasn't a bad shout, but actually only 3 or 4 go up. And that's the question of umpire Newell.
Patel had come so far across his stumps, that's hit him outside the line. Not sure whether it would have hit or not, but he'd certainly got himself beyond off stump.
Indeed so. So he was looking to work it away on the onside. 193 for 2. Next ball bowled, and that one is worked away on the onside to the fielder, though, at square leg. It was uppish to start off with, but rolls along the ground eventually to the man in front of the Holly stand, which is not its typical, or shall we say most famously known sort of atmosphere. It's a little quieter over there. There is a group of 6 people there, or 4 or 5, but that's as close as you can find to anything which is remotely like the Holly stand that most people would know that particular part of this famous cricketing venue by. 194 for 2. Next delivery comes back in, bowling to Hill, who remains on 1.
Some of them are in fancy dress, though.
Are they?
And they've come as heritage cricket supporters.
Very good. Mark Robinson is also wandering around down there. Of course, he'll feel great responsibility towards some of these younger players being put out there and wanting and willing them to do well. Hill is on 1. 194 for 2. And that's top edge, but it's gone a long way top edge, and there's a man under it, and it's a 6. I thought for a moment that just might fall for Lamb as he made his way to his left-hand side. Was it going to fall for him? No, just beyond the rope, and he just couldn't quite get to it. You could see it's a 6, which brings up the 200. Let's talk about that first. 200 for 2 for the Foxes, and they still trail by 103, so 103 needed more for victory. But you could imagine in his mind he's thinking, right, I've seen this done. What happens is you put a hand on it, you throw it in the air, you jump over the rope, you come back. But whilst he's thinking all that, actually it cleared him anyway.
He did, but I liked his presence in that he was just checking where the rope was as he went, and he got as close as he could have done.
Exactly. Hill's on 7 with that 6. Oh, that's hit him nastily on the helmet. I think we might have a bit of a delay here now. That one just got up on him, and again he was looking to hook it. You've got the physio already on his way out there. The helmet comes off, and it was the shoulders that gave it away. That actually was maybe a bit of a nasty crack on the helmet.
Yeah, it was, because he's walking down the wicket to Jahal, who, without sounding callous about it, has done exactly the right thing. He's dug it in, so he's walked into that bouncer, and he's turned his head as it got big on him. And I think he's hit him on the side of the helmet, so there's a compulsory concussion test as a result of that, and the helmet will almost certainly need to be changed as well, because it's taken a fair crack. But you have to give credit to the bowler, as much as you don't want to see a batsman hit on the head. Credit to the bowler for adjusting, and he got a good bit of pace out of that, did Manager Hull. And Hill paid the penalty for being a little bit too ambitious. Looks like he's okay, which is the single most important thing. And the physio will check on that. But that was as sharp as anything we've seen today. I think it was one bouncer from Dieter Klein that was quite sharp earlier in the game. But that was good from Jahal. Given a second spell when he'd been quite expensive early on. But having been hit for 6 the previous ball, he's shown. Given he's only 19 years of age, he's shown. Good bit of grown-up hostility there, Kevin.
Yes, indeed so. 8 bowlers used here, though. Is this right? Yeah, it is.
Yep. So they've got 9 in the team. Ethan Brooks does bowl, although didn't bowl in earlier in the week against Derbyshire. Don't know whether he's got a slight niggle in terms of bowling. He's been discomforted on a pair of occasions in the field, not just the finger injury, but a couple of other times he's looked a little bit awkward in terms of physically in the field, but did affect the run out. Hill's been made to go down on his knees for a moment, so they continue the check. And I think the change of helmet is being affected. I think physio wants to make sure he knows which part of the head it has hit. Just wants to know where the bruise is as much as anything. But
looking into helmets, aren't they, as you say?
Yeah.
Seeing which ones.
They have many hundreds in this competition. There would have been 4.
Yeah,
There's potentially another one. Ben Charlesworth going well for Gloucestershire. He's 68 not out as they try and chase down 336 to beat Durham. 164 for 2 in the 29th. That has the potential to be a very tight game, because James Bracey is going well on 30 not out, and they've got some good long handles down that order, Gloucestershire, who are very well organised white ball team. No surprise that Miles Hammond and Benny Howell have had their opportunity in the 100, but they've still got a pretty strong base to choose from in the Royal London One Day Cup. And Worcestershire, having had 243 put on for the first wicket, then lost 4 wickets for 12 runs against Essex at Chelmsford. They're 261 for 4 with 8 to go. Jack Haynes, another very good, talented young batsman, 124 not out. Brett D'Oliveira made 123.
Did he miss out on a maiden century here for Worcestershire in the Championship? Again, misremembered. I think he may have been. Well, certainly he was in the runs. Just what he missed out on, I shall try just to remind myself. But you're right. I mean, we sort of take a little bit of extra notice because of who his dad was, and you'll remember. I will remember.
I remember Gavin. Yeah,
Gavin Haynes playing, and his boy looks as if he's, got something about him.
He batted very well against Warwickshire in the Championship match at New Road a few weeks back as well, although that was a very flat surface.
Anyway, we're all good to go again, and it's another short ball, which this time Hill does keep down onto the onside, but for no run, and eventually we finish and complete that over. 33 overs gone, 200 for 2. Hill on 7 and Patel on 104.
That's a great delivery, after that disruption. Again, showing a bit of maturity and showing a bit of fighting spirit, because last thing that Hill wanted was the short ball. He couldn't bowl an out-and-out bouncer because he would have got wided or no balled for it, and he's bowled it at chest height to discomfort Lewis Hill.
That Haynes, he'd got to 87, so he wasn't in the 90s, but he was 87 when he was run out by Liam Norwell. And he was looking well set on that occasion in that Championship match.
What a way to go. Will Rhodes in to start a new over, bowling Patel, who just covers up middle leg. Having got his 100 now, Patel will have his mindset that he wants to get his side over the line. Puzzling cricket scoreboard of the day, ladies and gentlemen, comes from today's international T20 game in Colombo. India batting first are 62 for 6 in the 16th over. They're going for just under 4 and over. 3 for 8 for Hasaranga, 2 for 11 for Shanaka. Interesting. Short ball from Rhodes is clipped very neatly through mid-wicket for Patel. Might have been 2 there, but I wouldn't say that Hill was running the first all that hard. 62 for 7, incidentally, now at the end of the 16th over India. That'll be one of the lowest scoring T20 internationals between two playing nations, the way that it's shaping up.
Supposedly problems for Sri Lanka at the moment in terms of nationally getting their team right and getting a strong side.
It'd be a boost if they can get over the line in that game, as that ball just hurries Hill up a little bit, and a throw at the stumps from Yates. He would have been safe, Hill, but the Bears noticeably sharper in the field since that second wicket went down, that of Marcus Harris. But the single complete. Hill to 8, 202 for 2.
Well, the story of Rishi Patel here, and the story earlier for Matt Lamb as well. But Patel, will he be on the winning side?
He's driving up towards mid-off here. There'll be no run. And Pollock does the fielding. His batting day lasted just 2 deliveries before he was bowled by Dieter Klein. That's still the ball of the day. Great Yorker that ripped out both middle and off stumps. It was a mess. A beautiful delivery to get so early up in a 50-over game. As Patel on, there's a top edge. Now can the fielder get underneath it here? He's got a long way to go, and no, he can't. It goes through the arms of Pollock, and they'll come back for 2. It was in the air a long time. Pollock had to turn and chase, and he's about 20 yards behind where he was initially fielding. And to his frustration, he wasn't able to lay a clean hand on it. And a life for Rishi Patel, who's up to 107.
Yeah, just always a yard and a half behind where he needed to be.
Next delivery, Patel exacts full revenge with an immaculate straight 6. That is an imperious stroke. It is almost gun barrel straight as he hits it over the head of the bowler and the umpire. And that is a magnificent shot. He's to 113. And Leicestershire have rediscovered their momentum somewhat at the tail end of that over. 210 for 2 they are. They require a further 94 off the last 16 overs.
Warwickshire will do well here not to let their heads drop, to be honest, so there's still a lot of runs to be got, 94, but we are only in the 35th over of 50, 210 for 2, and Patel, who maybe had some fortune there, but otherwise has just played brilliantly and beautifully throughout. There's 113, I think it's just 104 deliveries as well, isn't it? 106 maybe.
Did he let the previous ball affect him? No.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Next over, bowled and punched by Hill into the offside. And there will be 1 run. Any thoughts there may have been a second will have been quickly dispelled by a screaming batter at one end. I don't know who it was who let it be known that there's only 1 to be had there. 211 for 2. And Patel is facing on 113. Swindles LBW to Bethel for 69. Harris run out for 14. Those are the 2 wickets. The 35th over. And once again, Jahal is in. Right hand outstretched, but can't get hold of the ball. And therefore, it's Rhodes who comes sweeping to his left-hand side here in the deep to do the fielding. And the score will move on to 212 for 2.
This is a good comeback spell from manager Hull. That was a slower ball, and if it had been 6 inches closer to him, he might have got the return catch there because it was airborne as it went past his right hand. So he's again, it's all part of the learning curve for these young cricketers.
Jahal's in his 6th over. Bowls a little shorter and wider. Hammered down into the ground, down to 3rd man by Hill for a single. He'll move to 10, and the score to 213 for 2. Something needs to happen to liven the game up and give Warwickshire half a chance, but despite the loss of those 2 wickets, Leicestershire have got themselves in such a strong looking position. It's going to need more than just 1 makes 2. It's going to need to be 1 makes 4 or 5 quite quickly. Patel's on 114. Next delivery, bowled and worked away, hammered away by Patel along the ground. It's going to get the better of the fielder out there as well at mid-wicket. I thought he may have been able to cover the ground quickly enough, but it raced and got there again, another just yard or yard and a half in front of the fielder. So that's 4 more runs. And it is looking just a little bit too easy, as I say, despite the loss of those wickets. Looking a bit too easy for the visitors.
I think the track's just so true in that for all the elegant shots he's played, Patel has got good value out of shots like that, which are rather manufactured, not so elegant, but very effective on this surface.
Next ball bowled, slower, it's in the air, it's out towards mid-wicket. Will it be caught? Yes! Catch is taken this time. What a way for Patel to go. Caught on the lakeside boundaries, a big boundary out there, but what a knock for him. He's got his maiden list A century. He's gone for 118, 3 wickets down. Work still to be done by Leicestershire, but he's put them in a very strong position. And he, no doubt, even from the Warwickshire supporters here, will get a good reception as he leaves the field of play. He swipes a little perspiration away. But he's gone 118, 217 for 3 in the 35th over, still needing another 87 runs for a victory.
Yeah, 2 cricketers in their 20s making their first list A centuries today, Matt Lamb and Rishi Patel, and they've both batted really, really well. And in different game situations. For Patel, it was about setting the tone in the chase for 304, and he and Harry Swindles did that with an opening stand worth 150. For Matt Lamb, it was very much digging deep and a rescue act, and again he found a partner in Ethan Brooks to produce the big partnership that at least gave us a run chase to enjoy. So 2 excellent innings that we've seen today from the Centurions. And it's funny, in a situation that was not dissimilar only 5 or 6 minutes ago, we talked about how well Matt Lamb was judging the rope and where he was on the boundary when he thought he might be in play for a catch, and he's judged that beautifully as well, just tiptoeing along the rope.
Patel caught Lamb, bowled Jahal for 118 of 107 balls. Rhodes is the new batter. Again, a little bit of width. Play behind square, diving attempt at a stop at backward point, but doesn't get there. 2 runs. So Rhodes is off the mark with 2 and takes the Foxes to 219 for 3. Chasing down 304 here. Try and pick up a second win from 3 games for the Foxes. Warwickshire may find themselves at the end of this with just 1 win from 4.
But not unduly surprised by that, Kevin. You know, given
I agree.
just how the opening game against Glamorgan, they had 8 players making their list day debut, and that will always be difficult. Several of them are effectively trialists on short-term contracts. We've seen Jordan Bullpit today. Chakrapani played the first couple of games. Van Hollenhoven played a couple. Rhodes coming in to bowl to Hill, who plays and misses outside off stump. Footwork was absent there, and he just flexes his right leg in the knowledge that wasn't quite right. And he needs to take on the role of senior partner now, with George Rhodes having just arrived. Side's in the box seat, but as Kevin rightly says, those 85 runs have still got to be scored. Rhodes with very white boots on, shining in the sun as he comes in, and well, that probably should have been a cut. Instead it was another one of those tennis style forehands with a horizontal bat straight back down the track, tapped towards the stumps by Rhodes to see if he could catch George Rhodes outside his ground, and there's no run.
The weather today, apart from the blustery wind, has been terrific. Sun's been shining predominantly.
This is down the leg side, and Hill will turn it behind square down towards long leg. It was an awkward stop for Garrett to make, and in the time that it took him to pick himself back up, they're able to come through for a second. He vocally chides himself, Garrett, for not keeping that down to a single. 221 for 3. Might be a mercy that we couldn't pick it out on the effects mic, maybe. Maybe he's a polite boy.
Nah, polite most of the time, but not just at that moment.
How would we put it politely? He was very self-critical there. Rhodes in once more to Hill, who's looking to pull but doesn't time it, and Carver is able to capture it at short mid-wicket. No run.
I mean, it got up on him, but it seems to get up on him quite slowly. It wasn't a quick one. Pulled away onto the onside.
Apart from
There's no pace to work with.
The 6 over mid-wicket, he's looked slightly at odds with himself. Lewis Hill. Not reached full flow just yet. This is Fuller, and he gets a big top edge, which might drop safe, or will Matt Lamb get there? Lamb does get there, and the wickets are starting to fall in a bit of procession. Rhodes gets the breakthrough this time, and Hill is gone for 12, and Leicestershire suddenly find themselves on 221 for 4.
Saw something similar take place today at Taunton. You know, Glamorgan looked as if it was all going okay for them, and you couldn't really see how, even if 1 wicket went, they'd become quickly 2 or anything along that line. And here for me, I didn't see a clutter of wickets going down, but there's seeming determination that they aren't going to get there by just pushing the ball around. They want to give it a big heave-ho on the shorter balls. It's their undoing. And
it will start to ask questions of this lower order. George Rhodes is being joined by Aaron Lilly. Louis Kimber is a young batsman, but there's a reason he's batting in the lower half of the order. And then you get towards the tail. I mean, I think Ed Barnes has got the potential to be a very decent batsman, and Chris Wright has. We've seen plenty of good innings from him here in his Warwickshire days, but not necessarily in the white ball game. But they have just put some pressure on themselves with some of their shot section in the last 10-15 minutes. 221 for 4. And Rhodes, the most experienced member of the Bears attack, with a very useful breakthrough there. They didn't cross, so Lilly is on strike, and a thick outside edge rolls along the deck towards Ethan Brooks at backward point. Good over, a successful over from Will Rhodes. 14 overs remain. 83 runs are required at just under 6 and over, but there are now only 6 Leicestershire wickets remaining.
Yep. Keep plugging away. Who knows what might happen for the home side here. But Lilly is the experience of this pair, of he and Rhodes. And it's going to be Jahal to continue. 6 overs, 1 for 43. Gets encouragement. You can hear vocal encouragement from his teammates out there. And it's Lilly who's just preparing himself for his first delivery faced. Keeper with head down, but there's nobody alongside him. No slips. Ball bowled now, worked off the hips for a single. So he's off the mark straight away. Is Aaron Lilly. Goes to 1. And the score up to 222 for 4 now. Approaching 5 o'clock. We're in the 37th over of a possible 50 to claim the 2 points in this group stage of the competition. Again, turning just on the edge of the circle. He's not a bowler that actually needs a long time to knock out his run or get himself ready. He's in and bowls and pushed into the offside. Does his fielding off his own bowling.
He's earned the opportunity to keep bowling here in this second spell. He's sort of winning the confidence of Will Rhodes, isn't he? And perhaps you'd argue who is the other bowler who's looked most likely to take a wicket, and it probably has been Jahal in this spell.
He's to his mark again. Just turns, just on the edge of the circle actually. That's where his run-up begins. And he's bowling to George Rhodes. Bowls now a slower ball, worked behind square on the onside. A single. So Rhodes will move on to 3. And the score to 223 for 4. Lilly and Rhodes, the not-out pair, is Lilly who faces next. And faces his second delivery. But he's yet to get off the mark. Bowler again, turns, runs in, away from us. Jahal bowls to the fielder on the leg side. Can't get it past him. There's no run. You can hear just a little bit more noise from the Warwickshire fielders now, just perhaps starting to think to themselves, could something quite extraordinary happen here now? Having got those quick wickets out together, or relatively quick. Perhaps it's not for me to say that it's easy going here, because a little bit of pressure when you lose wickets close together. Next delivery bowled and push square for no run.
He's found a rhythm here as Jahal. He's not dragging the ball into the pads quite as often, just that one leg by at the start of the over when he was probably down wide of leg stump. But it's about finishing this over off now. If you can avoid a boundary this delivery, then he's produced another good over, because they've got to try and squeeze a little bit through to the 40th over here.
Yes, and this will complete 7, so we'll have another 3 left after that, and a good straight delivery, and there is no run to come from that last ball of the over. So 223 for 4, and the home support recognise the efforts there of Jahal. He's got rid of Patel for 118, but along with that wicket, putting a bit of a squeeze on.
And they're taking the run rate from under 6 back up to 6.2 now. And that's all they can do, is to try and put a little bit of pressure on. And there is a little bit of a tail, and from batsmen who've handled themselves okay in championship cricket as tail enders, it's a little bit different when you're chasing with the white ball. Another wicket would make life very interesting indeed. Will Rhodes, the Bears skipper, will try and do that, coming in from the city end and just tickled into the leg side. There's a shy at the stumps from Carver at the bowler's end, but no real danger that Rhodes wouldn't get home. 224 for 4, as the sunlight makes the scoreboard even more difficult to see. If it was your alarm clock, you would be pondering a fresh battery at this juncture.
Or not.
Yeah. Sorry, I slept in. My alarm clock went. Rhodes. Oh, down the leg side. Did he get a tickle on it? Oh, it's been given as a wide, and Will Rhodes is frustrated by that. He puts his arms out as if to say, how come that's a wide? Did it deflect off the pads? I don't think it did. It looks a wide to me. I'm just seeing it on the stream. I think that probably is fair enough.
Yeah, I guess you're going to be a bit frustrated, because there was just you know, at half a moment of thinking, oh, has he got a little bit of a nick on that? That doesn't necessarily mean, of course, that it's not a wide, but it's close margins on that sort of thing.
He's in again. Oh, he's lifted as he got it over. Yeah, he's got it comfortably over mid-off. Ed Pollock turns and watches it go over his head, and that does little to improve Will Rhodes' mood, as Lilly strikes the ball cleanly enough to get it over Pollock and through for 4 more for Leicestershire. And that does alleviate a little bit of the pressure. Now, Jack Haynes eventually out, incidentally, against Essex at Chelmsford for 153. For the Centurions, the next 4 batsmen have all got out for 3 or fewer. It's one of those odd days, 300 for 6 with 4 overs to go, Worcestershire. As Lilly tickles it into the offside, looking for a quick single. He's placed that very nicely, equidistant between Brooks and Yates. So he's through for 1 more, 230 for 4. Rhodes is on 4. The scoreboard looks a little bit brighter again now. You can read it. Rhodes with 1 for 21 midway through his 4th over. It's been a good surface this for the batsman. You get value for your shots, that's for sure. Rhodes bowls short. Is it too short? Is it overhead height? No, say the umpires. Left alone by Rhodes and through to the wicket-keeper.
Victory for either of these sides would lift them up alongside the top 3 at the moment of Surrey, Glamorgan and Somerset, each with 4 points. Glamorgan have played 3, Surrey and Somerset just a couple of games.
Rhodes in past umpire Cook. Oh, looking to drive was Rhodes, and it really wasn't up there for George Rhodes to drive, and it goes past the flashing blade of his bat and through to Michael Burgess, and there's no run. Tantalising after the wickets that have fallen in the last 3/4 of an hour. Rhodes left himself till quite late in the equation to come into bowl, but it's been not that easy to get away. Well, this is clipped off his toes behind square by Rhodes. He'll go to 5, 231 for 4 at the end of the over. I'll have an update for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR very shortly. Looks like Jahal is going to continue from the near end. Gloucestershire, by the way, in the other game, needing start at the same time as this, needing 336 to beat Durham, a 213 for 2 with 15 overs to go. So that is poised to be another cracking game. So 123 needed in 15 overs, 8 wickets standing. About right, isn't it? Good equation. Jahal. Bears would give anything for another wicket in the very near future here. Jahal comes into bowl to Rhodes. Does he get a touch on that down the leg side? No, it's come off pad. It's come off pad. Well taken by Burgess down the leg side. But no wide signalled because the contact on the pad. That's the delivery that Jahal bowls a little bit too often, where he's just pushing the ball down the leg side. But their second spell has been very good. Do my update in a second. The clock ticks round. Here at Edgbaston, Leicestershire now 231 for 4, chasing 304 to beat Warwickshire. The Bears have got themselves back into the game. Run out of Australian Marcus Harris helped. It was a good throw by Ethan Brooks to the wicket-keeper's end. Patel, who batted wonderfully for 118, hold out on the boundary. Matt Lamb with a good catch off Manny Jahal's bowling. And then Lewis Hill with a top edge, also pouched by Lamb off Will Rhodes for 12. George Rhodes and Aaron Lilly at the crease at the moment. 304 the target, Leicestershire 231 for 4. And Jahal short is pulled out towards the square leg boundary for a single. I'll let you pick up the story, Kev, if you want. Sorry, it was one of those moments where we're always waiting for a report, but we got there.
Indeed. And news in terms of those supporters listening to Richard on the local stations here in the West Midlands with some concerns, but not the case for the other Richard in the other box, reporting back to the East Midlands, where Leicestershire seem to be going along okay, but they have lost 4 wickets and a play and a miss there from Lilly. So it's not all done and dusted. 72 still required. We're in this 39th over. It does look a picture again with all this breeze and gusty winds, but lovely bubbly clouds around of white cotton type look more than anything. A little bit darker in places, but sun shining down on Edgbaston with Lilly on 5 and right arm short ball and a slower ball as well, but it's been played very well by Lilly. He waited for it and played it actually superbly well. That was a slower, it was a shorter ball, but it was slower and could easily have got to it too early. Played it very well for 4 through mid-wicket. Very well indeed.
The key was getting it wide of Rob Yates at mid-wicket. That was the only issue with it being airborne, but he got enough contact on it. He adjusted well to the pace.
236 for 4. 1 ball left of this over. And Jahal began his approach, but then had to turn and come back to his mark. And now he comes in and bowls and driven straight back up to the fielder, who gets down quickly to stop that ball from racing away. It's the end of the over. 39 overs, 236 for 4. Lilly on 9, Rhodes on 6. Need another 68 runs. They've got 11 overs to get them, so that's not a problem. Just to be a little bit mindful of that wickets column at 4 down, and still, relatively speaking, new batters out there in Lilly and Rhodes. If Warwickshire, with their understrength bowling attack, are going to make anything happen, it will need to be quite soon. Actually, it needs to be very soon, if truth be told. Leicestershire on their way, but not yet there. No. Richard is back.
A bit of a wobble. Wasn't the greatest shots that Rishi Patel or Lewis Hill have played. Rhodes bustles in from the city end and bowls to his namesake George, who strokes it out into the offside, stopped at cover. No run. Yates, the fielder there. Just a scintilla of hope for Warwickshire, with those 2 wickets falling at 217 and 221. If they can pick up 1 more, they'll be very much into the sort of all-rounders and the tail. Ben Mike left out of this game. Played, I think, all of them so far this season. Batting all round it. Rhodes is in, and a big swing and a miss. I think he held that back a little bit, and Rhodes discombobulated. He went for the big hit, missed it, and it went through to Burgess, who's standing quite a long way back. Wicketkeeper, he's probably a little bit quicker than he looks. Will Rhodes.
That's a good spot, that. Yeah.
Rhodesy, the unimaginative even nickname from his Warwickshire teammates. Bustles in again and bowls slightly short, and it was a slower delivery. Tried to pull it away, Rhodes, and missed it. Hit his body, dropped out into the offside. He was called through for the quick single by Aaron Lilly. Startled, he reacted quickly, scampered up the other end. It was a good call from Lilly in the end, assuming that is Rhodes hadn't been winded. He looks as though he was fine. So the leg by is taken. 237 for 4, but suddenly runs that were coming so easily for Leicestershire haven't exactly dried up, but they're having to be much harder earned.
Yeah, you get that feeling, or whether maybe they starting to think also that, just we have got overs on our side. There's no need for us to do anything. Play it with a little bit more caution.
Rhodes in to Lilly, a huge swing and a miss, and he's caught behind. Lilly waited for the decision from umpire Cook, but Rhodes knew straight away, and suddenly Leicestershire doubt in the minds of the batsmen coming in, and the Foxes in danger of making a mess of this. 237 for 5. They still need another 67 runs. They have overs in hand. They have 10.2 overs remaining, but suddenly when they were 2 down, what was looking comfortable at 217 for 2, now 237 for 5, and in a bit of trouble.
Yes, I agree. I'm somewhat relieved in very unkind way, a very selfish way, because I genuinely thought it would be a closer game than it looked, with Leicestershire racing and rolling along as they were at the start of the innings. And you're right, they have perhaps a couple of shots that they wouldn't have necessarily played, but I think that probably applied also to the Warwickshire innings on a couple of occasions. And then I was looking at this bowling attack of Warwickshire's thinking, well, it is so inexperienced, and then comparing it with Leicestershire's and thinking, well, perhaps that's the difference. There's a bit more experience and how to bowl here this morning from Leicestershire. But right now, it's starting to look a little bit more in the balance. And Kimber's made his way out to join Rhodes, but Aaron Lilly needed to be shown where to go, so to speak, by the umpire.
Lancastrian, wait for the decision.
But off he went.
Yeah. Nick Cook always looks a bit disappointed when there's an obvious edge and the batsman waits for the decision. But he must be used to it, you would have thought. Louis Kimber, Lincolnshire born, product of Loughborough University, hits a long ball. Got a bit of a job to do here as Rhodes is in and bowls to him. Thick outside part of the bat. Soft hands though, guides it down towards third man. Takes the one. 238 for 5, 66 needed. Are we going to have to count these runs down? A few overs ago, looked like it was going to be a case of when rather than if.
So at times like this, you need a DJ on the ground to help you count those runs down, don't you? Get everybody to count them down with you, the crowd.
Rhodes is into the leg side, clipped away in the air by George Rhodes. Bounces not so very far short of George Garrett, down at wide, longer leg. Takes one. Second wicket, I think that was for Will Rhodes, having picked up the wicket of Lewis Hill a few overs earlier. Now has the wicket of Aaron Lilly to his name. And he's given his side a little bit of hope. 239 for 5, 10 overs to go, 65 to win, but now just 5 wickets remaining. Could be close.
Worcestershire 314 for 7 off 48 overs. Haynes made 153, D'Oliveira 123. After that, there were scores of 1, 2, 2 threes. So obviously, big platform set. But it's quite an unusual looking card, is that?
George Garrett.
I think whatever the result of this game, it'll be another lesson for the younger Foxes players to learn. If you're in, you've got to make it count. You've got to sort of take responsibility. It's not enough necessarily to make a good score, a big score even, a century. You've got to go on and get your side over the line or very close to it, because you never know quite what is going to happen. George Garrett's back on.
Yeah, now he is a tall, strong-looking lad. He's bowling his 4th over. In bowls, inside edge onto the pads of Rhodes. No run. He's bowling in the sunshine, the late afternoon sunshine from the pavilion end. And he's bowling to Rhodes, who's on 7 not out. And Leicestershire with 65 needed in these last 10 overs, so that's all okay. But it's just this fact they're losing these wickets now. And you know, you've got to. Actually, I say you've got to hold your nerve. That's what has impressed me really about Leicestershire today so far. They have looked nice and composed, and then there's just these moments where they've lost that. It's a bit strange, because otherwise the whole character of this response has been very mature and patient. However, scamper through for 1. Ball turned onto the leg side by Rhodes. He moves to 8, and the score up to 240 for 5.
Well, Harris gave it away, didn't he? Ran himself out, really. Took on an unnecessary quick single. Patel caught down at deep mid-wicket. Overconfidence. Hill, astonishing shot really from the skipper. Skied out to deep cover. Lilly going for a big drive.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been thinking we've got this job done, but you could also...
There's a sense of that,
yeah,
in a way.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have happened. Garrett in and bowled and worked away onto the onside, and no run, so Kimber remains on 1. Yeah, on a couple of those occasions and characters, they would have felt really good about things. They've been backing themselves, I suppose, to play those sort of shots, and they had played very well. But Better see it through for your team if you can.
Yeah.
And now it's upon Kimber and Rhodes to try and do so. Kimber's on 1, and it's Garrett bowling again, and it's going to be safe, and it's going to be at least 1. It might be 2. No, it's just the 1. Fielders do it quickly on the leg side. So Kimber will move to 2 and take the Foxes to 241 for 5 now. 63 still needed to win.
Kimber's a calm young man. He's impressed in his since he made his way into started getting chances in the side. Made a very good 50 at Derby in the T20.
Tall figure of Garrett bowls a slower ball and therefore beats the bat of Rhodes. I don't think he picked up the change of pace there. So now wickets falling, and how the field changes. It feels now as if the bowling has got a bit more. It's not menace about it, but a threat. It's got a threat.
Bit more belief.
Yeah, belief. That's the right word. Yeah. Rhodes is on 8. Garrett turns again and comes back in to bowl to Rhodes on the leg stump and worked away. Played well by Rhodes. He'll just get 1 for it. He'll move to 9. And the score up to 242 for 5. Right. And that's the end of the over. 41 overs. So 9 overs remaining. 62 runs needed. Oh, and you got Kimber having faced, what, 2 balls, and Rhodes just the 19, and they're on 2 and 9 respectively. There's a bit of pressure on the visitors here now.
Duckworth Lewis is about 238, 239, so there's nothing in it really.
No.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
There's a real chance here for Warwickshire to pull off something special. A young side. Rhodes will continue from an increasingly absorbed City End. The crowd are always going to get lost in a big stadium like this. Hard to tell how many in it. Maybe 1,500, something like that. Maybe a few more with the members. Rhodes is in and bowls down the wicket goes Rhodes and pulls, but only as far as deep backward square. Jacob Bethel is the fielder, and it's just a single to Rhodes, whose strike rate is only 50% at the moment. He's absorbed 20 balls for his 10 runs. They therefore need him now, having got in and got to double figures, to see the side home, Leicestershire. Lots of pointing now, much more animation in the outfield for Warwickshire. Everybody is involved and interested. Rhodes is in and bowling short, and it's a slower bouncer. Kimber went back and waited for it, pulled it around the corner, kept it down, out towards Bethel. It ran again, slowly. Again, there's a single to be taken, 244 for 5, 60 needed, 8.4 overs. So 60 off 52 balls with 5 wickets in hand. Put that way. In goes Rhodes, and down the wicket goes Rhodes, hits it back over his head, doesn't get all of it by a long way, sounded a bit tinny off the bottom of the bat, and long gone comes sprinting round to get to the ball down there, very straight, almost at long off by the time he got there, so Rhodes able to pick up a couple, but again didn't time it, but they'll take the 2, Leicestershire. Move on to 246 for 5. Rhodes on to 12. Rhodes is in, bowls to him, slightly short outside off stump. He rocks back and cuts, but he's finding the fielders at the moment. Out there on the boundary is Matt Lamb, so just a single. 247 for 5. 2 for 29 for Will Rhodes from his 5.4 overs so far, obviously. 14 when he opened the batting. So he might feel he owes his side a performance with the ball. He's in and bowling to Kimber. Slower ball, almost starts to roll backwards, and Rhodes and Kimber, not exactly eyeball confrontation, both too far too pleasant for that, but it dropped at his feet. Rhodes came scampering down the wicket, hands raised. Kimber just paused and looked at him. He's stolid is the wrong word, but he's, as I say, a very calm young man. Louis Kimber. Not much seems to faze him. The right temperament. A top-level sport, perhaps. He waits with bat raised as Rhodes is in and bowling to him. He's looking to, I'm not quite sure what really, square drive it away, but his weight was on the front foot rather than the back, and he didn't get anything on it as it went through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps. End of the over, 247 for 5. 57 needed to win off 8 overs, 57 off 48 balls with 5 wickets in hand. This could go to the very last ball.
And one of the beauties of the game today is, as much as we sit here and ponder as we do what we think might happen, been 2 or 3 occasions today where the innings or the game has taken a turn that you weren't expecting. And they just look so at ease, Leicestershire, at the top. Applause for Rhodes as he makes his way just down in front of the members, I think, to the right-hand side. So it's Garrett who's going to come into the other Rhodes. This time it's George Rhodes whose batting is on 13. On the leg stump, tickled away fine. They'll have to go through for 1, and they do. It's a leg by. There's still 1 more to the total, 248 for 5. Gloucestershire 233 for 3. Chasing Durham's total at Scarborough. Need another 103 from 11 overs with 7 wickets standing. Wow. That's looking like a 600, 700 runs match. Where Gloucestershire look as if they're going to take that deep as well. And Bracey's in the runs for Gloucestershire. Garrett into Kimber. Worked away from the off stump onto the onside. They'll go through for 1. No, you hear is the call. The second. It's 1 more for Kimber. He moves to 4. And 249 for 5. In this Garrett 5th over. Worcestershire have totaled 338 for 7 in the game away to Essex. It's included Jack Haynes 153, Brett D'Oliveira 123. The only other sort of notable score is Joshua Dell, getting some runs there as well, at 27 not out of 24 deliveries. Meantime here, former Worcestershire man, but it's Rhodes who's facing, and it's cut down to 3rd by Rhodes for 1. He'll move to 14 for Leicestershire, and a score of 250 is brought up. 250 for 5 midway through this 44th over.
Leicestershire only 10 ahead of Warwickshire at this point of their innings. Both had 5 wickets down.
Kimber on 4. Next ball, bowled down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Just sort of go to work inside the line of it, and looks as if he's going to scoop it away, but got nothing on it. But still the umpire raises his arms.
You can almost shave the leg stump these days, can't you? And it's going to be called wide unless you actually flick the leg stump.
Yeah, yeah.
It's brutal.
Very thin lines. Garrett. There's number 44 in gold numbering on his back and his name. Bowls. This is in the air on the onside, and that is cleared by some distance. And people ducking for cover in the Holly stand, uncertain where it's gone. It's a 6. I think probably, did they lose it in the sun? Something in the light anyway, that they were ducking out of the way. They had very little idea where that ball had gone. Well, I can tell you now, just looking at it, it's gone every bit of, what, 20 and more rows back? Something like that.
Brooks is, yeah.
And we've lost the ball. Can we have our ball back, please?
I'm having to look under the seats, but that's Kimber for you. He's a big boy. And he hits very, very cleanly. Half the stand's looking for it. There it is.
We found the ball.
Brooks has found it.
We found it.
Brooks.
257 for 5. Kimber with that has moved to 10 with that 6. Rhodes is on 14. Target now down to 47 needed for victory, with 5 wickets standing. That doesn't look quite so bad. And Warwickshire will just keep pegging away, hoping they can cause some disruption, serious disruption, to this run chase. Kimber, 10 not out, awaits the next ball from Garrett. Garrett in and bowls, width, driven straight to the fielder. Can't field it cleanly because it came at him at such a pace, allowing them through for 1. 258 for 5.
Good work by Carver, because another 6 inches on either side of him, and it was 4 all the way. Saved 3 for sure.
Shouts of, come on, G. G for Garrett, I must presume from that. Or next delivery bowled. Playing a miss, does he get an edge? Yes, he does. Rhodes has gone now, caught by the keeper. Trying to slice the ball, just the thinnest of outside edge. The keeper is standing up. George Garrett, the bowler, Michael Burgess, the wicket-keeper, and that now is another wicket taken, and problems really building for Leicestershire, who look to be so comfortable in the run chase, and it's starting to unravel, with Warwickshire just keeping at it, plugging away. A couple of shots that perhaps Leicestershire will look back on and regret, but some tidier bowling. Those wickets gave them that belief again, and that, I'm afraid, is another wicket for the visitors.
But again, that was really poor thinking on the part of the Foxes. Rhodes shot there, because early in the over, Kimber had lofted that huge 6. They'd picked up a couple of ones. They were bang on target. They'd got the runs they needed off the over. He looked to work it away. He tried to drive it away. It just wasn't there to be driven. It was too close to the off stump, and his foot positioning was poor. And that wasn't the greatest innings that George Rhodes has played for Leicestershire. And it adds to the pressure. In comes the 16-year-old, you see. Batted very well last time out in his short innings, but these are different circumstances. Rehan Ahmed asked to perform a different feat here. Will Rhodes is in to Louis Kimber. Slow ball just pushed by Kimber out towards long gone. He says to Ahmed, we thinking about a second? No, says Ahmed. And take 1. 259 for 6. Kimber on to 12 off 10. A lot on his shoulders now, but Ahmed is a very capable batsman. Made a big 100 the other day for, I'm not sure, the second team or the academy side. I think it was the second team. But he is useful. Didn't get a chance to face too many deliveries against Yorkshire, as in goes Rhodes. Bowls to him, turns his wrists on it. He's taking the pace right off the ball, Will Rhodes, at the moment, and it's working. He faced 10 balls for his 7 not out against Yorkshire, so he's yet to be dismissed in his senior career. He's only faced 11 deliveries. As I say, there's a certain strut about him. He doesn't lack for confidence, or doesn't look like he lacks for confidence. But I suspect even his heart were beating a little bit faster as Rhodes goes in, bowls to him again. The slower ball deceives him a little bit. He's looking to work it into gaps. All he can do is drop it out almost at his feet, and Rhodes comes through and fields. 259 for 6, 45 still needed, 6.3 overs, 45 off 39. That's okay as an equation as far as the Foxes are concerned, but only 4 wickets in hand. That is less good. 4 wickets lost in the space of adding just 41 runs. Rhodes is in, bowls, hit back past him and just wide of umpire Nick Cook. Sounded a touch tinny. Nick Cook very calm as he just leant away from that one as it passed him around about chest high. Rehan Ahmed picks up a single, that is all.
He was very calm about that, I thought, the umpire. He'll be saying, oh, you know, I might be getting on just a little bit here, but I've still got the eyes, I can see what's going on. Never in danger.
Good umpire is Nick Cook. As Rhodes is in to Kimber, who's feeling for one outside off stump, slides past the outside edge. Rhodes raises his eyes to the heavens. Kimber looks a little shamefaced. Taken by Burgess behind the stumps, 260 remains the score. Required rate now 7.1. First time over 7. Nerves jangling.
Well, yeah, and that's such a shame because it's such a contrast from the way they set about the chase when everything looked to be fine.
Rhodes is in to Kimber again, who's going to get that one through mid-off, scrambling across to his right, couldn't get there, but long off covers behind, so it was always going to be one, and one was the score. 261 for 6, again warm applause for Will Rhodes, who really is doing a manful job for his side. He is keeping them in the game. Updates time for me.
So, George Garrett has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 33. 261 for 6 is the score. Kimber on 13, Ahmed on 1. 43 runs required, 6 overs remaining. We're in for a good finish, and I'm not going to complain about that. And I'm not going to complain about the whole story of the game, which has just left us, at times, truly puzzled. I'm not too sure, as it might be easier to pick 6 lottery numbers and try and read which way this game is going to go as the match has progressed today. Real ebbs and flows. It was the same with the Warwickshire innings, in fairness. You couldn't see 300 on the board for the large part of that 50 overs. And then it looked as if perhaps the weakened Warwickshire attack just couldn't muster enough. Leicestershire were looking good. More applause for the Warwickshire captain. Makes his way just down in front of the supporters. And Kimber's on 13, 261 for 6. Next ball bowled, and that's sliced away to the left-hand side, a backward point. There'll be 2 runs. Kimber comes dashing back in. So he moves to 15, and the score is 263 for 6. I may have to depart to welcome Sports Extra listeners back, and hopefully they'll make it back in time for a good finish here, all being well. Richard?
They could well do, yes. I've very shortly got a report for BBC Radio WM, but it's boiling up into a decent game of cricket, to say the least. It's been excellent. It's been busy, it's been lively. We've seen 2 very big partnerships, one for either side. And now down on one knee to try and slash it behind square is Kimber. Ahmed had run halfway down the track, expecting there to be a single, and he gets sent back. It was a good piece of fielding by Lamb. Little square leg. 41 required. 34 balls left. You'd still rather be the batting side, but of course only 4 wickets now remaining. Garrett, relatively inexperienced, but picked up a vital wicket, that of George Rhodes in his previous over. And he bowls now full outside off stump. It's slashed through the covers for a single. Oh, it got stuck under Bethel. They're thinking about coming back for 2. Update listeners to BBC Radio WM in the next few seconds now. Well, it's interestingly poised now. Leicestershire 264 for 6. They need a further 40 for victory, but wickets have tumbled with some regularity. Will Rhodes, the Bears skipper, didn't bowl until the 31st over, but he's bowled very, very well. Took 2 wickets. Hill caught on the boundary, then Lilly caught behind and nicked through to Michael Burgess, who's also just snared George Rhodes, caught behind off the bowling of George Garrett for 14. It's a very inexperienced bowling attack for the Bears, but they've stuck at their task. Their opponents were 191 for 1, needing 304 to win. Leicestershire are now 264 for 6. That update, of course, for listeners to BBC Radio WM in Birmingham. As Garrett comes into bowl, he's launched over the top of extra cover there by Ahmed. Yates will come around, but they'll comfortably come through for 2. That was a good clean strike by the 16-year-old who's been so impressive today. Very mature, not just in terms of his bowling, where amongst other things is that the speed with which he bowled, the speed of release was very, very impressive. But in the field he was very active, very calm, very comfortable. And now he's coming into a very difficult situation with the bat, trying to see his side over the line. Will Rhodes has a discussion with George Garrett about where best to have his boundary fielders positioned. Here comes Garrett once more from this pavilion end, bowling to Ahmed. That's well outside off stump. Is it too far? No, there was almost a bit of a twitch from umpire Mark Newell there. I thought he was going to signal a wide. He doesn't. Garrett with 1 ball left in this over. 38 more required off 31 balls. 4 wickets standing. Barnes, Klein and Wright are the remaining batsmen for Leicestershire. Kimber and Ahmed would like to see their side over the line. Kimber It's looked very good so far for his 16. As, he's gone outside off stump to try and flick it down the leg side here, Ahmed, and he's flicked it straight into the hands of Burgess, and he's gone. It's 266 for 7. He looks at the umpire quizzically, but he's got outside off stump and just flicked it with the middle of the bat through to Michael Burgess, catches it at waist height, and Garrett has struck for the second time in successive overs. Rehan Ahmed is out for 3, and Leicestershire are 266 for 7. Well, this is intriguingly poised now, with 5 overs to go, 38 runs required. And Warwickshire have bowled themselves right back into contention here. 2 wickets each for Garrett and Rhodes. Manager Hall with a good spell. He picked up the wicket of the excellent Rishi Patel after he became the day's second centurion. But now we have a game that is very, very much in the balance. Ed Barnes is coming out to bat. And he will try and support Kimber, who is the senior partner. Might be a young batsman himself, but he is the senior partner. But Ahmed paying the price for his innovation there, coming outside off stump to try and tickle it fine, and it was a very new modern version of getting strangled down the leg side, to be honest with you. Margin for error has diminished for Leicestershire, who've lost the last 5 wickets for 49 runs. And in comes skipper Will Rhodes to begin a new over, and he's got an edge. Oh, look at it, and that is the end of Kimber. It's wickets in successive balls. Kimber is gone for 16. It's a 4th catch for Burgess, and a 3rd wicket for Will Rhodes. 266 for 8 Leicestershire, and this game continues to change, and the pendulum has swung firmly in the favour of Warwickshire Bears. It's almost a one-handed drive in the end. It's an authentic outside edge. Burgess pouches it. 266 for 8, Richard Ray.
Astonishing turnaround. So 5 wickets, 6 wickets for 49 runs. Is that right?
Yep.
Can that be right?
Yeah, it was. It was 217 for 2, wasn't it? So,
yeah.
Yeah. Some disappointing shots amongst them.
Very, very, from players who should know better, really. Crikey, says David Hutchinson on Twitter, what a catastrophic self-inflicted implosion on the part of the Foxes, that is. It isn't quite all over yet. There are still 29 balls left to be bowled. They need 38. 2 wickets remain. Dieter Klein can hit a long ball, but neither he nor Ed Barnes have faced a delivery yet. It will be Dieter Klein on strike.
I'm sure Chris Wright would love to come in and get the winning runs against his former county, of course. But
yeah, after his experience with the ball,
yeah.
I suspect he may not.
3 wickets for Will Rhodes is in. Klein deflects it into the leg side. He wanted to come for a single. They're both caught in the middle of the wicket at the moment. Rhodes throws at the stumps, hits Dieter Klein. It was beyond a yes-no. It was a yes-no. It was sort of 52% to 48%. Neither of the end made an exit, though. They get through for a run, 267 for 8.
What a complete shambles, really, there. Had that throw hit, he was gone. That's for sure. Klein. Yes, no, yes, no. At least they both went in the end, but goodness me. Why must it be always this way, says Jake on Twitter. Why must we be this way?
Into bowl, slower ball from Rhodes. Barnes squirts it behind square, jerk straight to Jahal. That would have been a very short run, and he'd set off for it. And Klein's, no, and he could just, at the moment, this is a period of panic. Now, the panic could pass, but at the moment, it's firmly there.
Paul Nixon is going to be livid if Leicestershire lose this. Poor shots have lost us this, says Benj Thorne on Twitter.
37 off 27, 2 wickets standing. Rhodes comes in to bowl. Barnes plays it into the deck and it loops up into the hands of Will Rhodes, who gathers it in his follow-through. 3 for 33 in his 8th over. The first over he bowled was the 32nd. And he's effectively come on to bowl the last 10 from the City end.
You weren't convinced he was going to bring himself on, were you?
He's
doesn't
always
like to.
reluctant, and yet he bowls really well. Made his best ever T20 score against Leicestershire earlier in the summer. As this is steered by Barnes up towards long on, should only be a single. It's Yates, I think, who's come in to field that. It is just the one. 268 for 8, one ball left in this over. 36 required off 25 balls. A couple of lusty blows would very much change the equation again. Field is pretty well spread inside the circle. Short third man, short fine leg, backward point, and an extra cover. Rhodes into Klein, looks to steer it behind square on the leg side. Again, it should only be one. Bethel may only be 17, but he's approached the ball quite slowly, trying to lure them into a second, and then accelerates onto it. But they did just get a single. Another big round of applause for skipper Will Rhodes, who's puffing and panting a bit because he's bowled a lot of overs in succession, but he's absolutely got his team back into this game. 269 for 8, Leicestershire. They require 35 off the final 4 overs.
35 then, off 24 balls with 2 wickets in hand. Now the equation very much in favour of the home side. George Garrett, who looked innocuous in his opening couple of overs. I think it's fair to say that. Huge applause for Will Rhodes. Will he touch his cap? Oh, he raises both hands. I thought that was rather nice from the members down there in front of him. Garrett is in and bowls a full toss that is driven out into the offside by Dieter Klein, but Bethel gets there quickly, gets his throw away and makes sure it is just one to the South African-born bowler. 270 for 8. He is a capable bat with a very good eye, Dieter Klein, but as is Ed Barnes, as he showed with 83 not out in the county championship at Taunton against Somerset 3 weeks ago. This is a very different sort of circumstance, though. In goes Garrett and bowls. Barnes goes down on one knee, tries to swing it away, but it's not really his game. It's Dieter Klein's game, and the Yorkshireman is better trying to push and get off strike, would be my feeling.
It's interesting comparing sort of championship knocks by lower order batsmen. Jeetan Patel would make 50s every now and then, even made a championship 100, but all of the places he hit the ball in championship cricket generally are where fielders are standing in one-day cricket, so he'd generally hole out for nothing or 4 in one-day games.
Garrett in to Barnes, full toss, steered away towards backward point. Work for Bethel to do running away to his left. Should be a couple for Barnes. Should really have been 4, you feel, but he made sure he got something on it. That was the main thing, and picks up a couple. 272 for 8, 32 needed.
This is a long boundary out there, so it's quite hard sometimes to get a 4 off the full toss. I think we found that in the tail part of the Warwickshire innings. They ran a lot of 2s, Warwickshire.
32 off 21 balls. Garrett, 3 balls left in his over, is in again to Barnes, looking for that full delivery, the sort of Yorker length delivery outside off stump. He bowled it. Barnes steered it out towards point, but a good diving stop away to his right meant that Bethel wasn't called into action. Didn't need to get there. Just the single on that occasion for Barnes. He moves on to 4, 273 for 8, 31 needed. 20 balls. Garrett is in to Klein, swings and misses outside off stump. Raises his eyes to the skies. But, got that one through okay. George Garrett, dot ball. Yeah, 19 left.
Good pace from Garrett, but also that's that sort of length actually in line that Dieter Klein himself bowls towards the tail end of innings, and it's quite wide outside off stump, not so far as to alert the attention of the umpire, but at that length it's really, you know, top order batsmen have got more chance of scoring off it than lower order batsmen.
Garrett is in and bowling, steps right across his stumps. Kleiner pulls it over backward square for 4. Well, he telegraphed the shot he was going to play. He rolled the dice It came off for him. Both the men behind square on the leg side were inside the circle, and although he tried to follow him, George Garrett, he bowled a length delivery which meant that Klein could get underneath it, and get underneath it he did. Picks up 4. Is it quite all over yet? They still need 27 from the last 3 overs, but they still have a chance. Leicestershire, is there going to be one final swing in the game? Not if Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire skipper, has anything to say about it. He will bowl 2 of the last 3 overs. 3 for 35 his figures at the moment.
Huge shot that, actually, from Dieter Klein. Excellent shot, very well executed, premeditated, but carried it out perfectly. It was low risk for high reward because of where the field was. And now it's Barnes who really needs to get off strike here and turns Rhodes into the leg side and does exactly that. That was smart from Barnes. 278 for 7, 26 required off 17 balls. This could get very, very tight. If they don't lose any more wickets, Leicestershire might just get over the line. If they do, it makes it considerably more difficult. That's kind of where we are. They need at least 1 boundary in each of the last 3 overs.
It's 26 off 17, isn't it now?
Yeah. Fine leg and third man are up. I think that's an interesting scoring area always for tail enders. Wicketkeeper may have a lot of ground to cover. Rhodes turns and comes in again and bowls, and it's clipped towards the leg side. It's going to be a throw from Garrett, and he hits the stumps. Will there be an overthrow? There is going to be an overthrow. That's quite unlucky for Garrett. But it was worth a shy at the stumps for the wicket that they could have got, but they end up coming back for 2. Klein has 9, 280 for 8, 24 off 16. 2 runs is a ball. That ball was advantage Leicestershire.
Does he have a ramp in him, Dieter Klein? I'm not sure he does. He tends to be a fairly orthodox hitter, but let's see.
Klein on 9. A lot on his shoulders here, and he goes back and pulls it over the leg side. 2 bounces to the field are very well judged by young Jacob Bethel. It's fielded beautifully, and they come through for a single. Now Will Rhodes will be thinking he needs a dot ball before the end of this over. 23 off 15. He wants to give George Garrett, who presumably will bowl the penultimate over at the pavilion end, as much margin as possible in the hope of inheriting plenty. He's taking on the challenge of bowling 10 overs off the reel at the Birmingham end from over 32 onwards. He's in to bowl to Barnes, who tucks it into the leg side. Long chase in from long on. They're going to come back for 2. The throw's in. Oh, and it took a really awkward bounce. It fired up at the chin of Will Rhodes. Otherwise, it would have been a very close run race. But that's smart batting from Barnes. He gets 2 more. 283 for 8. 21 needed off 14.
Yeah, it was Klein just risked all, didn't he? Again, he turned for the second, and he was running to the danger end. And as you say, well, the throw wasn't a bad one, but it just spat off the outfield, didn't it? And
yeah.
Poor Will Rhodes couldn't control it.
Would have been tight if it had been right up the stumps.
It would.
Rhodes in to bowl to Barnes again, who does well because he lines up outside off stump and clips off his pads. Garrett's around. He won't shy at the stumps this time. Anyway, they were comfortably through for a single. And the single, any ball that's a single at the moment, is advantage Warwickshire. That is the tight margin. 284 for 8, down to 20 needed off 13. They're still very much alive here, Leicestershire. This is a good little partnership developing. They've added 18.
Need a boundary or 2, though, don't they? Just to reduce the pressure.
2 off this ball, they'll have got the 9 that they needed off the over. Rhodes in to Klein. It's a swing and a miss through to Michael Burgess. That was the dot ball that Will Rhodes needed. He looks towards the heavens. He's also quite jaded, which could be a bit of a factor when it comes to the final over, because he's going to have to call upon adrenaline. It's maybe a bit more blustery. It may not be the heat of last week, but that's a long spell to bowl at the death when you're bowling from one end for effectively an hour and a half.
10 off each of the last 2 overs, though. It's a big-ish ask when you're down to your numbers 9 and 10. Chris Wright to come.
Yeah, but a bit of long handle from Dieter early in this over. You never quite know, do you? You never quite know. It's a crackingly poised game. I mean, anybody who doubts the quality of the entertainment, indeed the quality of the cricket in the One Day Cup, needs to come down and look for themselves.
Garrett is in, and Barnes is stepping right across his stumps, trying to ramp it. All he does, having shown all 3 stumps on the leg side to the bowler, is get hit on the bottom of the pad. It trickles out to short leg, and the 2 Leicestershire batsmen scramble a leg by. 19 off 11. Dieter Klein, I suspect it's very much down to you. He's got 10 off 8. Barnes has somehow picked up 8 off 10.
You're harsh. Well,
No, that
last ball, I did get the feeling he was going to play on in the most remarkable style.
There was a hint of desperation there, wasn't there? Garrett is into Klein, follows him as he steps outside off stump, tries to whip it away into the leg side. Barnes turns for the second as it runs down towards Rhodes. The bails are off, and oh, Klein's in trouble. Klein has injured himself trying to complete that second, whether he stumbled as he ran in his bat, whether he's pulled a muscle, but Dieter Klein, and for the second time it's his hamstring, looked like he's holding the back of his right leg. He thumps the ground in frustration. He's only just recovered from a bad hamstring problem, Dieter Klein, and I very much fear that that might be that for Dieter Klein. He can't quite believe what has happened there, and out comes Leicestershire's head of sports science and conditioning and physio, Will Garvey, to find out, but it looks as though, unless that was a horrible cramp, Dieter Klein is done. I don't think he can go on. The South African is head down on the turf, his face is buried in it, and he is in deep, deep trouble.
It was a short 2, and in fact, from the fielder's point of view, I think Will Rhodes, coming in from long on, will be disappointed that they got back for 2, but in order to get there, he had to give absolutely everything, and he is clearly in a considerable amount of distress physically, and I think a little bit emotionally as well. Dieter Klein, who's doing everything to try and get his team over the line here. They need a further 17 runs off 10 balls. And Klein is getting to his feet now and trying to hop around. At the very least, he's going to need a runner. But you're right, he's actually struggling to straighten the leg to stand.
He can barely stand.
Oh dear, that's a horrible thing to see.
I think Paul Nixon's going to come out and say, look, Dieter, you can't.
No, you can't. Well, you can't afford to do any further damage to yourself, can you?
Well, as I say, he was out for best part of 8 weeks with a hamstring. Now, whether it's the same hamstring, I'm not absolutely certain. I very much fear it might, and if it is, then to be honest, that might be that for Dieter Klein this season. And at the moment, I don't believe he's got a contract for next season in 2021, according to my notes. So he's stretching, he's holding the bat now, seeing if...
Well, but he can always retire hurt and come back.
But I think he knows that Chris Wright is unlikely to be able to get the runs that are needed. Ed Barnes isn't a big hitter of the ball, and Klein, but to be able to do his big hits, he's going to have to sort of take a stride, isn't he?
Why am I looking back at the feed to see that? But he was just trying to walk normally, and just as he thought he was able to walk normally, it bit him. You know the feeling, the sensation when the muscle has just sort of buckled a little bit under him. I don't think it would be wise for him to continue at this point, but maybe 2 or 3 minutes of work over the boundary rope might get him back on if they lose another wicket. But it's such a shame if this game is affected decisively by that moment. It doesn't deserve that sort of ending. Chris Wright is standing and ready to come out, but I mean he could come out as a runner initially. I think in domestic cricket you can still have a runner, can't you, in these situations?
Yeah, he didn't come into the game. He didn't come into the game with the injury. He was fully recovered and demonstrated that when he's bowling. Well, Will Garvey has just indicated that he's going to try and continue. Ooh. This could be horribly painful to watch. It's very brave. Is it crossing the line between courage and foolhardiness? Is he going to go on? He's gone back to the crease. The Warwickshire players, sympathetic though they are,
But you see,
the game's got to continue. Will it affect them a little bit, the way they approach it? They mustn't allow it to.
The context that you've put it in, though, Richard, if you're Dieter Klein right now, and you're without a contract at the end of this season, and the muscle injury you've just suffered is probably going to end your season after this game, psychologically you're thinking, I have got to do whatever I can to get my team over the line here. It might be the last chance I ever have to do it. It might be the act that gets me under the 1 year contract next year. These are the things that are going through your head. If he's 32 years of age, he would give anything for another 1 year contract, surely. So right now he's going to try and do it. The runner is coming out, so they can have somebody quite nimble as the runner.
George Rhodes is coming out to run for Dieter Klein, but I'm kind of wincing at the thought of what might happen here. How will Garrett? He's chatting to Ed Barnes at the moment.
It's going to limit some of the shots that Klein can play.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the prospect of him moving across outside off stump and going down on one knee and trying to flick it over his left shoulder, that's probably not in the game now.
It isn't, and Will Rhodes be advised to have a word with George Garrett. Now, Nick Cook is talking to the two batsmen, saying, Rhodes, you need to get in your position at square leg to get ready to do your running, and it's quite a lecture going on from Nick Cook there about the running. Cook is going to take position at point instead of square leg. Applause for Dieter Klein, sympathetic applause from the sporting Edgbaston crowd. And what is going to happen next in this astonishing game of cricket? Klein raises his bat. Garrett is ready to go. In he goes, bowls, he steps across and bowled him with a full delivery onto off stump, and Klein hobbles towards the dugout where the Leicestershire players and batters have been waiting to come in to bat. It was brave of Dieter Klein to stay out there, but in the end it did his cause and that of his team no good. 287 for 9. Klein is bowled for 12. 17 still needed. 9 balls remain. Chris Wright comes out to join Ed Barnes, and Warwickshire look as though they're about to pull off a quite astonishing victory.
Well, not quite there yet. And in situations like that, incidentally, George Garrett, another talented young bowler, credit to him.
Perfect delivery.
For producing exactly the ball that was called for at that moment. And he's come back with a second spell in the last 7 or 8 overs of the game and picked up 3 very useful wickets, getting George Rhodes, getting Rahan Ahmed, and now Dieter Klein. But here's the classic little subplot that cricket throws up. Chris Wright, a man of 4 counties. The one he served with greatest distinction is Warwickshire. The one he's served with good distinction in recent years is Leicestershire. Could he get one over on his former employers?
George Garrett determined to make sure that isn't going to be the case. Runs in and bowls to Wright, full outside off stump. Wright reaches it, hits it down into the ground. Garrett makes the stop, reaching to his left. And in the circumstances, I would suggest Richie ought to be commentating now.
That's very kind of you. That was a wonderful fingertip snare by George Garrett, who at Derby on Tuesday got 2 run-outs off his own bowling with direct hits. One where he ran to mid-wicket to do the fielding. So his fielding off his own bowling has been quite something. He bowls to Wright, it's very full. Wright gets the toe end of the bat on it up towards long on. Will Rhodes does the fielding, and there's just a single. 7 deliveries remain, still 16 runs required at this juncture by Leicestershire. You might even get the conclusion on BBC Radio Leicester with the time that we're at now. And it's been such a to and fro game of cricket. I've not seen a pendulum swing as far as frequently as a game as this. As Barnes drives into the offside, in comes Carver to do the fielding at extra cut. It'll just be a single, and a very hearty round of applause here for George Garrett. 8 overs, 3 for 50. Doesn't necessarily sound enormously special, but that spell that he's bowled in the latter stages of the game has been absolutely excellent.
It has. Could easily have been shoulders down, heads down for Garrett and for Warwickshire as a whole. In the circumstances, they found themselves at 217 for 2, but they stuck at it, picked up a wicket. Leicestershire have played very poorly since, and they've crumbled a little bit under pressure, it's got to be said.
Well, a boundary through fine leg or third man would make life a little bit more interesting if it happened at the start of the over here. Will Rhodes, who physically has put himself in the fray here, bowling 10 overs off the reel if he bowls all 6 in this, as the first ball is flicked to the leg side by Barnes. He was standing a foot outside off stump. It was bowled straight at him, and French cricket style, albeit you'd tell him off in the back garden for having his legs apart, he just about manages to clip it behind his short fine leg where gathers the fielding. There's just a single. 14 required off 5 for Leicestershire to win this game. And Chris Wright on strike.
Couple of lucky edges needed by Wright, really.
In comes Will Rhodes, right driving firmly, long off will come in quickly. They're going to come back for 2, and they get 2 as well. Probably shouldn't have been 2 there. It was Carver who did the fielding, 292 for 9. I think Richard has got to vacate to let BBC Leicester know what's going on. What a day's cricket we have had. 595 runs and 15 wickets. 2 batsmen have made their maiden list day centuries, and both terrific innings as well. Rhodes comes in to bowl. Barnes looking to launch it straight. It comes off the inside half of the bat. Should be a comfortable 2 on this occasion. Yates has a lot of ground to make from long on. Gets the throw in now. And they're back for 2. 294 for 9. 3 balls remaining. And 10 runs required. Chris Wright, formerly of this parish, very popular figure here in the Bears dressing room. And now he faces a ball that's outside off stump from Rhodes. It was very full. He tries to jab down at it, but it goes through to Michael Burgess. And it puts the Bears right on the brink here. One more delivery like that, and they're surely going to go over the line to get their second win from 4 starts with a very, very inexperienced side. Let us not forget that. Remarkably inexperienced side. Rhodes in once more. He's turned to the leg side by Chris Wright. In comes Jacob Bethel. They're only going to get a single. So barring wides or no balls, Warwickshire are going to get over the line, which looked unlikely when Leicestershire were 191 for 1 with plenty of overs remaining. But 1 ball to go and 9 required. Will Rhodes needing to avoid any misdemeanours here. And he comes in to bowl. And Barnes is able to stab it out into the offside, and he will get just a single. And Leicestershire's innings finishes on 296 for 9. The century from Rishi Patel had them in great shape to win this game. He made 118. Big opening partnership with Harry Swindles with 69. But the Bears seamers bit back. 3 wickets each for Will Rhodes and George Garrett. And they complete an implausible victory by 7 runs at Edgbaston. Matt Lamb laid the table with a century. Half centuries from Yates and Ethan Brooks. But it's the it's the Warwickshire Bears who get home by 7 runs. Listeners on Sports Extra now, let me hand you back to Kevin Howells. And Warwickshire have completed an unlikely victory here by 7 runs over Leicestershire. Chasing 304 to win, Leicestershire were in great shape on 191 for 1, but Warwickshire have battled back really well. Will Rhodes, the captain, bowled 10 overs unchanged from the Birmingham end in the closing stages of the game. 3 wickets for him, 3 wickets for George Garrett, and it's 2 wins from 4 games for the Bears. They've beaten Leicestershire by 7 runs.